Good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order this 16th day of November 2023. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. Last night at Grove Place Fire Station, a candlelight vigil was held for Director Darrell George. Tonight there will be a candlelight vigil on St. Thomas. Tomorrow, Director George will lie in state at Government House, and his funeral will be held on Saturday. I want to extend my condolences once again to his family, friends, and especially the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, Medical Services. May his memory be a blessing. The month of November is filled with significant holidays, and we began the month celebrating David Hamilton Jackson, educator, newspaper editor, lawyer, judge, councilman who established the first free newspaper, the Herald, and who organized the first labor union in the Danish West Indies, the St. Croix Labor Union. On November 11th, we honored all veterans, and I want to say thank you to the Senate President for the coin, and to all veterans, thank you for your service. This month also is Diabetes Awareness Month, and on November 4th, the second annual Diabetes Health Fair was held at the UVI Medical Simulation Center. And I want to say to Virgin Islanders that we have to realize how important it is to take care of our health, because 14.9% of the VI population is living with diabetes, and it's the sixth leading cause of death in the Virgin Islands. So we need to, especially next year, when they have that third annual, please go out and get checked, because it's important that you know your status. This week, we celebrate American Education Week, and the aim of the week is to create awareness about the importance of learning and the potential that education holds in unlocking doors of opportunity. We recognize and we thank teachers, principals, school counselors, nurses, administrative staff, monitors, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria workers, all those who get up every day and make education possible for our children. I want to say congratulations to the University of the Virgin Islands on the groundbreaking of the new School of Nursing. What was of note to me at that ceremony on Monday is that the new building will house what is already a stellar program in the Virgin Islands that we should all be proud of, that has existed for many years in its current facilities. So the building will house the best of what we have here, and it is an example of educators who teach to their greatest ability and students who learn to their highest capacities. Perfect example of education done right in the Virgin Islands. This week is also National Apprenticeship Week, a celebration of hands-on learning, mentorship, and the invaluable experience gained through apprenticeships. Apprenticeship really is the bridge between theoretical knowledge and practical application, providing individuals with the skills and expertise needed to thrive in today's dynamic market. American Education Week and National Apprenticeship Week serve as a reminder that education is the cornerstone of progress, and apprenticeships are the building blocks of a skilled and resilient workforce. This month of November ends with Thanksgiving Day, a day of gratitude. I believe that there is always something to be thankful for. And so I ask that as individuals and as a community, we reflect on what we can give thanks for in our lives. For me, with all its challenges, the Virgin Islands is still a beautiful place, and I am grateful for living here. Let's begin. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Madam Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Correspondence dated November 16th, 2023. Honorable Maurice C. James, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman James, please accept this correspondence as a formal notice of my tardiness to today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Conference Room on St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents shared with my office. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Regards, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, Committee on Education and Workforce Development.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will recognize Senator Fred Gregory when she joins us. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development for Thursday, November 16th, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. In Block 1, the committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Career, Technical, and Adult Education, UVI Cell, UVI RT Park Vista Plus, and my brother's workshop regarding their organization's role in the workforce development system in the Virgin Islands, specifically addressing workforce development programs and the services provided to help people find, prepare for, and maintain employment. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Michael Carty, Chairman, Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Career, Technical, and Adult Education. Joanne Murphy, Chairwoman, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board. Dr. Suzanne Darrow McGrath, Director, UVI Cell. Alfonso Rodriguez, Senior Entrepreneurship Manager, UVI RT Park. And Jenny Hawks, Executive Director, My Brother's Workshop. In Block 2, the committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Board of Education regarding the following. 1. Status of school facilities, specifically repairs to St. Croix schools. 2. Status of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. 3. School schedules, abbreviated and hybrid. 4. Matters of concern to the Board of Education regarding the recent teacher and student protests. And 5. Any other matters that the Board of Education would like to address. The committee will also hear testimony from students on their high school experience, including but not limited to concerns, issues, and challenges they face in attending public high school. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Dr. Kaiza Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Maquita Noor Hassan, Concerned Parent. St. Croix Central High School Student Council and other invited students. St. Croix Educational Complex High School Student Council and other invited students. And the John H. Woodson Junior High School invited students. And in Block 3, the committee will receive testimony from the United Steelworkers on the ongoing issues that they are experiencing with the government of the Virgin Islands, specifically the Office of Collective Bargaining and the commissioners of the various government agencies. Invited testifier, Daniel Flippo, District 9 Director, United Steelworkers. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Marvin Blyden. He's a non-committee member. Thank you for being with us. I would like to first ask the testifiers in this block to speak clearly and put your name and title or position on the record. And I don't think we have any testifiers joining us virtually, correct? Or do you?
No, they'll be in the St. Thomas chamber.
Just in St. Thomas. Okay, so after the St. Croix testifiers introduce themselves, then I'd like the St. Thomas testifiers to introduce themselves. So we'll start here on St. Croix from my left, your right.
Good morning, Michael Carty, Chairman of the VI Workforce Development Board.
Good morning, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good morning, Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good morning, Dr. Suzanne Darrell McGrath, Director of UVI Cell, the Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning, Joanne Allen Murphy, Chairperson of the VICTE Board.
Thank you, St. Thomas.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Career Technical and Adult Education, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good morning, Jenny Hawks, Executive Director of My Brother's Workshop.
Good morning, Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good morning, Shaneka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship, VI Department of Labor.
Good morning, Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Thank you. We're going to come back to St. Croix. I made two people senators here today. Go right ahead, introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Alfonso Rodriguez, Senior Entrepreneurship Manager at the RT Park.
Good morning, Shania Hanley, Program Coordinator for the Vista Plus program at the RT Park.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I actually had a line this morning to express my thanks to Commissioner Gary Malloy for his concise testimony. But I now want to really express my thanks to you and your staff for being here under these trying circumstances. I really, truly appreciate it, and my heart goes out to you and your department. But I did want to thank you for following instructions because as the chair of this committee and as a member of other committees, I've noticed that testifiers, especially commissioners and directors, have a tendency to just send us 50 pages, and then we read 50 pages to the public, and then there's very little time for my colleagues to ask questions, and the role of the legislature is oversight. So we have to ask those questions. But you know, I wanted to say to you, and I'll say that you are truly a leader because you not only know how to give instructions, but you know how to follow, right? So I just giving you a little levity because I know your heart is heavy this morning. So I'll ask you to begin with your testimony since you're here now. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chairperson of the Committee on Education, Workforce Development. honorable members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen, listening, viewing, and virtual audiences, I am Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I am here today with Attorney Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel in the St. Croix Chambers. In the St. Thomas Chambers, I have Assistant Commissioner Jean Ford, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship, Ms. Shenika Sebastian, Director of Workforce Development Services, Ms. Charlene Hodge. And I just want to thank you for inviting us to provide testimony on Vital's role in the workforce development system in the Virgin Islands, specifically the workforce development programs and services available to help people find, prepare for, and maintain employment. Under workforce development, the Virgin Islands State Workforce Development Board determines the target industries in the territory. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor builds the territory's pipeline through workforce development programs that focus on targeted industries funded through a combination of local and federal funds. Workforce development continues to build stronger and better relationships with employers throughout the territory, recognizing that employers drive the workforce. To clarify the roles of the Workforce Development Board, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, Equus Workforce Solutions, America's Job Center, and the one-stop services from our partners, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, WIOA, of 2014, federal legislation, reinforced the role of local workforce boards in workforce development, and stressed the importance of cooperation among stakeholders in the workforce development system. WIOA, or the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, also played a significant focus on industry-led partnerships and sector-specific approaches to ensure that training programs aligned with employer needs. The Act is structured in 5 titles, which define and authorize employment services. Title 1, Workforce Development Activities. This section authorizes workforce development boards to fund, supervise, and hold select providers accountable for offering skills, training, and support services to the unemployed and the underemployed. Title 2, Adult Education and Literacy. This title permits services for adults seeking basic education and those transitioning to post-secondary education after completing their secondary education. Title 3, amendments to the Wagner-Pfizer Act. This section integrates the United States Employment Services, or ES, into the one-stop career center across the nation. Title 4 amends the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. It ensures that individuals with disabilities can access vocational rehabilitation services within the one-stop career centers. And Title 5, General Provisions. This title defines the transitional changes from WIA, which is the Workforce Investment Act, to WIOA, providing an overarching framework for the entire act. The workforce development system is under the umbrella of the U.S. Virgin Islands America's Job Center, which includes the one-stop operator, Equus, contracted by the Workforce Development Board and housed in the Virgin Islands Department of Labor on St. Croix and in St. Thomas, with 2 specific responsibilities. The first is to project manage the adult and dislocated worker WIOA funding and program offerings, and the second is to coordinate the activities of other partners within the AJC, or the America's Job Center, to create the one-stop process for our WIOA eligible customers. Therefore, when customers visit the Virgin Islands Department of Labor office, they will initially interact with a staff member from the Employment Services of Vital. After further assessment and determining their individual need, the customer will then either remain in Employment Services or be referred to Youth Services, EQUIS for adult or dislocated worker program, or one-stop services from our other partners. The U.S. Virgin Islands AJC partners include the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands Vocational Rehabilitation Center, the Virgin Islands Department of Veterans Affairs, and EQUIS Workforce Solutions. Our other partners are the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, State Workforce Development Board, the Virgin Islands State Apprenticeship Council, ICF, Workforce 180, and the Virgin Islands STEM Achieve, or Vista Plus, through the University of the Virgin Islands RT Research and Technology Park. I want to note that Vital is currently encountering challenges in its ongoing collaboration with the RT Park, particularly concerning the Vista Plus program. We are actively working to address issues related to access, marketing, and deliverables with the goal of improving the database for the EDC beneficiaries targeting Virgin Islanders living abroad. Over the past 2 years, the Skills for the Day program has emerged as a vital resource for Virgin Islands residents. By delivering essential training and certifications, the program has empowered individuals to play a critical role in our territory's recovery, development, and transformation. Beyond basic construction skills, the program has offered opportunities for participants to specialize in areas such as welding, plumbing, electrical work, and supervisory positions, earning NCCR certifications and OSHA 10 certification. This has significantly bolstered their qualifications, enhancing their prospects for success. The program's impact is evident in the overwhelming response it received, with 1,378 applications. Of these, 961 individuals actively engaged in the program, showcasing their commitment to personal growth and contributing positively to the territory. Highlighting its effectiveness, over 70% of the participants successfully completed the rigorous construction skills and core program. This high completion rate underscores both the program's efficacy and the dedication of its participants. In summary, the Skills for Today narrative stands out as a pivotal program in the Virgin Islands, providing essential training certification opportunities for individuals to actively contribute to the recovery, redevelopment, and transformation of the territory. Just to give you an idea of the charts, the construction training cohort completers, we had 541 completers, construction course certification, 302, supervisory curriculum, 33, welding, 62, electrical, 86, plumbing, 51, pipe fitting, 7. In the customized training cohort, the completers, we had 184 completers, primarily in healthcare, IT, information technology, hospitality and hotel, and restaurant, welding, construction. On the on-the-job training completers, we had 107 completers with individuals completing hospitality, hotel and restaurant, construction, maritime industry, and we had today's satellite television, which was mostly in the IT field. The incumbent worker training completers, we had 126. These incumbent workers were individuals in the government agencies that completed their certification in project management, 73, grants management, 15, and data science, 38. Under registered apprenticeship program completers under the Skills for the Day program. We had 28, and they were construction with Islands Ceasefire LLC, Lavongo Island Holdings LLP, which was maritime, Peace of St. Croix, which was healthcare, Blessing Healthcare, which was also healthcare, St. Thomas Yacht Club, St. Thomas Sailing Center, which was maritime, the Tropical Treasure Hunt Company LLC, which was hotel and hospitality, hotel and restaurant. According to the labor market information found in the Virgin Islands Electronic Workforce System, which is our VIEW system, over the past 12 months, the leading 11 occupations for both employers and job seekers encompass roles such as waitresses, customer service representatives, maids, housekeeping, cleaners, construction laborers, bartenders, retail salespersons, hotel, motel, resort, desk clerks, accountants, auditors, janitors, stash cleaners, excluding maids and housekeeping cleaners, carpenters, and security guards. The chart below provides a detailed breakdown of the top 5 occupations for both employers and job seekers categories. So under occupations for the employers, there were 169 job postings for waiters and waitresses, 80 job postings for customer service representatives, 74 job postings for maids and housekeeping cleaners, 69 job postings for construction laborers, 65 job postings for food preparation workers, and the actual job seekers that are available that applied for jobs are 42 in the area of customer service representatives, another 42 in office clerks, 28 in labor construction, 27 in laborers, freight, stock, and material movers, 27 in labor, freight, stock, and material movers, 25 in secretaries and administrative assistants, not including legal, medical, and executive. Under the Workforce Services Youth section, the Youth and Apprenticeship Division is dedicated to designing and maintaining workforce development initiatives for individuals aged 14 to 25. Within this framework, the youth team conducts in-house academic and career assessments to tailor services and activities to each individual's needs. They create individual employment plans or service strategies, make referrals to service providers, and offer a range of youth services, including job preparation skills, resume building, and both paid and unpaid work experiences. The division offers various programs such as occupational skills training, the Work, Learn, and Earn program, that's for ages 17 to 24, out of school youth, which is year-round, the Summer Youth Work Experience program for ages 14 to 25, the Labor Investing for Tomorrow's program, internship program or a LIFT program, and the Jobs for America's Graduates Virgin Islands program, which collaborates with the Virgin Islands Department of Education. These programs target different segments of the population, including current high school students, out-of-school youth, current college students, graduate students, and recent graduates. Annually, the youth team serves over 700 youth by leveraging both federal and local funding, with the number of participants being determined by the availability of funds. Registered Apprenticeship Program. This week, November 13th to the 19th, 2023, marks National Apprenticeship Week, a nationwide celebration spotlighting the achievements and significance of registered apprenticeships in economic revitalization. Registered apprenticeships operate as a work-based learning model combining supervised on-the-job training with job-related education, all while apprentices earn a progressively increasing wage. Designed for long-term employment, these programs serve as proven training strategies for recruiting, training, and retraining top-tier talent with a history spanning decades across various industries. All registered programs adhere to industry occupation standards, ensuring authenticity and consistency, ultimately leading to a nationally recognized certificate. The duration of a registered apprenticeship program varies from 1 to 5 years, contingent on the occupation training requirements. Functioning as a state apprenticeship agency, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor contributes to program development by registering those that meet federal and state requirements or standards. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor also actively promotes the creation of new programs through marketing and technical assistance, providing ongoing support to sponsors throughout the program life cycle, and ensures that all programs maintain high quality training standards. The registered apprenticeship, the current registered apprenticeship programs in the chart shows that we have certified massage therapists, that's territorial. We have a pipe fitter, which is construction, which is also territorial. Medical assistant patient care coordinator on St. Croix. Certified nursing assistant dementia specialty is St. Croix. Life safety coordinator, St. Croix. Certified nursing assistant restorative specialty, St. Croix. Surgical technologist, St. Croix. Recreational assistant, territory. Able seaman water sports, St. Thomas. Cybersecurity support technician, territorial. Construction craft laborer, St. Croix. Cook, territorial. Marine service technician, territorial. And boat builder, territorial. As I conclude, it is crucial to highlight the proactive initiatives undertaken by the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. As we chart our course and solidify our commitment to a compelling vision and mission, the vision encapsulated in the acronym PIE, P-I-E, Protect, Improve, Employ, aims to enhance the entire United States Virgin Islands labor force. The mission involves administering effective programs to develop, protect, and sustain a robust workforce. Guided by our core values of customer satisfaction, integrity, openness, and accountability, we call it COA, the department aspires to cultivate a superior working environment. These values emphasize treating customers well, upholding integrity even in the absence of oversight, fostering openness to truth and trust, and taking ownership of responsibilities and mistakes. In alignment with Governor Bryan's mandate to increase efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor has undertaken various activities, including quantitative and qualitative analyses, discusses with department leaders, and efforts to fill vacancies, particularly federally funded positions. Individual performance evaluations are conducted to inform promotions with a preference on internal promotions. Looking ahead to 2024, the department plans to digitize and partially automate the unemployment unit, enhancing accuracy and efficiency through an employer portal, enhancing digitization. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor has implemented a digitized service called Ventive and is exploring the merger of the Workers' Compensation Unit with the Government Insurance Fund in the Department of Finance. To address community needs, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's workforce unit will strategically focus on sector training, particularly in the transportation and agriculture sectors, maximizing available funding to meet community needs. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is dedicated to applying the workforce development policies established by the Workforce Development Board across all sectors and industries. Our commitment is evident through the various programs and services offered at our offices in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I would like to thank the Brian Roach administration. I would really like to thank the vital staff as we go through a real difficult time as we lost an employee, a former employee, through childbirth today. So I really want to thank the staff. So the St. Croix office is closed today, and all operations have been transferred to the St. Thomas district. And I would like to really thank express the gratitude to the members of this committee on education and workforce development for allowing us to testify about the program services available to all Virgin Islanders. This concludes my testimony, and my staff and I are ready to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. And so the St. Croix offices are closed today.
Yes.
Labor, and of course we understand. All of us in the Virgin Islands should understand under those circumstances why there's a need for your employees to receive counseling. And I know you've reached out, you said, to the Department of Health?
Yes, the Department of Health is on premises right now working with the St. Croix staff.
Right, and thank you again for coming under these circumstances. We will now go, sure, Senator Johnson, personal privilege.
Good morning, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in this serious times that we're in Department of Labor, I really would like for us to take a moment of silence for this individual. Let's just stand in a moment of silence. This person is someone that was on duty working, and you know, when an agency, anybody lost a loved one, which is your family member, we should give that respect, and let's stand a moment of silence, please.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for that. Thank you.
If I may, her name, Sabrina Jones.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Johnson. I appreciate that move. Definitely. I appreciate it. I also want to say that the 35th Legislature's prayers and thoughts are with her family and, of course, the family at the Department of Health, and may her memories be a blessing. May her memory be a blessing. We'll now have Mr. Michael Carty, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board.
Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Maurice James, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Michael Carty, Chairman of the VI Workforce Development Board. Here with me today is the Executive Director, Sonia Boyce. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information on the VI Workforce Development Board's role in the workforce development system in the Virgin Islands, specifically addressing workforce development programs and the services that are provided to help people find, prepare for, and maintain employment. The VI Workforce Development Board is a policy-making entity charged with strengthening the workforce development system by collaboratively building strong partnerships with secondary and post-secondary education, economic development, and the public and private sectors to align and improve economic growth in the Virgin Islands. The Workforce Board leads the effort of employer engagement, conducts program oversight of local adult, dislocated worker, and youth workforce activities. In addition, the board identifies eligible training providers for adult and dislocated workers, negotiates and works to establish local performance and accountability measures. We seek to empower the community through education and training, ensuring that every individual can develop skills that lead to meaningful employment. Our eligible training provider program is a critical component of our service delivery system. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board's eligible training provider list identifies training providers who qualify to receive Workforce Innovative and Opportunity Act WIOA funds to train adults, dislocated workers, and out-of-school youth in high-demand career sectors. The Virgin Islands ETPL, the eligible training provider list, and related eligible procedures ensure accountability, quality, and labor market relevance of programs of training services that receive funds through WIOA. WIOA outlines the responsibilities of the governor and state agency in creating and maintaining a list of training providers. We currently have 18 board-approved eligible training providers, which is included in attachment 1 of my testimony. The ETP program provides access to training services that are directly linked to occupations in demand within the Virgin Islands. It includes a wide array of providers who offer comprehensive programs that meet the needs of our diverse workforce. Earlier this year, the board approved WIOA eligible training providers list policy WIOA 410-23 to establish general guidance on the provision of training service providers under the WIOA Act. The board has also partnered with Metrics Learning to provide career pathway exploration tools, skills assessments, skills gap analysis, and remediation courses free to all Virgin Islanders. 17 states and the Virgin Islands are currently using Metrics Learning to help their workforce populations update their skills and improve employment prospects. Job seekers can successfully use Metrics Learning to update their job skills to gain employment. Populations that can be solved include the unemployed, youth, those in the public assistance, re-entry, underemployed, and local businesses. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board offers a spectrum of training programs. They range from healthcare to information technology, from skilled trades to customer service, and we have designed these programs to respond directly to the needs of our community and the gaps in our local labor market. Our goal is to achieve substantial increase in the program completion rates over the next few months, with a significant percentage of graduates gaining employment within 3 months of completion. By aligning training programs with the needs of the local businesses, we will address critical employment gaps. This will bolster local businesses by providing them with skilled workers and stimulate our economy by increasing the earning potential of our residents. The Americans Job Center, the one-stop operator or AJC, funded by the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board and housed at the Department of Labor, plays a critical role in bringing together a multitude of workforce services in a single location, serving both job seekers and employers. It provides a broad range of services such as job search, placement assistance, skills assessment, and career counseling. Partnerships with our WIOA core partners are aimed at aligning our training programs with post-secondary education opportunities and employer needs. This collaborative effort ensures that our trainees have a clear pathway to high-demand occupations and that our local employers have access to well-trained, educated workforce members. Let me take this moment to share with you a summary of the latest measurable skills gains for the adult and dislocated worker programs. These are performance outcomes from the employment and earnings-related measures for adults and dislocated workers, comparing these against set goals of the National Preparedness Goals. Improvements, adult measurable skills. There's a substantial improvement from the National Preparedness Goal of 63%, improved now to 80.1% in the first run, although it slightly decreased in the second run to 79.7%. Dislocated worker measurable skills. An even more significant improvement is seen here, with a first run performance of 87.5%, well above the NPG average of 61.5%, and a slightly lower run in the second run of 82.4%. Dislocated worker median earnings. The earnings have substantially exceeded the NPG of 6,300, reaching 8,641, which suggests successful outcomes in improving earnings for dislocated workers. In summary, the program is successfully exceeding targets in skills gains and improving earnings for dislocated workers, which are positive indicators of the program's impact. The programs offered by the Workforce Development Board are more than just a training. They are pathways to prosperity for individuals and the community at large. The board is committed to working collaboratively with the 35th Legislature, and we seek your support and assistance to expand these vital programs, not only maintain, but accelerate the growth of success. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, thank you for the support you give workforce development in our community, and we look forward to the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carty. We will now go to Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Career, Technical, and Adult Education.
Good morning. Good morning, Committee Chairwoman Senator Marie C. James, Vice Chair Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, and additional members of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the VI Department of Education's State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education's role in the workforce development system in the Virgin Islands, specifically addressing workforce development programs and the services provided to help people find, prepare for, and maintain employment. My name is Dr. Monique M. Faulkner, the State Director of Career, Technical, and Adult Education for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education is responsible for the oversight of career and technical education in the Virgin Islands, as well as for the oversight of all adult literacy programs in the territory funded under the Adult Education Family Literacy Act. Programs under the State Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education, acronym SOCTE, all play integral roles in workforce development. The more pertinent of those programs are the Caldy Perkin Grant Program, the Adult Education Family and Literacy Act Grant Program, the Congressional Award, GED Services for the Territory, and the State Director also serves as the NCCR sponsor for the VI Department of Education. Career and technical education is the core of workforce development. It drives the skilling and upskilling of the workforce, reduces recidivism, enables economic self-sufficiency for disenfranchised adults, which ultimately reduces crime, attracts business and industry, and creates strong economic, career, and technical education in the territory. Makes the USVI's workforce competitive among Caribbean islands and able to strengthen the nation's workforce globally competitive edge. Under SOCTE, we have CTE programs at the secondary and post-secondary or adult levels. Currently, we are working diligently on the CTE restructuring, which introduces CTE from kindergarten through middle school as exploratory, and at the secondary and post-secondary levels as programs that are stackable. The secondary or post-secondary adult restructuring will allow students to transfer seamlessly from secondary to post-secondary technical training, and from post-secondary technical training programs into the university system. At the post-secondary level, this will allow adults to stop out with a technical certificate and enter the workforce and return for higher level credentialing without penalty, because we realize life happens and we support the whole student, personal, professional, and academic growth. A requirement for program completion and certification at the state and national levels are internships, of which roughly 70% culminate in placement from the VI Department of Education through our adult post-secondary programs. Our programs are a part of the VI Workforce Board's eligible provider listing, and we share mutual relationships for reskilling or upskilling of current employees and for placement of future employees or development of an in-demand training program with the public and private sector businesses and other government agencies. Currently, offerings for the adults at the Raffaello Whitley Skills Center are plumbing, hair braiding, NCCR Electrical 1, emergency medical technician, medical admin assistant. We also have carpentry. We have estheticians. We have HVAC, massage therapist, cosmetology, phlebotomy, certified medical assistant, nail technology, certified nursing assistants, licensed practical nurse, culinary arts. We have computer applications and patient care technicians. Programs slated for the Raffaello Whitley Skill Center in January are Electric Vehicle Certification Program and HVAC 2 and 3. Dental hygienist is not in the testimony, but that is also a program that we are looking at bringing on in January. Current offerings at CTEC Post-Secondary Adult in the St. Croix District are Child Development Associate, NCCR Core, NCCR Electrical 1, NCCR Electrical 2, and phlebotomy. Programs slated for CTEC in January to come on board are HVAC, LPN, Licensed Practical Nurse, Electric Vehicle Certification, Emergency Medical Technician, and Electrical 3 and 4. Thank you once again for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I am available to address all questions or concerns at your convenience.
Thank you, Dr. Faulkner. We will now have Ms. Joanne Murphy, Chairwoman, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board.
Thank you, Chairman, the Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, and members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I express my deep appreciation for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board regarding our pivotal role in the Virgin Islands workforce development system. Our steadfast commitment to quality and inclusivity underpins our contributions to the workforce development system. We have meticulously addressed the key elements of our mission and outlined proposals crucial for the future of CTE programs in the Virgin Islands. Cooperation and certification. The foundation of our work rests on close collaboration with the Department of Education, specifically the State Office of Career and Technical and Adult Education, SATE. This collaboration ensures the proper administration of Federal Acts Perkins, thereby guaranteeing the quality of education in the Virgin Islands. High school career readiness. Our dedicated focus on career readiness in grades 9 through 12 is central to preparing our students for the workforce. By providing pathways to vocational careers, we equip our youth with the skills they need to succeed. The board actively researches and supports the DOE in finding sustainable programs. Communication with DOE and VIBE. Maintaining an open door policy is one of our fundamental principles. We foster transparent and collaborative relationships with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Our partnership extends to organizing town hall meetings, utilizing radio and TV platforms to educate the community, and fulfilling Perkins mandates. These efforts ensure that our CTE programs align with national standards, offering our students the best possible education. Support for the CTE academic alignment. Our commitment to academic excellence is evident in our support for aligning CTE courses with academic requirements. For instance, we advocate for science credits to be transferable in courses such as baking. The successful completion of our NAF tourism program provides college credit at the University of the Virgin Islands. We aspire to expand these alignments, enriching our students' education and facilitating their exploration of diverse career pathways. Comprehensive program components. The board stipulates that our CTE programs are carefully designed to include classroom instruction, mentorship, and national certification components. This multifaceted approach ensures that our students are both college and career ready upon program completion. Ensuring accessibility. Working closely with the Board of Education, we strive to eliminate barriers preventing students from pursuing CTE pathways, ensuring inclusivity in our programs. Our investment in Meta, goggles, and financing software for career exploration have been distributed to instructors in both districts. While we take pride in our achievements, we acknowledge the looming proposals to address the future needs of CTE in the Virgin Islands. Lena Schotebrand Fund. Our recent advocacy for the creation of a $250,000 fund serves a multifaceted purpose. The proposed Lena Schotebrand Fund would address emergencies that could disrupt the continuity of CTE programs, pilot the Journeyman Instructor Program, allowing us to hire part-time journeyman professionals at $30 per hour, up to 9 hours per week in hard-to-fill CTE fields, and strengthening CTSO development. CTE emergency. An example of such an emergency is when our office was contacted just weeks ago to fund emergency repairs for refrigeration at Keene High School. We were the apparent last resort, and the repair was urgent to preserve hundreds of dollars in supplies previously purchased. The Journeyman Pilot Program. The ongoing instructor shortage is a pressing concern, and we propose the creation of a pilot program for journeyman training to address this challenge. This would entail hiring instructors, again at $30 an hour, up to 9 hours per week, to provide expert training in fields including the construction trades, diesel mechanics, heavy equipment operation, architecture, etc. These positions are not being filled by full-time instructors and frankly cannot be filled due to low salaries. This fund is vital to explore this possibility outside of the usual DOE HR requirements. CTSO development. Career and technical student organizations are essential components of CTE programs, offering students valuable experience and skills. The proposed Schotebrand Fund would also support the development and enhancement of CTSOs, ensuring that they thrive and students can attend national conferences and competitions, which are crucial to such development. Without adequate and transparent local CT financing, we foresee the risk of CT education shifting further into the private sector, eventually being absorbed from public education, leaving most of our students ill-prepared for a successful career after high school. We firmly believe that investing in CTE is an investment in our students' future in the workforce of the Virgin Islands. In the past, the Senate allocated $30,000 per high school to support OJT, on-the-job training, and summer programs. Gone today. OJT for our high school student programs of study, which was the norm 10 years ago, has been removed from most of our programs of study due to lack of funding. We implore this chair and all our senators to consider funding the Lena Schotebrand proposal and reinvesting in OJT for our high school students. These vital proposals will strengthen both CTE and workforce development. Furthermore, we persist in advocating for the establishment of a separate pillar within the Department of Education dedicated to CTE. The complexity of CT education necessitates a unique approach and dedicated resources. We draw a parallel to the scenario of a shoemaker needing to send roller skate boots to a specialized mechanic division. Academia, in its current form, is not equipped to handle the intricacies of CTE. Therefore, we emphasize the need for a separate pillar within DOE, housing the State Office of Adult and CTE, district CTE coordinators, and all CTE-related tasks, including curriculum development and maintenance. In conclusion, we sincerely appreciate your support for the VI CTE Board's ongoing efforts to enhance the workforce development system in the Virgin Islands. We firmly believe that the proposed fund and the establishment of a separate CTE pillar within DOE are vital steps in ensuring the success and sustainability of our CTE programs. We are dedicated to the betterment of education and workforce development in our community. Thank you for your time, dedication, and unwavering support. Sincerely, Joe Murphy, Chairman of the CTE Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Your testimony was very interesting. It always is. And a lot to explore in that short 3 pages that you just provided. So you're going to be getting some questions from me for sure. I am going to move on to Dr. Suzanne Darrow McGrath, Director of UVI Cell. Go ahead.
Good day, Honorable Chair Maurice C. James, Esquire, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 35th Legislature, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Suzanne Darrow McGrath, and I am the Director of the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, UVI Cell. I appreciate the opportunity to share information on UVI's role in the VI workforce development system, including the workforce development programs and services we provide to help people find, prepare for, and maintain employment, given the serious shortage of skilled workers and family wage jobs in the territory. UVI Cell was established through a legislative appropriation to UVI in 2002 to meet the workforce and professional development training needs critical to the economic prosperity of the Virgin Islands. With facilities and staff on both UVI campuses, UVI Cell is committed to supporting the intellectual and professional development and transformation of students and the workforce in the Virgin Islands, wider Caribbean, and world as part of the university's mission, and to serve as the premier institute for personal enrichment and consultancy locally and globally through innovative leadership and collaborative partnerships. UVI Cell is accredited through the International Accreditors for Continuing Education and Training, or IACET. UVI Cell uses a comprehensive, collaborative process to establish annual goals and report outcomes, ensuring alignment with the university's strategic priorities across our 3 service lines: workforce development, community engagement, and business development services. Our goals are based on our core mission, the needs of our students and customers, industry trends, and the evolving continuing and higher education landscape. UVI Cell serves a diverse range of customers, including our local workforce, members of the USVI workforce seeking professional development and workforce training programs, including incumbent workers, youth, and adults. Community members, individuals who engage with community outreach initiatives and take part in training programs, events, and services. Government agencies, community organizations, and local businesses, through development of strategic plans and engagements aimed at enhancing the workforce, driving operational improvement, and fostering economic development. And university partners, collaborating with various university departments for goal alignment and program integration. There are 10 full-time Cell staff members between the 2 UVI campuses, along with 4 student workers and 10 to 20 part-time adjunct faculty and contracted team members given program needs. On the Orville E. Ken campus on St. Thomas, we are located in Faculty East, where our offices and assessment center are located, and our aviation and culinary arts program and UVI Cell restaurant, Wild Sage, are located in the UVI 13D Research and Strategy Innovation Center. On the St. Croix Albert A. Sheen campus, UVI Cell offices are located in rooms BB 101 and BB 103, and our aviation program and assessment center are located in the Innovation Center in the library. We are working in partnership with the VI Department of Education to establish a St. John location for our adult education programs. UVI Cell maintains an online email marketing system and Facebook and Instagram pages to share updates with over 6,600 subscribers. The community can subscribe to updates by visiting cell.uvi.edu and can obtain program information by emailing cell@uvi.edu. On St. Croix, they can call 340-692-4230, and on St. Thomas, 340-693-1100. UVI Cell strives to be revenue generating and self-sustaining, and we have grown exponentially over the past 4 years, with annual operating revenue, federal grants, local contracts, and donations totaling approximately $2.7 million. In fiscal year 23, we served over 2,200 customers with a wide array of in-person and online programs and services, including VI Department of Labor, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA programs in demand areas, including Renewable Energy Specialist, Administrative Assistant, Clinical Medical Assistant, Child Care Worker, Culinary Arts Program, and Penn Foster High School. Through the Skills for Today program, we provided workforce readiness and career navigation services to program participants and a custom line cook program, and offered grant management, project management, and data science courses for incumbent workers responsible for community development block grant disaster recovery grants. The VI Department of Education, WIOA Adult Education and Family Literacy Act grant program, where we've partnered with the VIDE to expand and offer adult basic education, GED, ESL, and citizenship programs. We also offer a VI History and Culture course for local educators to meet certification requirements and online certification coursework for VI career and technical education instructors as approved through the VI Board for Career and Technical Education. American Culinary Federation Certified Fundamentals Cook and Pastry Cook program through our student-run restaurant Wild Sage on St. Thomas, and our Diageo-sponsored Learning Skills for Life bartending program on both campuses. Our culinary program on St. Croix will launch in the new year. We also partner with the VI Professional Charter Association to support customer service training for the Marine Apprenticeship Program. The EDA University Center, where we are sub-grantees to the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez, where we offer entrepreneurship courses, one-on-one mentoring, and small business support, including a custom veterans entrepreneurship course. We partner with the SBDC, the UVI RT Park, and VI SCORE. All VI veterans are eligible for free tuition for all UVI Cell courses through the Veterans Affairs Office. The VI EDA office often refers potential EDC beneficiary participants to UVI Cell for connection with the university on continuing education, grant partnerships, and workforce development opportunities. Bureau of Corrections in-facility and reentry education programs, including high school, career and technical education programs, entrepreneurship, parenting, cognitive behavioral programs, workforce preparation, and employment assistance programs. UVI Cell supports monthly public reentry action group and reentry housing work group committee meetings. We actively work with law enforcement partners to support public safety and the rehabilitation of those impacted by the criminal justice system. The FAA High School Aviation Grant Program Coral Wings for certified private pilot and certified commercial drone pilots, including FAA testing and quarterly Caribbean Aeronautical Advisory Group meetings for aviation stakeholders. The VI Division of Personnel Certified Public Manager Program. The VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services Emergency Medical Responder and Emergency Medical Technician EMT programs. I would like to say rest in peace to Director Darrell George. The Empower You Youth Summit, formerly Man Up, including panel discussions and breakout sessions to prepare youth for post-secondary education and workforce transitions, and in support of mental health awareness and social well-being. Assessment services, including the UVI entrance exam, Prometric, PSI, PAN, TEAS and criterion testing, and other certification exams, including VI licensure exams in partnership with the VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We also have thousands of self-paced online courses, professional development, and certification programs available through our Cell student platform. The following programs will launch in the new year. The Surveyor Technician Certificate Program in collaboration with St. Petersburg College in Florida, and the Certified Residential Appraiser Program, sponsored by the VI Legislature. The Cannabis Commerce Course, providing a foundational understanding of the industry and the soon-to-be-approved VI Office of Cannabis Regulations rules, supporting equity efforts to ensure VI locals lead in the cannabis industry, delivered in partnership with Oaksterdam University. VI Department of Public Works, incumbent worker training and disadvantaged business enterprise, business development and entrepreneurship training. The Taxi and Tour Certificate Program, in collaboration with the VI Taxi Cab Commission and the VI Department of Tourism. and the VI Department of Health Community Health Worker Certificate Program, Train the Trainer, and Apprenticeship Program. As the director of UVI Cell, my role is required on the VI Board for Career and Technical Education, where I serve as secretary. I was also appointed by Governor Bryan in 2021 to serve as the chair of the VI State Apprenticeship Council, and the chair's role is a required position on the VI Workforce Board. These positions support program alignment across the education and workforce development spectrum. In the new year, UVI Cell looks forward to further integrating our programs into an innovative UVI model that embraces all students through establishing dual enrollment programs with local high schools, enhancing employment partnerships and career services, applying for UVI credit for Cell programs, pursuing ability to benefit Pell Grant funding, and technology platform upgrades to merge Cell student data, transcripts, and programs with the for-credit academic side of the university. These steps will allow for UVI's growth in a greater number of relevant, in-demand industry programs, support UVI enrollment goals, and ensure for an inclusive and welcoming campus for our diverse community members. Chair James, this concludes my testimony. Thank you for the invitation to provide information on UVI Cell's role in the VI workforce development system. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Magress. We will now hear from Mr. Alfonso Rodriguez, Senior Entrepreneurship Manager at UVI RT Park.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senator Maurice James, Chairwoman, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other senators present, and obviously our viewing audience. My name is Alfonso Rodriguez, and I am the Senior Entrepreneurship Manager at the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, short RT Park. I am joined by Shania Hanley, my colleague who is the Vista Plus Program Coordinator. I am honored to be here today to offer testimony on the RT Park's effort on workforce development, specifically the RT Park's Virgin Islands STEM Talent Archive Program's 2023 achievements to date, our emerging 2024 programmatic priorities, and the barriers that we have collected through our contact with Virgin Islanders locally and abroad. I am pleased to say that now in our 21st year of operation, the RT Park stands as a self-independent and self-sufficient economic development corporation, a product of the VI legislature's vision to fortify and diversify the economy of the Virgin Islands. Tasked with leveraging the region's competitive strengths, our mission is to transform the Virgin Islands into a pivotal hub for technology and agriculture-focused economic development. In May of 2022, a significant milestone was achieved as the RT Park formalized a collaborative memorandum of agreement with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. This strategic partnership aims to aid the VI government in recruiting Virgin Islanders residing abroad, encouraging them to return and contribute their expertise in STEM and various other fields. We extend our gratitude to the VI Department of Labor for its pivotal role in advancing our workforce development initiatives. As the Vista Plus coordinator, Ms. Hanley has implemented strategic initiatives and fostered collaborative relationship with key stakeholders in the community. One key initiative is the Come Home USVI marketing campaign, which was designed to attract skilled professionals back to the Virgin Islands. In November 2022, we began this campaign with a prominently displayed advertisement in the Henry E. Rolson Airport. This ad serves as a powerful beacon that symbolizes a collective call for the diaspora to return and reconnect with the rich cultural heritage and opportunities awaiting them in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Its strategic placement amplifies its impact, creating a lasting impression and sparking a sense of belonging and pride among both locals and those considering to return home to the USVI. At the heart of the Come Home USVI marketing campaign is a Connect and Collaborate networking series. As an integral part of our campaign, Connect and Collaborate is more than a networking event. It is a platform designed to cultivate a sense of belonging, inspire collaboration, and unveil the possibilities awaiting those considering a return to the USVI workforce. To date, we have concluded 3 events with cohorts established in Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C., and Houston, Texas, with a total of 236 candidates. As a bonus, attendees registered on the Vista Plus platform are entered into a Come Home USVI raffle. The Connect and Collaborate event within the Come Home USVI marketing campaign serves as a crucial bridge that helps us facilitate open and honest conversations about returning back to the U.S. Virgin Islands. By addressing attendees' questions from affordable housing to the cost of energy, we aim to provide a realistic and transparent perspective on the relocation process. Our committing to meeting them where they are has resonated deeply with attendees, fostering a sense of understanding and a shared journey to a renewed connection with the Virgin Islands. These events have become a platform for diverse and accomplished Virgin Islanders to share their experiences and insights, transforming them into valuable resources for the local workforce. Through these meaningful interactions, we are not just sparking conversations, but building a network of support that empowers individuals to envision a return home with confidence and enthusiasm. Locally, the Vista Plus team has begun a process of fostering community engagement and creating tangible opportunities for programmatic growth. To amplify our impact, we have significantly increased our local marketing presence through social media and major newspaper outlets, ensuring that our initiatives resonate widely to make a positive impact in the community. In October of 2022, Vista Plus hosted a virtual job and internship fair, which was held for students from both campuses of the UVI University. This event connected students with prospective employers and served as a catalyst for career exploration and professional development. During September of this year, Vista Plus collaborated with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the Virgin Islands Department of Personnel to host a joint career fair in St. Thomas and St. Croix. The joint job fair, organized in collaboration with the VI Department of Labor and Department of Personnel, is a commendable effort in consolidating resources for a more effective and comprehensive approach to workforce development and engagement. This initiative ensured that job seekers will have access to a diverse range of employment opportunities. Beyond recruitment efforts, the RT Park also launched the VI STEM Kids program several years ago. While today's presentation concentrates on the Vista Plus, the RT Park has a more expansive approach to talent development. VI STEM Kids is an initiative designed to provide inspiring STEM-based learning opportunities to school-age youth. We're exploring ways to expand this program and begin in earnest this process of beginning it to scale in the coming year. The goal of STEM Kids is to introduce basic coding concepts and STEM-based learning to participating students as a way of motivating them to pursue further STEM studies and future STEM careers. We've had considerable success thus far, and we've served approximately 200 students across all 3 major islands, including St. John, St. Thomas, St. Croix. The success of STEM Kids is made possible through partnerships forged with several exemplary local nonprofits. In this regard, we commend the efforts of the Boys and Girls Club of St. Thomas and St. John and the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls of the VI. Our commitment to student excellence is also expanded to sponsoring the Virgin Islands Department of Education's Celebration of Winners STEM Expo, which hosted several schools of all grade levels at our main headquarters at UVI. This highlights our dedication to educational advancement and support for the future workforce of the USVI. Furthermore, we endorse the Choice Basketball Summer League to actively promote physical well-being and underscore our dedication to community and youth development. Amid these triumphs, we recognize the challenges that persist in talent attraction to the USVI, and it is essential to address the barriers that impact the full realization of our goals. These internal factors pose as barriers to encouraging the Virgin Islands diaspora to return to their roots. While Vista Plus has demonstrated commendable efforts in creating opportunities, it is essential to recognize and address specific challenges that hinder the effective return of skilled individuals. The high cost and reliability of energy on the Virgin Islands stands out as a significant barrier to attracting diaspora back to the territory. The financial imposed by utility expenses, coupled with the concerns about the reliability of these essential services, create a challenging environment for those considering a return. This is a barrier for those not just seeking a return home for workforce opportunities, but also for those who seek to relocate businesses and other community impacting opportunities. It is imperative that the committee collaborates with relevant stakeholders to explore sustainable solutions that can alleviate the economic strain and enhance the reliability of these vital utilities. Access to quality healthcare is a fundamental consideration for individuals contemplating a return to the Virgin Islands. The availability of comprehensive healthcare services, coupled with affordability and reliability, plays a pivotal role in the decision-making process, addressing gaps in the healthcare infrastructure and ensuring the accessibility of medical facilities contribute to making the Virgin Islands a more attractive destination for potential returnees. Another critical factor influencing the decision of the diaspora to return is the availability of high-level job opportunities within the territory. Fostering an environment that encourages the establishment and growth of industries that require specialized skills will not only attract returning talent, but also contribute to the overall economic development of the VI. The current challenges facing the Virgin Islands public school system stands as a formidable barrier for individuals contemplating a return to the territory. Concerns surrounding the stability and effectiveness of the educational environment can deter professionals with families as they prioritize the well-rounded development and future of their children. Addressing these systemic issues is crucial to removing a significant hurdle for those considering returning to the Virgin Islands. While acknowledging the barriers that Virgin Islanders abroad carefully weigh when contemplating a return to the Virgin Islands, it is essential to pivot towards the future with optimism. As we look ahead, our collaborative efforts are geared towards not only recognizing these barriers, but also implementing innovative solutions that will enhance the overall appeal and viability of returning home to the Virgin Islands. The future trajectory of the RT Park and the Vista Plus program is firmly rooted in comprehensive workforce development. Beyond its role as an archive for skilled professionals, Vista Plus also operates as a talent retention program. Looking ahead, Vista Plus is dedicated to further enhancing its impact through strategic initiatives. With the use of our VI STEM Kids program and Vista Plus, we'll be committed to reaching school-aged children, igniting their interest in STEM fields, and fostering a pipeline for future local talent. Collaborative efforts with educational programs like the National Academic Foundation, University Bound, FBLA, and other community initiatives are integral to our mission. These partnerships aim to instill a sense of preparedness for the workforce, nurturing a generation that not only excels academically, but also sees a compelling future in contributing to the growth of the Virgin Islands. Encouraging students to pursue higher education at the University of Virgin Islands becomes a key facet of our strategy, fostering a connection that extends beyond graduation and envisions a thriving professional's journey back in our vibrant community. In our efforts to expand the Vista Plus program, we'll be actively pursuing grants and exploring new funding opportunities. We aim to offer enticing incentives to successful candidates returning to the Virgin Islands workforce, recognizing the pivotal role programs play in shaping the landscape of talent attraction. We understand that offering meaningful incentives is not just a strategic approach, but an essential catalyst for drawing in top-tier professionals. Incentive programs stands as a testament to our commitment to creating an environment that not only values the contributions of skilled individuals, but actively seeks to reward and retain their expertise, fostering a dynamic and competitive workflows. Before closing, I'd like to address some of the communication challenges that our partners at the DOL brought up. As an independent EDO, it is vital that we maintain and foster a positive relationship with Vital and all our public partners. But I want to be clear. The RT Park has gone above and beyond in providing our partners all the deliverables outlined in the MOA. It has been unfortunate, but our experience is that our communication is not properly responded to, or at times not responded to at all. I want to echo that this is a sentiment that not only applies to this situation, but applies to other in our ecosystem. Too many times I am told by young entrepreneurships or other nonprofit partners about their difficulties in trying to communicate with government entities or some of our anchor institutions. I will urge us that if we are committed to workforce development and the betterment of the Virgin Islands, that we address some of our communication barriers that would add other artificial barriers to the attraction of skill-based workers in the Virgin Islands. In conclusion, the initiatives undertaken by Vista Plus are aligned with the goals of workforce development in the Virgin Islands. The combination of virtual engagement, strategic marketing, networked events, and collaborative efforts with the government agencies reflects a holistic approach to building and thriving a sustainable workforce. I urge the committee to recognize and support these initiatives as it contributes significantly to the economic and social development of the Virgin Islands. I want to thank everyone for your time, and me and my colleague look forward to answering any and all of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Both you and Ms. Murphy threw me some curveballs there in your testimonies, but it's okay, you know, because we're here to hear everything, and that's fine. And also, really, as a legislature and as a committee, to help forge the relationships between all of us, because at the end of the day, it's our children and our people who we all serve. And I am happy to ask Ms. Jenny Hawks, Executive Director of My Brother's Workshop, to now provide her testimony, which I am looking forward to because I've heard a lot of good things about My Brother's Workshop. So go right ahead, Ms. Hawks.
Good morning. Thank you to Madam Chair James, Madam Vice Chair Fred Gregory, and the committee members, Senator Joseph, Senator Capehart, Senator DeGraff, Senator James Sr., and Senator Johnson, and for all the senators and the viewing audience for having me here to testify to you. I am Jenny Hawks, the Executive Director of My Brother's Workshop, Incorporated, or as people call the organization, MBW. Thank you for the privilege of addressing you today on the matter of workforce development programs and services provided in the U.S. Virgin Islands. MBW was founded in 2007 by Scott Bradley, who currently still serves as our program director. The mission of MBW is to provide faith and hope to at-risk and high-risk youth ages 16 to 24, both male and female, in the USVI through mentoring, mental health counseling, education, vocational training, and job placement. Since the beginning, MBW has played a vital role in the success of our youth and community by helping young people gain skills that increase their chances of employment. The youth enter the MBW programs and are placed immediately into simulated work environments to learn endurance, workplace safety, communication skills, and a strong work ethic while gaining experience that will help them succeed in their next goal. Because we believe in individuals learning at different rates, our youth are on average at MBW for 9 to 12 months and earn stipends and wages along the way, becoming taxpayers. With wraparound services of mentoring and mental health counseling administered by our full-time social worker, students at MBW not only learn valuable skills for employment, but also learn how to interact with supervisors and coworkers, and for some, they learn the ways to heal from childhood trauma. If a student enters an MBW vocational training program and has not received a high school diploma through traditional means, he or she is required to enroll in an online program that allows the students to finish his or her high school diploma. Currently, MBW has vocational training in St. Thomas with construction, carpentry, plumbing, electrical, masonry, and marine repair and maintenance at our workshop in Tutu, and culinary arts and customer services at the cafe and bakery downtown, and retail experience at our Paradise Point location. And on St. Croix, the MBW workshop is located in Castle Coakley and focuses on construction and carpentry skills. Additionally, on St. Thomas, MBW is also building a main campus behind Home Depot that will increase our capacity from 100 students a year to the ability to serve over 300 with just building one, which is currently in construction. Once all of the buildings are completed, the capacity could increase up to 800 to 1,000 students annually. As the USVI is still recovering from the aftermath of the storms in 2017 and the pandemic, our youth face many challenges that include the stress of where and how families will live with increased inflation, childhood trauma, struggles in education, and lack of resources, and then the emotional stress from social media, just to name a few. Assisting a young person in finding employment is a step in the right direction, But if we do not address the additional pressures and stress, many youth will continue to have challenges staying employed or advancing in their chosen careers. With the primary goal being to help our young people choose their path and help them acquire the tools needed to succeed, MBW is committed to being a sanctuary for young people to heal and find their way in this world. To date, MBW has worked with over 1,500 young people to identify their passions and help them reach their goals. As an organization, MBW stands ready to create and implement programs that help advance our youth and help shape them to be the next group of leaders. I look forward to any questions or discussions on the topic, and I thank you again for letting me come and testify.
Thank you, Ms. Hawks. We will now take a 3-minute recess. We're out of recess and back on the record, and we will begin with a 5-minute round from me and my colleagues. You know, I'll begin by saying that when I listen to all the testimonies and I read them, it's almost as if we shouldn't have any issues in the VA. We should not have any problems, you know? But we do. That's the reality of it. And Ms. McGrath, I'm going to come to you at some point because it seems to me as if I've seen you on all, like, and you said at the end you've been on you're on all these different boards. But for some reason, I'm not feeling or seeing what I think should be the coordination and the collaboration between all these entities. It seems as if everybody is just doing their own thing, and that's not good. But I want to start with the Commissioner of Labor. And this actually is a little, I'm digressing a little bit, but not really, because workforce development is about employment and retention, right? Yes. Recruitment and retention. And one of the things that I keep hearing from different agencies, departments, and even the governor, is that our unemployment rate is just 3%. But I wanted to ask you about, one of my staffers did some really good research and provided me with a really good question, which is, what is the difference between U3 and U6 unemployment rates? Because we talk about the 3%, but we don't, the U3, of course, measures people who are actively seeking employment, while the U6 doesn't include, for example, people who are not looking, or people who are unemployed, or people who are unemployed. And are we truly in the Virgin Islands looking at the rate that we should be looking at? And even when it comes to that, when I think about the participation rate, right, I think that's also part of that calculation in rates. I'm not an expert, but is that 3% employment rate really reflecting what's happening on the ground in the Virgin Islands? I think that's really the question.
And thank you for that question, Senator. And I'll do it as easy as I possibly can, without getting as technical as I can. The unemployment rate in the territory right now is 3.5% territory-wide. And in the St. Thomas, St. John district, it's 3.3% now. And in the St. Croix district, it's about 3.8% now, and that is as of September. So there's a lag in what's happening. But the caveat is, it's between ages 16 and older that are looking for, are employed, full-time or part-time, or actively looking for work. So there is the element that a lot of individuals are not included in this number because they're not showing up in our system, in our data.
Okay, right, okay, so then, yeah, so then the information was right that we aren't including all those people for whatever reasons.
We can't, because we don't have the information on them.
But then how does the United States determine that though? Because I think they determine participation rate, isn't it? How are we just not able to do that in the VA?
Well, our participation rate, again, is based on the entire labor force.
Okay.
So you're looking at the entire labor force right now, as of September, it's about 41,399 individuals. Okay. And then you're looking at that against the entire population. Remember, our population was at 106, is now down based on the 2020 survey, down to about 86. So when you're looking at all those individuals in the population, and they're talking birth to elderly, I call it K to gray or pre-K to gray, you're looking at that entire population of how many people in there would be eligible for work. And so again, you're picking up those individuals that are 16 plus. So when you look at the population, and then you look at the amount of individuals that are actively looking for work, that's how that labor participation number comes up. And the last number that I can recall back in 2022 was there was about 49.5% labor participation rate for the territory.
45?
49.
49.
About 49.2, 49.5.
Yeah.
So that's why you're seeing the numbers you're seeing.
Yeah. 45% isn't good. I mean,
49%.
49% isn't good at all.
No, it's not.
Right. So it's easier to say 3%, 3.5% unemployment, but 49% participation rate is not good. So we need to figure out how do we get that number to increase.
Well, and if I may, one of the things
Sure.
that we've been looking at is the fact that that's why a lot have been attributed to the amount of unemployment funding that's been in the territory through the pandemic. So our numbers were skewed a lot because, but at the end of the day, you know, as long as those services are available and individuals stay on them for the period, if they exhaust 26 weeks, what was happening in our data, it showed that 100% of our residents were exhausting the 26 weeks of unemployment. But that was skewed by the fact that all the federal and the pandemic money was in there, because it's really, when we look at our system, it's really about, we go about 18 weeks in terms of that before individuals get back into the workforce. But that's for those that are available, able, and actually looking for work.
And looking, so right. So if I'm on unemployment or any other safety net, let's use it that way, services, social services, and it may be better for me, maybe as an individual, to not look for work, right? I know nobody wants to say that, right? Nobody wants to say that,
And
but
we
that's
want-
the
we want to hear
reality.
that either.
Sometimes,
Yes.
sometimes it's difficult when you weigh the benefits that you can receive and the cost of living in the territory. That's another problem.
And one more, if I may, demographic, we are aging population. We want to hear that either, but that's
Right.
a major factor that's contributing to what's happening.
But on that note, too, I want to say this, that, and before I go to my colleagues, that I just saw a report where in the United States, more people are working into their 80s because we have a smaller number of people, the young people, right? The millennials, the Gen Zs, they can't support those that are baby boomers like myself, you know, but lawyers work forever. That's one thing about us. And maybe doctors do too. But they're saying overall, the population of baby boomers are going to work into their 80s and 90s if they live that long. And in fact, millennials probably will have no choice but to work longer than any other population before. So we need to look at that. We are going to start with Senator Carla Joseph for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone, to you, Madam Chair, and the people of the Virgin Islands, as well as the testifiers here with us today in the conference room, as well as in the chambers in St. Thomas, and all of my colleagues. I want to express my deepest thanks to all the testifiers for the hard work you do, from the Department of Labor to my brother's workshop. It is not an easy task. It is not an easy vocation to prepare and provide opportunities for our people to build their capacity and in overall to build our workforce. So I really commend you. Commissioner Malloy, I want to thank you and your team. My line of questioning is going to begin with you, and it's going to be similar throughout this line of questioning, because I paid close attention to what the chair requested in this segment of our block today, in our agenda today, and particularly my question is going to come from the end. what is the end product? The end product should be employment. Employment either as far as entrepreneurship or persons being placed in a job with all of the types of services that we provide. So that is what I'm looking for, because all of us are educated here and we are employed as well. And that is the end product of education, is the end product of training, employment or self-employment. That is the part of the macroeconomics, because the people, when they become employed, they do one terrific things for us as government workers. Because we feed on, and what pays us is taxpayers' money, so they pay income taxes, okay? Which provides, in turn, this is a multiplier effect, provides the opportunity and the resources needed to fund these type of programs. So it's like a cyclical activity. So I want to focus my questions on that end, because that's the end we're supposed to be working from. We have to look at the end in mind, keep the end product in mind, the employment. Kindly indicate for me, Commissioner Malloy. You have a vast number of programs here, and I'm going to go down the line. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time.
2 minutes.
Right? How many of these individuals on page 4, how many of these persons who are completers have been placed in jobs, whether they're employed by another entity or they are self-employed? I did not see that. That is empty here, and I really know that you're working to build up this whole data, but that is the end product. How many of them are placed in jobs?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I'll briefly, and then I'll defer to Director Charlene Hodge for any specifics. And that is the end goal, and it's the most difficult question to answer because of how this whole process works. Several of the individuals are trained and completing. One, either some of them have decided that they don't want to be in the area that they've been trained. We have individuals that we've set up interviews, but at the end of the day, when we do the training and we set up the interviews, we cannot force any employer to do the hiring.
Okay, now hold up, because I'm going to switch. I'm going to ask you, is it a requirement of WIOA that you provide and you take the data to assure and document and track? Because you're getting funding from WIOA, and I am very familiar, as you know, with WIOA requirements, that you provide the data regarding how many persons have completed your programs and are employed.
And I'm happy that you went that way, because what this clearly shows, these completers are from the Skills for Today program, which is not WIOA funding.
Yes,
if we did not have this funding, we would not have been able to affect the community to this level.
But it's still, and I want to say, Madam Chair, I am so sorry, because
Yes,
I'm not getting the answer.
I'm interested in the answer too,
Yes,
so go right
because
ahead.
I'm not getting the answer. Even though you may not have this funding is from a different source, you're a Department of Labor, are you not tracking the outcomes and the placement of these individuals
We're tracking.
employing?
We're tracking.
So that's the data I would like to see, because that is the data that speaks volumes over all of these training. Even though the persons who are taking advantage of these training are not placed in the career pathway that they have received their industry recognized certification, are they being employed? End of story, bottom line. So do you have that data?
We have the data on the WIOA, because as you mentioned, entered employment is one of the performance measures that has to do that.
Okay, so how much is under WIOA end? How much do you have as far as those persons who are employed and have been able to retain their employment over a 9-month period? Madam Chair, if they don't have that documentation, I would like to request it. And so it is going to be my ask of each of the testifiers here because that's the end product. Madam Chair, I'm just going to wrap up quickly because it is critical. This is a critical component. Yes, we have a very low unemployment rate, but we also want to assure that the persons, when they complete these type of programs, they're employed, and we are constantly looking at opportunities for them to find employment because that helps build our tax base and it helps make them part of our community. So that's the critical piece that I am seeing absent in today's testimony, Madam Chair, and that you ended your request with. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Senate President, Novell Francis. Thank you for joining us. And I will now go to Senator Dwayne DeGraff for his line of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I'll start off with thank you. I've heard a lot of great information here today. Thank you to all the entities and for the great work you do. But it doesn't seem like there is a workforce development problem in the territory with all this great information. But then we also hear contrary to all of everything that's going on. How often does this group of individuals that are here today and these entities represented, how often do you meet and when is the next meeting scheduled? My brother's workshop, labor. How often do you meet? This same group that we have here, how often does this group get together and address issues?
If I may, Senator.
Yeah.
We meet, but we have different roles and responsibilities. So, Department of Labor is involved with every entity that you see here. So the Workforce Board is who determines the industry in terms of the demand sectors, how we spend the WIOA dollars. We work collaboratively with UVI Cell as a provider. Also, Dr. Darrow and UVI Cell Dr. Darrow is a part of the chair of the Apprenticeship Council.
So when is the next meeting though? Because I'm saying, on the TV on the St. Thomas End is very dark. I don't know if everybody's seen it dark like that. But okay, so it was all this great information I'm hearing, but when you transition into the workforce, the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands is saying that we don't have the workforce to accomplish nothing. We have billions of dollars here in the territory, and we do not have the workforce. We actually are going to have to import the workforce. That's the reality. Now, we are building workforce here in the territory. Are we taking all of these things into consideration? What is the workforce going to look like in the future? Today, we are in November of 2023. 2023 is done. We're in the 2024 budget. Into the first quarter of the 24 budget, a month and a half, the first quarter of this budget is done. There are 3 more quarters. Let's talk reality. What assessments are being made as to what is the workforce for the Virgin Islands going to look like? You ain't gonna bring nobody home because I'm saying, and we ain't gonna keep nobody here because those are some plans. Now, with all of this information being put out,
2 minutes.
There are some people who really don't want to work. So I got to thank Ms. Hodge. I went through the neighborhoods, all these guys hanging in the corners. Ms. Hodge was able to assist me, so thank you very much for that. I do highly appreciate that. We're trying to get applications in and getting these guys in to try to get them off the streets and work. They don't want to come in. My brother's workshop, thank you for the benches they helped me provide for the beach and for the schools. Thank you very much for those. Again, it's with all these programs and services, is there a cost? Are we charging anybody to come in to obtain any of these services? We have to find out what is the issue as to why our young men and women are not coming to take advantage to be a part of the workforce going forward. Is there any cost in any of these trainings? My brother's workshop, you charge any fees?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. At my brother's workshop, all of our services are free because they are sponsored by government grants, private donations, and then the product service revenue that we obtain, throughout the products being sold.
Okay,
So it's all free.
Department of Labor, do we charge for any of the services?
No, Senator. Our services, especially when they're federally funded, no.
Right, and this is what I'm saying. These services are free to our children, to our young adults, and we can't get them in to get them to develop the workforce. What's going wrong? This is something that didn't just come up now. It's something that's happening for a long time. If I'm giving you, UVI is free tuition. We're providing these free services. Whitley Skill Center, it's free or they have to pay anything?
There is
The mic for Whitley Skill Center. Let we for
Education.
Dr.
Dr. Monique Faulkner, Education.
Time.
There are minimal costs associated with the programs at the Raffaello Whitley Skill Center and CTEC. However, our costs are offset or paid for through the Workforce Board. We are a service provider for the Workforce Board, and they offset the cost of the students. So a lot of students go for free. It's income-based, of course. So those that can afford to pay, then they have a minimal cost, and we do a reimbursable or a tuition-based sliding scale monthly payment for those.
So two things I want to finish up on. One is outreach. I want to hear about your outreach programs to try get now, because like I said, I've gone door to door and hood to hood, neighborhood to neighborhood to try to get individuals off and get them into work for. So I need to know about your outreach program.
Time.
And in closing, I would just like to find out that the one thing in all these testimonies sparked my curiosity outside of the norm and the great work that's being done is when I heard the RT Park and Labor in the testimony says there's a problem. Now, here may not be the place to fix it, but since you brought it out in your testimony, how can we move forward to address it to make a difference? So I'd like to hear about outreach first, and then to close out with the RT Park and Labor in how we could start to address this issue where there's constant meetings, put out a schedule where we go meet until we pong out some of these issues and address it. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair. If you could just answer those last two on your time. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have the Commissioner of Labor answer both of those questions, and then I'm going to go to RT Park. Okay?
First of all, I can ask Director Charlene Hodge for more outreach. Outreach is the primary focus that we've been doing. We've been doing outreach because we recognize very clearly that there's a lot of members in our community that will not or do not come into the office. And so we've been making strategic, we've been in every housing community, and thank you, Senator DeGraaf, because you have been with us and we've been with you on the boots on the ground going through the community. But we also meet other challenges when we go there, more than just finding a job. And so we're making sure that when we go again, we're going to make sure that we have wraparound services built in so we can then make this a one-stop process for those individuals as well. And then just to briefly about the RT Park, the only reason for Department of Labor putting it in the testimony is that we are actively working on what the issue is. The issue for us right now is that we're not getting exactly what we need. And so while they're doing exactly what they need to do, it's not exactly what we need to satisfy the requirements of the EDC beneficiaries. And so there's no issue of relationship-wise of not communicating with Peter Chapman, CEO, Amina, us I like to say at the high table. Mm-hmm. The issue, I think, is getting to make sure that coding and everything in there is exactly what we need to be able to do that. So those are the issues that we're talking about when it comes to access, when it comes to marketing, and when it comes to the deliverables for us.
Okay, I actually hope that RT Park understand what it is you need, because I don't. So
I have
all right.
I'll let my colleague Shania go.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I know what time it is. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Shania Hanley, the program coordinator for the Vista Plus program at the RT Park. I would first like to expand a little more on what Vista Plus is, the Virgin Islands STEM Talent Archive. It is a database of individuals specifically from the Virgin Islands or associated with the Virgin Islands. It is also a job search platform and a networking community. To address the issues posed by the department, monthly newsletters are emailed to key personnel in VIDAL on a monthly basis. Login access to the Vista Plus database, as well as relevant EDC training materials for the database, has been provided as well. Over the course of my position at the program, I have sent in numerous quarterly reports, as well as an annual report to the department to provide any necessary updates and upcoming events for the program. As it relates to the MOA established May 11, 2022, as far as marketing is concerned, we are mandated to establish the partnership between the RT Park and VIDAL in all branding. So as far as printed materials, ads, flyers, and the airport ad at the Henry E. Rolston Airport, the department's logo has been established on those, as well as our website. In relation to deliverables, the branded Vista Plus partnership, ongoing integration with the VIDAL and Vista Plus database is currently ongoing with Shore IQ and VIDAL IT and MIS staff. We are mandated for 15 candidates per quarter. To date, we have surpassed that number by 200%. Reports have been produced and delivered via email and in virtual meetings. Coordination of joint activities that include the joint job training held this past September with VIDAL and the Department of Personnel. Sorry about that. The St. John Job Fair earlier this year, and the Connect and Collaborate events, which throughout all these 3 events in Atlanta, DC, and Houston, we have included the department's logo on those events, and also made sure to mention the partnership between the RT Park and VIDAL. And the flyers relating to the EDC beneficiaries in terms of training and all relevant information for Vista Plus have been provided as well.
Thank you. We're going to come back to this conversation, sure. But I know that my vice chair needs to come on right now, and I do want to acknowledge her so that she can ask her line of questions, because she's next, and then we'll come back to this conversation. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, go right ahead.
Madam Chair, I had a point of information.
Point of information. Senator Blyden, point of information.
Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph had one before you, Senator Marvin Blyden, but she was allowing the senator, but we're going to then go to the point of information, which is Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much. I'm thankful, Ms. Hanley, for your long discussion about all the responsibility regarding the Memorandum of Understanding between you and the Department of Labor. Kindly indicate for us how often you and the Department of Labor, your entity, meet with the Department of Labor to assure that you are adhering and following to the letter your Memorandum of Understanding. How often do you have team meetings?
Okay, so at the start of my employment, would have been October, we established monthly meetings, the first Thursday of the month. Those occurred up until August of this year. And moving forward from then, we have sent some emails requesting additional
Have they been well, I'm sorry to interrupt, have they been well attended?
So in the initial meetings are typically held with Ms. Powell, Ms. Hodge, and myself. If Ms. Salim and Ms. Paul is available, they'll attend those as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Sure, no problem. Senator Marvin Blyden, your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. In respect to my colleague line of questioning when it comes to outreach and going to the different neighborhoods, etc. I know in the past I've spoken to the housing communities, and if you have reached out to many of those young men in the housing communities, because in the housing communities, you met with the management, and they also have a community specialist outreach coordinator that works for the housing authority, and those individuals have to perform community hours. And with collaborating and communication, I think that works out perfect for those residents and for the Department of Labor to have that been done in respect to your outreach efforts in recruiting individuals to participate in these most important programs. That was my point of information, Madam Chair. And I'm waiting for a response. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, yes, so thank you for that question, Senator. Yes, extensively. We have a partnership with VI Housing Authority as well. Not only do we go to the community centers, but based on the Section 3, we also make sure that those contractors that are doing construction on those sites, that those residents are hired and are part of that program.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. My first question, I'm going to dive right into it. I first want to thank all of the testifiers today for sharing their concerns and sharing their progress thus far. But of course, I have questions, and I'm going to start just based on the point of information, that the last point of information. I have to ask this question of, I believe it's appropriate to ask it of Mr. Carty, but I'm going to also allow Mr. Malloy to respond if he has information to share. But I remain concerned about the residents of St. John being able to receive training on the island of St. John proper. And I want to know, what are we doing to ensure that we give these St. John residents an opportunity to be trained on the ground in St. John? I note specifically that there are a number of nonprofits that the Workforce Development Board has engaged with. And I'm wondering if there is, I know there are opportunities on St. John, but I need to find out where are we with that on the island of St. John.
Thanks for the question, Vice Chair Fred Gregory. So as it stands right now, you are correct. We do interface with a lot of nonprofits, St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. We don't have, say, a satellite office on St. John, though, so we rely on collaborating with the Department of Labor, who recently established a satellite office on St. John. Now, one thing that we do have to realize is St. John has a different dynamic as it comes to workforce. Many of them, those individuals are enterprising, entrepreneurial. They have a whole system of how they navigate workforce, and the workforce system.
Okay, one second, sir. My basic question is, how are we affording an opportunity for individuals on St. John? If we're not doing it, then we're not doing it. But what matters to me in this discussion is, how are we doing it? We do have nonprofits. I know of one nonprofit in particular who has been very interested and have not gotten an opportunity to even provide services. So that's the question.
Well,
I
through our
understand the
partners on St.
dynamics,
John.
but we have to afford the opportunity for St. Johnians to be trained on the island of St. John.
Through our partners on St. John, and also through our virtual learning management systems as well, through Metrics Learning.
Okay, so do we have any nonprofits in St. John that we have engaged with?
Yes, I think we do. Commissioner Malloy, if you may probably add some more
one?
details to that.
I didn't see it on the list.
We if I may, Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Yes, Senator, we established the office on St. John out of the Governor's Office at the Battery for that specific purpose. We've held specifically held job fairs, career fairs on St. John.
Okay.
We specifically
Mr.
made sure
Malloy,
2 minutes.
my time is running. I need to be specific. Do we have a service provider, let me be clear, a service provider proper on the island of St. John? Yes or no?
All service providers come through the workforce board, and I don't know if
Mr.
there's
Cardi can
one
answer the
on
question, yes or
St.
no?
John. But there's those that are on St. Thomas provides services to the
Yes
St.
or
Johnians.
no, Mr. Malloy? This is what we do. I want the folks on St. John to get the services on the ground. Do we have a service provider on St. John that we've engaged with? I mean, it's yes or no. If we haven't, we haven't.
Yes, we have. And we have
Okay,
on
so
a regular basis.
who is that service provider on St. John?
The issue, like I
I've seen a
mentioned,
listing here. Who's that service
the
provider?
service provider, to be a service provider, they has to go through the process to the Workforce Development
Okay.
Board.
Let me move on to my next question because there's clearly no service provider on St. John, and that's something we need to discuss further because the people on St. John need to receive the same training and opportunities as the folks in St. Croix and as the folks on the ground proper in St. Thomas. So there's no service provider, so we can talk about it further at another time. Ms. Murphy, I have a question for you.
Yes, Senator.
I listened to your testimony, and I have to ask this question because this discussion with regards to CTE and the relationship between VIDE continues to be, the conversation hasn't changed over time. From your perspective, what is the from your perspective, what is the true commitment to career and technical education when it comes to VIDE and the relationship with you?
Time.
You meaning the Career and Technical Education Board.
Okay, first I want to say that we have met, myself and the Commissioner of Education, and we're going to try to have regular meetings. Also, at our monthly meeting, the Assistant Commissioner is now a regular member or a regular attendant at our monthly meetings at our board. So we're going to mend those relationships.
Okay.
We're going to improve those relationships.
I don't want to cut you off, Ms. Murphy, but basically what I'm hearing is since the last discussion that we had on this same floor, the situation hasn't changed. So that's why I asked about a commitment. I think I heard my time call. Madam Chair, could you allow me to ask my last two questions since I was getting the runaround with whether or not St. John has on-the-ground training opportunities?
Go ahead, Senator Fred Gregory.
All right. So, Ms. Murphy, not Ms. Murphy, this is for Ms. McGrath. Ms. McGrath, UVI Cell. A few years ago, I want to say sometime in 2019, 2020, we passed legislation to afford CTE students an opportunity to utilize the UVI Cell programs to take the necessary testing to gain access to certification. How is that working, or is it working at all? And has it really been implemented?
Good afternoon, Senator. I am not aware of any specific funding source or program that's in place to allow individuals to have access to the assessment services.
Wow, that's sad. So we passed legislation in 2019 or 2020. The Department of Education was responsible for that. We set aside $180,000 annually to the University of the Virgin Islands for that specific purpose. But I'm going to move on because what we talk about and in these discussions briefs well, but there's truly no action going on. And that is very, very disappointing. And this has nothing to do with you, Ms. McGrath. It just has to do with how the executive branch is in fact implementing these programs. And then I have one last question, and that is tied to my brother's workshop. My brother's workshop, I'm not sure, I don't remember who's the representative there because I'm not in the room. But let me just ask, is there a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Education, the Department of Labor to for my brother's workshop to operate as a service provider in the Island District of St. Thomas, St. John in particular, since my brother's workshop is expanding the programs?
Yes. Good day, Senator. Jenny Hawks for my brother's workshop. And we don't have an MOU that's flushed out. And I mean, we have great working relationships with both Department of Labor and Department of Education. Anytime that we need something and we go to them, we get a great response from both agencies. I do know that Commissioner Malloy attended our open house in St. Croix, and we are in discussions about bringing back being the eligible service provider. We have been before in the past, and I guess we let that slip a little bit. So we'll get back on that as well. And then as far as Department of Education, Dr. Faulkner and I were even talking about setting up some meetings to tour the new facility, because there's going to be some great collaborations to bring students over and take advantage of the instructors we have and the opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leeway. It's clear that we have a lot of work to do. And my fervent hope is that when the Department of Labor and the Workforce Development Board and the others come back to the legislature to have discussion, that we will really hear that there is improvement and we are truly on the move. And I'm not going to move away from my concern with regards to the St. John residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I wanted to follow up with Ms. Hawks on point of clarification. Well, first of all, let me recognize that you're in a room, the Majority Leader, Senator Gittins. My question was to Ms. Hawks, also with the fact that you're going from serving 100 students a year to the ability to serve over 300, and then you want to increase that to 800 to 1,000. Where did those numbers come from? Because clearly you saw a need, and I was curious about those numbers that you had in your testimony.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So we currently serve around 100 to 150 students per year, and that's in the age group of 16 to 24. With this new campus, we'll have the ability to be open longer. So we're going to be able to have different demographics. We're going to be able to open up our services to 25-year-olds plus. So that might be you're making a career change and you want to come in and have some additional training, but you work 8 to 5 right now and you have to have some evening courses. Also, with the completion of the entire campus, when we get up to 800 to 1,000 students, we also would be carving out some time for some programs for students who would be in like the 6th grade to sophomores in high school, but it would be more programs that are going to encourage after-school programs as far as tutoring. One of the problems that we're having in the students coming to MBW is they do need some extra reinforcement on reading comprehension and math skills. Yeah. So with the design of the entire campus, if you think of it as the whole community would be coming and you would be getting the different segments to, first of all, expose the younger students to the career pathways, career exploration. And then as you're aging in our system, if you wanted to stay on and get the vocational training, which I also would point out some of our success has come from the fact that we pay students to be in the vocational training. So they're actually earning a wage and paying taxes. That's an incentive that's worked really well for us. And then we want to be available to have some evening courses for, like I said, 25 and up.
Okay, thank you for that. That was very informative. But it really begs the question that somehow with all these programs, people are falling through the cracks. And that's a problem. I know, Senator Gittins, you had a point of clarification? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Madam Chair and colleagues, we have a number of individuals viewing these proceedings, and we must get clarity when there's a question posed to our testifiers. Now, my point of clarification from the Commissioner of Labor is whether or not, like what was asked to you by the Finance Chair, there is a service provider on the ground on the island of St. John. Not if there is access for St. Johnians, but whether or not there is a service provider on the ground.
Go ahead,
Through the
Commissioner.
chair.
Commissioner?
So the answer to that would be no, physically. However, let me just clarify. Individuals who are service providers go through the Workforce Board. There would be a provider that's on there that is servicing St. Johnians.
So, thank you.
If they have a physical location on St. John, I can't speak to that. But I do know that there's service providers that are on the Workforce Board, that are eligible providers on the board's listing that service St. Johnians.
I understand, but again, and the good chairwoman is an attorney. When you're in court and they ask you what color was the car, all you need to say is the color. They didn't ask you whether it was four-door or what type of vehicle it was. If you answer the question that was asked, we should be on even grounds. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader. That was really good legal questioning. Really good, because he is correct. The question was on the island of St. John, and that was the question. The other, what I wanted to ask was, when you say service provider, do you mean training provider? Is that one and the same? Or can a training provider, can a service provider be other than a training provider?
Not through the Workforce Board. So, and they have to go through an application process.
Okay, so it's so the training provider is a service provider. Okay, thank you. And point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. And I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Molloy, whether or not there's any interconnect, a collaboration occurring between Department of Labor and your services that you provide with My Brother's Workshop.
Yes,
Obviously, there's a big population there, and we hear that it's increasing significantly. So is there an interconnect or something that's happening in your space that allow for a collaboration to occur?
Yes, Senator, there is, and as Ms. Hawks mentioned, they used to be an eligible training provider. And so what that does is allows the access to the federal funding. So they have access to all our employment services on a regular basis, but to get access to the federal funding for those individuals that qualify, they have to be identified on the eligible training providers list by the Workforce Board.
So is that currently occurring? You said that it used to happen. Is that currently occurring?
They were on the board and they are as a service provider on the listing. They're not on the listing right now. But there's still the collaboration between Department of Labor and My Brother's Workshop through our employment services side.
Thank you. I'll do a deeper dive on my opportunities.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to just go back to the concern that I have with St. John based on what the Majority Leader asked. So I guess I need to have a follow-up, and that follow-up was, have you received applications from nonprofits or individual firms, companies, etc., to be providers on the island of St. John?
Thank you for that question, Senator.
But to serve as providers.
Chairman Carty?
Yeah, no, we have not.
Are you certain?
As I sit here today, no, I have not reviewed or received any applications. Executive Director Boyce can also qualify that, but no, I have not.
Okay, because I'm aware that there's an application that was submitted that has not received a response, and this has been going on for a minute. But again, once this meeting is concluded, I will reach out to y'all and we can have the discussion.
Yeah, if you could forward on the applicant's name, that would be great.
Thank you, Senator
It's a nonprofit. Thank you.
Gregory. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I want to follow up on the President's comment regarding the relationship between the Department of Labor as well as My Brother's Workshop. We are all here aware that My Brother's Workshop received $5 million from the ARPA funding. And how is it that Department of Labor isn't involved in conversation and they don't have any type of agreement, and we have invested, I'm saying we, $5 million of ARPA funding in My Brother's Workshop? How are we going to account for that money and we don't have an agreement? I don't think that, I'm looking at what you do, and you called Commissioner Malloy as your values, upholding integrity even in the absence of oversight. We are the oversight body. You should be present with this $5 million. So you need to get an agreement put in place before any of that money, if it hasn't been turned over fully to My Brother's Workshop, so we can account for it, that they are doing what they're supposed to do. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, and thank you for your patience, Senator Diane Capehart. You're next with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers who are here before us today, and those who are listening and viewing. I know this is a hard day for you, Commissioner, and your staff, so I want to offer my condolences.
Thank you.
Over the past few years, the Virgin Islands economy has faced a series of economic impacts from the pandemic to hurricanes, and the Virgin Islands public and private businesses have been affected. So I wanted to get from you, as the commissioner, what is your perspective of the Virgin Islands economy now? At a glance, just say, like, do you find that our employment rate is better than it was? Is it going down? Just give me, what do you think, how do you find the employment base is now?
Thank you for that question, Senator. It is clearly a job seekers market. This is where there are way more jobs than we have individuals to do that. It's not a new problem, but it's been exacerbated by the fact of some of the shocks that you mentioned. You mentioned two, but there are really 5 shocks that go back to 2008 with the recession. Then you had the closure of Hovensa on St. Croix. Then you had Lime Tree that actually let go 3,000 people as well. We had the pandemic, and then so it's continuing to recover. But at the same point in time, as Governor Bryan has consistently mentioned, we've always needed people. Now it's more exacerbated because many of our individuals have left for whatever reason. And so that we now, the numbers based on that RAND study was about 5,000 individuals would have been needed with the recovery. It's now up to 7,000 based on the new numbers, based on the inflation rates that are coming out. And that the Bureau of Economic Research is getting ready to release a new report that's gonna really, really, put us on our heels, because while we have a lot of the federal dollars in here now, that's why we look as good as we do. But we have to plan for when that day is not here.
I was just going to even then go into telling us what are the recent economic trends that you probably could share with us. So, because I know nationally there are trends and then it trickles on to the Virgin Islands. So can you share anything with us?
Well, thank you for that. And we're moving towards and working towards Vision 2040. That is the overall vision that the Virgin Islanders had participated in, and saying, so those industry areas are what we're looking for to build for the future.
2 minutes.
Right now, several of those industries don't have a clear footprint in the Virgin Islands yet. So it's very difficult to say you're going to start training for here and then they're not there yet. So we don't have enough funding within the workforce system to be able to train for now and for then. So we have to make a decision and work strategically by sector-based strategies. So that's what's happening right now. The trend is to look at the sectors, but all sectors right now are in major demand. And that's where you're seeing there's not enough people to be able to fill the slots.
Well, you sure do have a lot of programs, I must say, at Department of Labor. You are one of those departments that take the lead of a public-private partnership. So I hope that the workforce of businesses, you know, that have a need to fill their positions, that they tap into you. But one thing I want to ask specifically on page 2, in Title 4, you mention amendments to the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Commissioner Malloy, I just came from a disability conference, and I'll always be an advocate for people with disabilities. When we have individuals who leave 12th grade, there's no opportunities for them. Can you expound on what you said in your testimony? It ensures that individuals with disability can access vocational rehabilitation services with the one-stop career centers. Can you expound on how they can benefit on that?
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may.
That is what the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014 is all about. It's encompassing those 5 titles. And then under that title, that's why vocational rehab, is a part of the one-stop services that EQUIS is administering, and that the board, the Workforce Board, has contracted with, that physically is in Vital. So their responsibility, one of their clear responsibilities, is to coordinate the services that Voc Rehab and all the other partners are there as a part of the one-stop. So any individual with disabilities that is viewing or listening, or any family, that the contact or the way to get is to come to the Department of Labor. And there are many different ways, whether you're using the TTY phone or different ways to contact us. But the Voc Rehab are the services that are available through Voc Rehab right there through the Job Center, the America's Job Center.
So I know my time was called, but I wanted to ask follow-up. So what I've seen, because I've worked with work-able, work opportunities, a big challenge I see in the Virgin Islands is even getting employers to hire individuals with disabilities. And it could be disability that I may be deaf in my right ear, but I can still use my eyes, I can use my hand. And I think an education campaign needs to happen to employers that they may be able to get benefits to hire an individual. And I've seen that individuals may not be welcoming of individuals with disabilities. And I think that as a community, we need to embrace everyone. So I think even as Department of Labor, as you do your education outreach, you also educate employers that they're just as capable as your able-bodied individuals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That would be discrimination.
Yeah, it happens.
In one word.
And
Right, Commissioner?
Director Charlene Hodge could share some more information, or Director Sebastian, about the actual involvement with the employers, with our different, because we didn't talk about the Work Opportunity Tax Credit program that avails to that population as well.
Okay. Next, we have Senator Franklin Johnson. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience. I sit here today, and the amount of opportunities that's available to our young people out there is just amazing, but we keep trying to find out where's the disconnect. I listened to also Murphy testimony about some funding on the job training that I think might strike the balance with a lot of these programs that we have in here. A lot of folks ain't gonna just come out. You know, just come off the street and walk come to you and take training and nothing coming in their pocket. Let's face it, these young folks today, they want money in their pocket. They definitely want money in their pocket. And I need to ask Ms. Murphy about this. She said that you guys was not funded this year with some $30,000 that you normally have for on-the-job training?
Yes, well, around 10 years ago, when I was actively working within the Department of Education, every high school would receive around $30,000 from the Senate for on-the-job training. And that money was used to actually, in part, pay some of the students for on-the-job training if the employer cannot pay, as well as to pay the teachers who are overseeing the programs. That fund is no longer available to the high schools. And also we're asking for the Lena Schulterbrand funding, around $250,000, so we can hire journeymen to work part-time. They're not going to work full-time on a teacher's salary, but just to work part-time in our secondary education system. Right now, when a teacher retires, we actually lose the program. Getting teachers to replace other teachers who are retiring is difficult. I have personally gone to automotive shops, to carpentry departments, shops, asking for people to actually, instruct our students if they're interested in teaching. And then when you tell them what a teacher makes, of course, the answer is no. But I think that we could get journeymen, those who are licensed by our department, journeymen to work part-time, maybe 9 hours a week, 3 hours a day, to help instruct our students, to give them those expertise that they need.
What's need to be done for us to bridge that gap?
I'm sorry.
What needs to be done to bridge that gap?
To fund the $250,000 so we can pilot the program. If you fund it, then we can pilot it and see how it works.
That's what I want to hear from you.
Okay.
That's what I want to hear from you. And to Mr. Malloy, a lot of these programs, is there no grant that we could give some kind of stipend or payment for training?
Thank you for that question.
2 minutes.
Two things. Well, a couple of things. One, the Department of Labor used to be able to get funding from the Casino Commission to fund its JAG program. And so, for example, we used to get 50% of the cost of the program in education and labor, and we are the only state in the 39-state JAG network that paid our JAG students, Job for America's graduate students, stipends when they go out on their on-the-job trainings. What has happened since education is not receiving that funding, they're now trying to enroll more of their students in JAG so that we can now get them more involved in getting the stipends. So we're working with education as well to do that. The problem as well, the Senate has changed the legislation. This body has changed the legislation, so the funding that used to come for labor from the Casino Commission no longer comes to us anymore, so we don't have that funding. The other account that we get funding from, the transition, is a transitional account that get fund from, that's coming from the ammunition, and the growth of that fund was substantially reduced because of another appropriation out of that fund was done. That funding used to come for us to provide transition funding for 11th and 12th graders, to provide stipends for them. So we're all going to be very challenged with the numbers as they grow. But the goal is to provide the opportunities to those young people and to be able to have the funding to be able to do that.
I appreciate hearing all what you guys are saying, because I'm saying to you, you have a lot on the table, but they're not coming. So that connection isn't there. And then to Mr. Alfonso Rodriguez, the testimony kind of just makes me aware of what's been happening for a long time with breakdown in the communication. And I don't know how we're going to make it happen, but if it's not happening, we're not going any place. My question to you, you spoke about
time.
Come Home USVI. Madam Chair, may I conclude?
Yes, you may.
How did that pitch go, and how many folks did you see really signing up, trying to get information? I saw some of your part of your testimony where some of the barriers, some of the problems are as to why folks are not trying to come home. And we all know energy, healthcare, those type of things are dead smack in our problems as what's causing a lot of that. But how many people showed interest? Do you have data as to say, like, well, there's a lot of interest for some Virgin Islands who wants to come home, or what is it looking like?
Yeah, I'll sort of give a high-level view, and then I'll let Shania get into the numbers. At the RT Park, obviously, one of our core pillars is business attraction. We try to bring tech companies down to the Virgin Islands. And something that happens a lot is that we would have interested businesses that are looking for what we would call high-end skilled labor. Think of like a coder, software engineer, those types of individuals. A lot of times we find that we need to look at the diaspora, basically Virgin Islands that are outside the VI to fill those roles. So that's basically how this campaign has sort of been out in the diaspora looking for what we will call those skilled, STEM-based Virgin Islanders that are in the diaspora. Shania can definitely go into the specific numbers for the 3 events that we held.
Thank you.
Good day. I'm again Shania Hanley, Program Coordinator for Vista Plus. We hosted 3 events on the mainland this year. Just recently leaving the Houston, Texas area. The first one being in Atlanta. We had, let me get my numbers for you, sorry. In total, over 234 individuals between Houston, Texas, Washington, D.C., and the Atlanta event. So what would typically occur is we'd have these individuals register on the platform, provide their resumes, and in attendance at these events, we start the conversation on what it looks like to come back to the Virgin Islands. I think that's where we have to start. We can't tell them, come home today or come home tomorrow. We have to begin with the conversation on what it looks like in a realistic approach. In our conversations with these individuals, they address what it looks like to move home with the different barriers, be it infrastructure, and most importantly, the types of jobs that we have available in the territory for them. And I'll give an example with the DC event. Of the 99 participants that attended the event and registered to attend, we had more than 80% that was an IT skill, like in IT. And these are individuals extremely high, high-level positions. And, in the way to entice these individuals back, like we mentioned in our testimony, is providing a space in the Virgin Islands where tech companies can come in, or we train our youth to eventually be able to fill these types of positions and bring this talent back to the Virgin Islands. So that's kind of what we did with the Come Home campaign. And something that we didn't mention was during these events, we came up with the idea to host a raffle. So once you attend the event, you have the ability to win a chance to win a round-trip ticket back to the Virgin Islands. And we had 3 winners, and we do look forward to seeing them this Christmas for St. Croix, and then one slated for to return in April for St. Thomas Carnival.
Thank you much, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you,
if
Senator.
I may, Senator.
Sure.
And so, just so that we're clear, it's not a communication issue. That the reason why Vital put it in the testimony is exactly what you just heard. That is fantastic. I agree that that is the way that we need to go. But that's not what we need. What we need is to provide a database for the EDC beneficiaries tied to the positions that they are looking for so that they don't have to come back to the EDC Commission to continue ask for an employment waiver. So,
Okay.
so the programming in terms of what they're able to do and what we need to be able to deliver on is where the issue lies. So I don't want anybody to think that there's an adverse relationship or anything between the Department of Labor and the RT Park. But the issue is what they can deliver on right now at this point is not what we need.
Okay, and now I am very clear on that because I was going to ask, and I had the 2 pages marked out to ask both of you this, because your page said leading 11 occupations for both employers and job seekers, and then you listed nothing that relates to and then I went to their page that said high-level job opportunities, and they do not match. But then my question is, what does the EDC beneficiaries want? Do they not want high-level job seekers?
Yes, they do. But again, based on the positions that they have posted within the Department of Labor's view system so that we could make the match.
Okay, so go ahead. No, you go ahead, Senator Johnson, because I want to come to the RT Park. Go ahead, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When was the last time you guys sat down together and had this candid conversation? Because we're having a conversation here that needs to be had, not here.
Agreed. And that's why, and perfectly, we've been having these conversations, as I mentioned before,
We who?
on the higher,
who?
And the upper level.
You and RT Park?
So,
you and RT Park?
We're in the meetings with the CEO, with the chief of staff, but again, the issues are that the individuals who are responsible for doing the work, that's where the disconnect is. What we need and what we're getting is not what we need.
But sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And that's where I was going to Vista Plus. The Vista Plus program is not to only provide what EDC beneficiaries want.
Right.
Isn't it more than that?
Yes, correct. And I guess when I started working with the program, I made sure to review the MOA many times. I always reference the MOA when we conducted any business or receive clarification from the department. As it relates to the EDC beneficiaries, we are to provide a flyer that the department is responsible to disseminate to these companies, as well as provide training to use the Vista Plus platform. We provided a training video for them to do such, as well as login information for the Vista Plus platform that they could access on the back end to view as an employer what these EDC companies will look at. So not necessarily clear what the disconnect was when it comes to the EDC.
So your position is that you're following the terms of the
MOA.
The MOU. And I agree with Senator Johnson that we need to have this conversation. Well, not me, between you both,
If I may.
and resolve it.
Yeah, I would like to add that in our testimony originally, we thanked the Department of Labor and we viewed this as a very fruitful partnership. My comments at the end that were so silent were sort of like a curveball because I felt it was necessary to address it.
Right.
And like I said, I think Shania, a talented Virgin Islanders, has done yeoman's duty when it comes to the Vista Plus program.
Thank you. We're going to go to Senator Marvin Blyden and St. Thomas for his 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon to all the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. This is a very interesting conversation, and I think it was much needed. We have here CTE board chair, Ms. Murphy. We have UVI Cell. We have the RT Park, My Brother's Workshop, the Department of Education's state office. We have also conversation with the Wheatley Skills Center, and I spoke to the Section 3 program in housing, which also pays their workers for training, which is sort of an apprenticeship program. But with all of these different entities at the table, my question and concern is from the Workforce Development Board. Where is the alignment in terms of these programs? Where the collaboration? And are we stuck in these programs in terms of stackable programs? Those are important targets that we really need to focus on because there's a lot going on, there's a lot of training, etc. But, we're duplicating efforts. How does that look in that space? There's a lot of work to be done. Now, in terms of the testimonies I heard from, which I really appreciated Ms. Murphy testimony, she spoke to a journeyman pilot program and having journeymans assist in respect to the different training when it comes to certification. And I think that's an excellent idea. I do not believe we have journeymans here in the territory. I think we need to legislate that. And I spoke to my colleague, Senator DeGraff, in terms of bringing forth a legislation in an interim to address that because it's important. They do that in the States. And they really are progressive in that space. Now let me go to the territory as a whole. And as we know, we are transforming our territory when it comes to recovery every single day. And it was stated earlier that we are going to have to import workers, which is unfortunate, but it's a true statement. But these different entities play a critical role when it comes to preparing our workers for this recovery and transformation of our territory. Now, I want to ask Department of Labor succinctly, Commissioner Malloy, in respect to the question that was asked earlier in terms of getting individuals from the housing communities on board. I know I went there, but I want to go back there. How many individuals were you able to recruit from those areas? And I'm asking for a specific reason. Can
2
you
minutes.
give a number, please?
The numbers from the skills for the day, at least 70% of the population came from the housing communities throughout the territory.
Very well. Very well. Now let me ask in respect to my brother's workshop. When it comes to you recruiting and or having individuals come to your program, what have you garnered in terms of the reason why you're able to attract these individuals? Succinctly, please.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Well, we do work really well with Department of Labor and Department of Education as far as identifying individuals who would benefit from our program. So we do have an excellent referral exchange between those entities. But I do also have to say one of the things that helps MBW is because we've been going since 2007, a lot of our young people coming in that we're seeing are younger siblings of people who have come through the program. And of course, grandmothers and parents and aunts and uncles who are aware of us, and they'll bring them in because they've seen what has happened with the other individual.
Okay, very well. And Commissioner Malloy, in respect to, and this is for my brother's workshop also, in respect to those individuals that have been trained, what are we doing in terms of, say, after 3-4 years, following up in terms of what's going on with them? Are they still on the job, or do they need more training? Or how do we track those individuals to assure that what we are doing is really impacted and impactful to those individuals? Commissioner Malloy, you first, and then my brother's workshop.
Thank you, Senator. Director Charlene Hodge and her team, they're case managed. Each of those candidates have a case manager, and we follow up. As a matter of fact, at the end of the Skills for the Day construction, what we did is made sure that the graduation ceremony that we had also transitioned into a construction job fair right there on site, where the contractors that had the vacancies were there to actually start working and employed. But there's a process in which they're tracked and case managed.
Time.
Madam Chair, can I conclude, please?
Yes, Senator, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So from my brother's workshop, obviously we're trying to track students once they graduate from us. And for us, when we say graduate, that means they've actually gone into another job. We do have a few individuals who progress through our program and show signs of being able to be leaders with MBW, but that would be a small percentage. Like right now, we have 2 junior trainers who started in the program and they have progressed to where they're on full-time employment for us. The majority of students graduate from us and they go straight into employment in the major sectors of construction and hospitality.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Madam Chair, I want to thank you so much for this hearing today. It's very important. And lastly, Perkins mandate. Can you, Ms. Faulkner, Director Faulkner, State Chair, can you speak to Perkins mandate? Because I know Ms. Murphy also speak to that. Can you put on the record for me, please? And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Go ahead.
Certainly, Dr. Faulkner, Career Tech and Adult Ed. Department of Education. Perkins allows for or mandates that we train our population at the secondary and the post-secondary adult levels, that they receive the technical skills and certification, that we follow up and we track them for up to 4 quarters after exit. We do soft skills training, we do placement, and if we need to bring back a student that we find has dropped out or stopped out of the workforce after placement, we bring them back for reskilling or upskilling. We partner with business and industries. We partner with our community partners, so we do not duplicate effort. We partner with our departments of labors and our nonprofits, so we do not duplicate efforts, and our university systems. And our programs are stackable, credential based. Our students are supposed to graduate with actual certifications so that they can enter the workforce and exit the workforce as they choose and go on to higher credentialing.
Thank you. Next in line, Senator Noel Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of the testifiers for the information that they imparted here today. And I want to charge you, Mr. Commissioner Molloy, with the responsibility of getting everybody in a room, all the stakeholders in a room, and have a discussion about how best we could address some of the issues that have been brought forth here today. In respect to the 3.3 unemployment rate, that continue to be troubling for me because obviously there's a delta. There's an area that's not being calculated, and as a government, I'm not proud of that because we're talking about individuals that then, if you can't feed yourself, you're gonna be robbing, killing, and committing crimes. So that becomes our responsibility as well. Have you been able to glean from perhaps the census or any other mechanism, what is that delta? Outside of that 3.3, we got 3.8 on St. Croix, 3.2 on, or 3.3 on St. Thomas. What is that delta of individuals that we believe are not job seekers that may be out there that we need to be concerned about?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And that's a difficult one for me based on the census and the numbers that we get. But that's why we've been working with the Office of Violence Prevention very closely, because any of the groups that they interact with, they have a direct pipeline into us, and we work on getting them placed as well. So that's one of the strategies that we've been attacking, as well as we've been going after our Work, Learn, and Earn program with our 17 to 24 year out of school. So we're looking at that particular, the delta is within the range of that age group between 17 to 24, 25.
I think too, what I'll suggest is maybe Gary Halliard, who's very good at those numbers and tracking this for a period of time, is perhaps you got to look at some of the historical data to make a determination where you're at, because I'm very concerned about that delta, more so than those other 3.3. Those are the ones that we need to be concerned about. And then we also have to take into consideration that we have a level of frustration. If we're not able to move individual from application to employment, they get frustrated and they no longer seek work. They're relocating, they're doing all kind of other things. So we need to really hone in on what that number should look like. And whether or not the salaries are compatible. You know, when I look at the job sites, especially for the private industry, you know, while there may be a void and the need for additional manpower, we've seen a lot of people working, men and women, working at the construction sites. You know, so you look at the vehicles around those or whatever, so you know that there was actually locals that's working. So we need to pay attention to that. While I have you, I wanted to circle back regarding the VISTA program. And again, you're saying that there are some challenges that you have been speaking to, I guess you said the powers to be, which will be, I guess, Peter Chapman, and it's not trickling down. What is the financial commitment from Department of Labor with the VISTA program?
2 minutes.
Attorney Christian Hendrickson, you could.
Sure. Good afternoon, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. The MOA allows us to provide them $600,000.
How much of that have been paid thus far?
$400,000.
So you still have $200,000 remaining.
Right, but let me make a little clarification. $400,000 is allocated in the beginning. There are several invoices towards the end based on the fact that we had some, as has been brought out in testimony, some issues with the deliverables. So that hasn't been paid, but the first set of invoices is for $400,000.
And you have communicated those deliverables, unsatisfied deliverables to Peter Chapman or whoever to make sure you're addressing that?
We have not communicated directly to Mr. Chapman about the specific ones in the last few months, but I understand that Ms. Director Hodge has had communications with the Vista Plus staff in reference to some of the issues. I have been in meetings myself when we've had challenges. For example, they spoke about the login process. The login process that we have is as a job seeker, and as a Department of Labor, we are required to look at the back end and verify the numbers as what we do with any other provider we have a MOA with. So I think there's some confusion and miscommunication in what we understand as the deliverables and interpretation that needs to be fleshed out some more.
Let's fix this, please. In my days as a commissioner, I couldn't come here and air dirty laundry like this in public. My boss would have had my head. So we need to make sure that we're addressing those issues because that's an embarrassment on us, and we're all government entities. That's an embarrassment, and we need to fix that. I don't want to hear that come into this committee again. We need to make sure that this is being addressed. Real quickly, Mr. Carty, I wanted to get your perspective in terms of the efforts that's being made with the workforce development. Obviously, you come from the private sector. What is your perspective of the level of achievement and success since assuming this responsibility as the chair of the Workforce Board? Development Board.
Well, I'll say this, and thanks for the question. I think there's a lot that needs to be done. There's a lot of dead spots in employment across the territory. And kind of what you hear here, as far as RT Park, labor, my brother's workshop, that's a symptom of a younger generation with new demands meeting up against an old system. An old system that is not keeping pace with evolving times. And until we kind of fix that or evolve our processes to meet their new demands, we're going to be right back here saying the same thing over and over. And it's not just for the technologically advanced professionals, but the same individuals out there on the street that are not working or refuse to trust the system is because they're meeting up against the same old system and the same old processes. So I think we as a collective need to evolve how we process things and how we approach this problem and have one sheet of music that we are working towards.
And have you made that recommendation? No.
Every board meeting, we're making advances, but again, we catching up. We so far behind that we playing catch up, and you have to maintain all the existing compliance that goes along with being an entity that collects federal funds. Now, when you look at situations with my brother's workshop, that's a private sector firm. Because they are a private sector firm, they don't meet or have to meet all those requirements and compliance, so they have a high level of success. They could do what they want to do, make a decision today and implement it tomorrow. Now, on the hands of labor, they have to go through a long compliance process, changing policies, coming to a board meeting, coming to in front of the Senate. By the time you get to the end of that demand don't change. Then another example at the Department of Labor was the Skills for the Day program. That's a scenario where funds was placed inside the private sector. That's why you have such high achievement rates of 1,300 individuals trained, 800 getting certified, because they didn't have the same constraints that it would have had under the Department of Labor. So all of those things are symptoms of an old system that has become outdated and not keeping pace with the current demand.
Thank you for saying that, and I truly believe that that's what we're up against, and we try to make that point every opportunity we get. We have to move away from the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to be the change agents. So again, I'm committed and working with whatever needs to be done. If we need to change legislation to create remove those barriers, then certainly we want to be a part of that. But we got to change. We got to move with the times. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Majority Leader, Senator Giddens, it's your 5 minutes now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this aggressive agenda today. I might ask you for more than 5 minutes ahead of time. But thank you to the testifiers before us. People are really looking for gainful employment. And that 49% participation rate that I heard of on my way here is truly concerning. And I've always wondered, though, Commissioner, I would like a direct response if you can. I'm truly wondering, why doesn't the Department of Labor and Division of Personnel's vacancy announcements, when it comes to government positions, why don't they mirror each other?
They should, Senator. Especially all vacancies are placed in our system, but it just won't be a matter of timing. In government personnel system, for example, some postings are for 10 days.
So somebody drop in the ball, and we need to be on top of these things. Because you will go on your website and see something that you don't see on the other, or vice versa. Or you might go on your website, you have 3 vacancies or 10 vacancies, and Division of Personnel only have 3. And I just can't wrap my head around it to see what the problem is. So I'm asking for you all to have that collaboration. Somebody needs to keep the finger on that pulse. And what's the turnaround point for referrals if one was to see an opportunity, a vacancy announcement from Division of Personnel website and apply? What's the, or I should ask, what's the process first, and then what's the turnaround point for referral?
Even if you see the vacancy on our website, you still have to go through the Government of Personnel processes. So they always have a deadline when to apply, and then within that time, they make an eligibility listing, and that eligibility listing is sent on to the entity that's looking for the, and then when the interviews are set, that's completely out of our control.
That sound, in a little nutshell, that sounds like a bunch of bureaucracy. And that's part of what turns people off, because they need to know what the next step is. If you're going to have a vacancy announcement up there for another government agency, then by all means, you should have been able to break it down to me and tell me, well, these are the next steps. But again, these are things for us to look at.
2 minutes.
Tell me, what type of summer employment opportunities are we looking at for our youngsters today, and whether or not we are, in fact, engaging private sector businesses to make the pool even greater?
Thank you for that. Director Sebastian could tell you more, but specifically, we always sent out applications for private sector as well as public sector. So how we place our young people is based on their interests. We try to make sure that when they submit their application, we case manage, and then we try to place them based on their interests. We are always seeking sponsors, employer sponsors. We do public, private, nonprofit. We've placed our students any place that is legal and that meets the requirements.
Okay, and I know I'm asking you the question, but the person who's responsible for these areas are here with you. Please have them respond.
Yes, Director Sebastian is in St. Thomas.
And I want to ask you about some EDC companies, so I hope she don't take up the whole thing. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Good morning, Shineka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. We don't limit the opportunities we have. Once the applicants apply, we, as the commissioner said, we match them based on interest. So we reach out to government or private nonprofit entities.
Okay, but how much? Okay, so I think it was last summer or something. At one point, I heard there was only X amount of positions. How many positions are we looking at for this summer coming?
Oh, we haven't started the planning as yet.
Okay, but we don't want to wait too late and say then there's only 100 jobs. All right, that's my point.
We always start in February, Senator, and again, it's subject to the availability of funds. That's how we determine what the salaries are and the rates are, and we do run different programs. The 14 to 15-year-old career exploratory, the 16 to 25-year-old, the regular summer program, and then we do run the LIFT program, the Labor Investing for Tomorrow.
And
Time.
May I conclude here with the?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. With the EDCs, are the EDCs companies required to report a job opening list to Department of Labor?
Yes, Senator.
And is this happening regularly, or is there a regular follow-up on this?
It's happening regular, and there's a regular follow-up. They go through a very stringent process, a stringent compliance process within the Department of Labor.
Okay, so are they reaching out to you, or you're reaching out to them?
They're responsible. If they do not, then we also, there's a process in which administratively we fine them for not posting their positions.
Okay, but before the fining, are you trying to find them, though?
When an EDC beneficiary, a part of their certificate and their agreements that they make with the EDC Commission is that they have a responsibility to do that and post. And so when they don't do that, they send to the Department of Labor, we would like to do a compliance check on Senator Gittins LLC. And when a part of that compliance check, we go and we check vacancy postings and all the other list of things. And so when it comes up within that period of time, we then communicate to them and give them an opportunity to cure.
Thank you for your responses. And please, let's just continue to remind our employees that we are in the public sector and here to provide a service to the people of the Virgin Islands. And let's stop acting like we're here to do a favor to people. If we could just provide the service, we will be in a much better place. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And now I will take my 5 minutes. And I want to start, I pulled up the President Biden's proclamation for both the American Education Week and the National Apprenticeship Week. We probably will meet again next year around the same time because it seems as if it's really relevant. And with the National Apprenticeship Week, he had a statement in there that I'm curious about with respect to us, because labor can't function without education and workforce development. It just can't, right? They're all linked. And it says here, the Department of Education and the Department of Labor have helped expand K through 12 teacher-registered apprenticeship programs to 27 states with over 1,500 teacher apprentices to ensure our schools have enough educators to teach the next generation of leaders. Do we do that here? I mean, I know it says 27 states, so I guess it would have said territories, right? Is there any way for us to somehow access this particular program that they're talking about?
There's definitely a way to access the program, but the Virgin Islands, we do have something that we have to make sure that it would meet the requirements of the apprenticeship program. So there's a framework of what's here, but to come in line with the apprenticeship program, there's some work that needs to be done.
We're doing that? Are we doing that?
We already had the conversation to start doing that. Commissioner Wells Hendrington has reached out, as well as policy advisor Asana Joseph Smith already worked on that.
Because
and
we have
looking at the Iowa model.
Right, because we have a crisis in the territory. We have the Department of Education coming on next, and we have a crisis that we need to address. I also want to find out whether or not, over and over, the disaster recovery, whenever the committee, I'm on that committee that Senator Potter chairs, and we're being told over and over again about the 5,000 to 7,000 people. And this administration really has 3 more years. And I'm just wondering, and it's making me feel a little uncomfortable that next year or the year after we'll hear we've lost federal funds simply because we can't find the 5,000 to 7,000 people. As the Commissioner of Labor, what are you doing in concert with the disaster recovery ODR to meet that capacity issue that we have with the 7,000 laborers that we need?
Thank you for that question.
2 minutes.
We've been working with ODR, yes, but specifically we've been working more with government personnel because based on Governor Bryan's initiative, we're going to have to find a way to be able to work with the individuals there are several individuals here that are undocumented. And so they're looking at ways in which to find a way to have them access the workforce process. So we're looking at whatever visas that might be available because the Department of Labor operates the Foreign Labor Certification Program that we work in collaboration with immigration. So there are a couple of different avenues that we're doing, but we are exploring, trying to find a way because there's no way around having to bring in individuals. Just like we did in the days of Hess, it's coming back that time.
Yeah, I understand, but we have to find a solution. We don't have a choice. Or we will be stuck forever in this, circle, quagmire, right? Somebody say quagmire. Yeah, we will.
And the plan is to operate to attack it by sector. So we already had a specific sector planning strategy.
Construction sector?
We've had one around construction. That's the skills for today. We're working on one on transportation, which has 5 areas of transportation. We already had the major players to the table. And then we're also working on an agriculture sector. So we're looking at it because, again, there's no way that we can attack it all together. So we're looking at those sectors specifically.
But isn't a need in construction, though? I mean, why move on to transportation when we haven't met the need in the construction sector?
In construction, because of the skills for today, we've added an additional 302 individuals to that number. What we're doing as well, we're working with ODR and the contractors that are getting the massive contracts. We're looking at their contracts and exploring having specific work-based learning and workforce development training for them and for those projects. So that's how we're attacking it right now. So, for example, in St. Croix, we're working with MCM Build for the 2 contracts that they're going to have in this district for schools. We're working with J. Benton Construction for the contracts that they're getting in St. Thomas. So that's how we're attacking it, that specifically with ODR.
I'm asking myself. Thank you, Majority Leader. You're working with them for them to import laborers?
We're working with them to identify funding from their particular budget and contracts to make sure that the employment needs that they need, we can make sure that we have the funding available and get them involved in the training facility to get them moving, to get those individuals they need for those projects right away.
Where are they going to get it? You're talking as if the individuals coming from here? Well, where are they coming from?
Some are going to come from here, some are going to come from Puerto Rico, some going to come, and some are what I mentioned that we're going to have to figure out for those individuals that are coming from the Eastern Caribbean. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, I have one more that really has to do with the construction. The construction right now, the market is for construction. But looking down the road, when we look at technology, for example, and we look at people wanting to come home, and the problem being housing, shouldn't we be looking at development projects that are able to have technology, have housing, have all those components? And I'm speaking specifically now, I'll be straight up. During the 34th legislature, I think it was, I worked with both Senator Noel Francis and former Senator VLA on the tech village. And that actually brings housing, it brings jobs, but it seems as if we are totally disregarding those types of developments simply because we're looking for construction workers. I don't know if you can comment on that, but I know that I work with especially Senator Francis. What's going on? Do our people not deserve, are they not deserving of high-skilled, high-paying jobs?
Agreed, and we are working on that as well. What we have applied, we recently applied for two grants that we unfortunately did not place. One was to create a tech hub industry within the territory. And so we got the major players to sign on, RT Park, UVI, the Economic Development Authority, the Governor's Office, the Delegate's Office. So we had to be able to present this. We were going after a $500,000 planning grant to earn the right to go after $50 to $75 million. And so we submitted the applications for both of them, but unfortunately we did not place this time. So so we're looking at it, again, it has to be a sector strategy approach. It has to come from the occupation that particular industry is asking for. Otherwise, we're going to end up in a situation where several years ago, I'm not going to call the entity's name, but the Department of Labor spent about $95,000 to $98,000 training individuals for a particular sector with the understanding that this industry would then hire. The industry did not hire. They hired one of the 25 individuals that completed. Only one. When we called them to the office and talked to them, legitimately, they had the legitimate reasons. They decided to go a different way. But we'd already invested. $95,000 to $98,000 in training those 25 individuals. So we're trying to avoid that kind of approach, and that's why we're going to the sectors. We're sitting, having listening sessions with them, having them identify what their needs are, and then we're going after seeking the funding.
Okay, I just think that it's sad that most of our people are not here. Those are the people that the Vista Plus people they're trying to bring back. And why would I come back if I'm not going to get the salary that I want and be employed in an occupation that I want to be employed in? Do any of my colleagues have a burning question? Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, based on your last response and thinking back on what I asked you about the EDC companies reporting, and you indicated that you can find them. In your last 5 years of being in commissionership, have the department find any EDC company?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
On a regular basis.
Thank you. I wouldn't ask you who. Thank you.
Senator Carla Joseph, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This has been a very enlightening discussion. I just don't want us to leave here with not the sense that we are not concerned about employment. We have to, it's a no-brainer for me that that's the end product of all of the money, time that is being invested in building our workforce. And with that being said, I wanted to ask a question of Dr. Monique Faulkner. Welcome home. I'm so glad that you have decided to come home and stay, Dr. Faulkner. We worked together in the past, and so I'm very pleased. I do have a question regarding your statement in your testimony. Do you, by chance, with the requirements of completion and certification, do you also track persons who have completed your programs and where they are placed as far as employment or entrepreneurship? We're not hearing you, Dr. Faulkner, at this end.
Can you hear me now? Okay, Dr. Monique Faulkner, my mic was muted. Yes, we have to track. We track for up to 4 quarters with our adult literacy program and with our career and technical education programs. So we place them and then we provide tracking for up to 4 quarters.
Okay, now for your adult literacy program, I didn't see any information relative to your graduation rate. You know I'm going to ask you that, your graduation rate, because you do provide the GED, correct? And also the demographics that you're serving, because persons do not really appreciate that you are serving really the underserved people, even the individuals from our sister island from the BVI come to you to earn their GED certification. So if you could kindly provide that through the chair, that demographic that you serve, the age by the age group and the district.
Time.
How many persons you have actually earned their high school diploma over the past year. That will be greatly appreciated.
That will be provided to you, Senator, through the chair.
Okay.
We are completing our reports. As you know, annually we have to complete reports. So I will share those reports with you.
Thank you, Dr. Faulkner.
Thank you kindly. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Point of information, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Commissioner Malloy. As I mentioned earlier, that attended a conference for people with disabilities, and I found out about a Fair Labor Act, which Section 14C, if you're familiar. Does that apply to the Virgin Islands, where individuals with disabilities would get paid less money than a regular able-bodied individual? Because in the U.S., many states are trying to repeal that act, and I was hoping that the Virgin Islands don't pay individuals with disabilities less money than an able-bodied person. Can you tell me if that act is being applied here in the territory?
That act is not being applied here, but I'll let legal counsel clarify, because we're making sure that the minimum wage is $10.50 an hour, and that is across the board. In the public sector, in the private sector, in the public sector, the government minimum wage is $13 an hour, and so there's no discrimination there.
Great, good.
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel Nisha Krishan-Hendrickson. The Commissioner is correct. We do not treat people with disabilities any differently. The pay is not different. In fact, even in the restaurant and tourism sector is the only sector that doesn't get paid the automatic $10.50. You get $4.20, which is, and then of course the tips on top of it. And we actively work with Disability Rights Center. We've had many interactions with them over the years to make sure that people who have disabilities are placed within our view system.
Okay, great. As I mentioned,
just let me clarify.
Yeah.
$4.20 an hour is the base for that sector.
Restaurant.
However, if you do not make the tips, the owner is responsible for making sure that you get a minimum of $10.50.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that the Virgin Islands is not applying to that act, because as I mentioned, many states are trying to now repeal that act. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Capehart. I'm now going to ask each of the testifiers, so we're wrapping up. As the majority leader said, I have an aggressive agenda today, but education is on next, and it's very important that I hear from parents and students about their lived experience. And so we're going to wrap up this block and have the testifiers give 30 seconds. I do want to say, though, we will meet again because clearly I have to give you an entire day. That's clear to me. All of you that are here. So I'll start with Commissioner of Labor, Gary Malloy, for your 30 seconds or less.
Just want to take the opportunity to thank the senators for the opportunity to present here. We are committed to working out everything with as it pertains to workforce development to make sure we move the territory forward. And I just wanted to give a special shout out to my Vital family, again, and condolences to the Jones family. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Carty?
Michael Carty, Chairman of the Workforce Development Board. I thank you for the invite and the discussion here today. It's apparent that, like you said, we have a lot more to discuss. I'd also like to end off where we started with condolences to the Sabrina Jones's family and the Workforce family. It's a great loss to us as well. So one thing that we do have to keep in mind, you mentioned the tech hub and trying to spark the tech industry. Those are good things to work towards, but we miss the boat many times with other opportunities. When we have large infrastructure projects, we need to make sure that it's our people and our entrepreneurs who are involved in those projects, because they are the one that will employ their people. You know, we need to empower our people to employ our people, so we can't miss the wave when these things happen. Those infrastructure projects, that's the now money.
Right.
Anything tech related like programming, etc., that's the in the future money. So we need to take full advantage of the now money when it creates to infrastructure in the tech industry and in all industries across the board. So I look forward to other discussions to make sure that we empower our people to do that. And thank you again for the invite.
Thank you, Mr. Carty. Even though I think that the tech is now too, we could multitask. We could walk and chew gum at the same time.
Once we watch where we're going.
Dr. Faulkner?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today among my colleagues. I do agree that we need to do more collaborative approaches to career and technical education and workforce development so that we do not duplicate the wheel. I've been in this position for 1 year now, and I have started doing more with less for CTE integration and alignment across the territory between both LEAs. We're working on systematic alignment, programmatic alignment to include curriculums, and this will allow us for a virtual theoretical instruction if an instructor is missing in one territory versus one district versus the other district. It will also allow us seamless integration across both islands for our students to come from St. Thomas or St. Croix and not miss a beat in any credit hours earned. We've been working with the University of the Virgin Islands. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to build upon the wheel and make it better. And we are going to be collaborating with my brother's workshop, as well as the Department of Labor. And we look forward to future discussions with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Maurice James, and all other honorable senators. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I do want to wrap up by requesting that you seriously consider the Schulterbrand Fund so we can actually get more of our experts, our journeymen, into our CT programs so we can keep our CT programs alive in our public education. So please consider the Schulterbrand Fund, so that's a way of doing it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. We certainly have a lot more work to do and to build our collaboration amongst ourselves, especially around strategic planning. So right now, Department of Education and State Office, they're working on their strategic plan. Workforce Board has their plan. UVI will be embarking on their new strategic plan with our new UVI president who'll be coming in this fiscal year. So I think I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to continue to work together to reduce barriers to training and education and employment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Senator James, the committee and everyone here in attendance. I want to say that the RT Park is committed to not just making the Visibles program, but all of our programs to be successful and to contribute to the economic well-being of the Virgin Islands. I want to say personally, as someone that works closely with our STEM training programs, that it's been expressed in the committee that we need to look at not just the infrastructure, but also at the jobs of tomorrow for technology. And as someone that spends a lot of times with our youths, especially during the summers, a lot of our youths are craving for very dynamic jobs. Every time I meet with them, they're talking about esports, streaming. They're talking about video game designs. These are very dynamic jobs that are going to require very specific training that I hope that hopefully in the next block that discussion can happen about how not just to us in the economic side, but also in the educational side, we can actually tackle economic development and workforce.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Hawks,
Yes.
go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the committee members and all the senators present today and the viewers for listening to the testimony of all of the testifiers. As on behalf of My Brother's Workshop, we always love to be included in these discussions, as we do think that we play a valuable role because we are a nonprofit and we can be a little bit more nimble in some situations. So any way that we can collaborate with anybody here, just let us know. Of course, we have a good relationship with DOE and DOL. And if anybody needs to line up a time to come visit the new campus that we're building, I just let you know, just reach out to us and you can stop by. We do have personnel on the site almost every day, Monday through Friday. So just let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. And the testifiers for this block are excused. And we will now stand in recess for 15 minutes so we can get the testifiers for the next block to come forward. Thank you all, and you'll be hearing from me soon again. We're in recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record and out of recess. We are now going to hear the testifiers in Block 2. And Madam Clerk, will you read the correspondence?
Correspondence dated November 15th, 2023. Honorable Maurice C. James, Chairwoman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Number 20, Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Senator James, this letter serves to inform you that due to a mandatory meeting, I will need to leave tomorrow's Senate hearing for the Committee on Education and Workforce Development promptly at 2:45 p.m. Hence, I will read the testimony. Then, Assistant Commissioner Victor Sohm will serve in my stead with the support of other key stakeholders of the department. Please accept my apology for any inconvenience this may cause. However, the team stands readily available to address any questions or concerns there may be. Thank you for your continued support and attention regarding the needs of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Respectfully, Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As everybody can see, we're actually starting at 2:07. We're late because of the previous block. So I told the Commissioner of Education that it didn't make any sense for her to read and then have to leave at 2:45. So instead, Assistant Commissioner Victor Sohm is going to read. It's important for us to understand that this particular block today really is about St. Croix and about the schools on St. Croix. And that's why I invited the parents and students from the respective schools. I do want to say that the students from Central High School, St. Croix Central High School, were invited to what was supposed to be the last, it was scheduled in October, but during that week, as we know, we had the funeral services of former Senator Alicia Hansen, and so we weren't able to proceed with that meeting. This meeting, of course, is also occurring at a time of mourning for the executive branch with Director Darrell George. And so on St. Thomas, that's what's happening also tonight, is the vigil. So it's been very difficult for the executive branch at this time. So again, I extend my condolences and sympathies because I too worked with him, and I understand your loss. But it's very important for students to know that you have the right to protest. You have the right to have your voices heard. And for too long, we haven't had students sitting at the table and saying exactly what's going on with them. But even more so, parents. And so I really want to thank the two parents that have shown up today, because parents should also be part of the decision-making process, because it's your children who are being educated. So I want to thank the two parents who are here today for stepping up, because in this community, we have to exercise democratic principles, and we have to make our people understand that they have the right to stand up and speak up for themselves, and change comes along. And those of us who are in positions of leadership and power, because we have to understand that we need to exercise that power responsibly. So I want to commend the students and their parents for showing up today. So how we will start is you will all introduce yourselves. That's how this, and this is of course for you, a lesson in democracy, right? And we're in the Senate chambers, and so we have to be respectful of each other, and when it's your turn to speak, you'll speak. You will see senators come in, like on your side, you see Senator Johnson. He may have a question for you, and when he asks you that question, you respond to the question that he asked, okay? And I'm really speaking to the young people because I'm happy that you're here, and it's important that we hear you. So first, what's going to happen is I will ask all the testifiers, and because really the young people and their parents are our guests, I'm going to begin with you identifying yourself. You just speak your name. What I want you to do is for the students, tell us your name, your grade, and the school. And the parents, I'd like you to say your name and the name of your child and the school that they attend. Okay? So we will start with Miss Nur Hassan, and then we will come around like this, and then you'll be the last one. Okay? And then we'll go to the other testifiers. So let's start.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Maurice James. My name is on the committee and the senators, parents and students. My name is Marquita Nur Hassan, and my daughter is Michaela Griffith, and I am representing her. She attends the John H. Woodson Junior High School, and she is going with the hybrid schedule now at the CHS temporarily.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speak. Move the mic.
Hi, my name is Alina Poya. I am currently attending John H. Woodson Junior High School as an 8th grader.
Good day. My name is Michaela Walcott, and I am an 8th grader attending the John H. Woodson Junior High School.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Navelia Wallace. I am here on behalf of my daughter. She is an 8th grade student at John H. Woodson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We'll start with,
Good afternoon. My name is Ace Poya. I attend the Synchro Educational Complex, and I'm in 10th grade.
Good afternoon. My name is Jada Brown. I attend the Synchro Central High School. I am in the 12th grade.
Good afternoon. My name is James Fabian. I am in 12th grade. I am the 12th grade Student Council Vice President, and I'm here representing the 12th graders.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we'll go to the table in front of me, and then we'll go to St. Thomas.
Yes, good afternoon. Davidson Charlemagne, Territorial Facilities Manager.
Good afternoon. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Erisilda Atley Herman, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix Education.
St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance, St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good afternoon, Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stefan Yeragin, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John School District.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you. I want to begin by showing two pieces of artwork that I saw at Cane Roots Gallery. Ms. Shalana Brown, who is the, correct me, Director, Cultural Education, so I said it correctly. I visited the Cane Roots Gallery in Christiansted, and there was a showing of artwork that were done by students. It was excellent. But there were two pieces that caught my attention. I'd like the media to show them, because this is another way that our students are speaking out, and it's very important. So media, can you put those up for us to look at? That's not St. Croix, I think. They're going to put it up, or both islands? Okay, this one here that you're seeing here, that one was, can you see the name on the bottom? Was that Fleming? Okay, that's Reina. That's Reina Rodriguez. Reina Rodriguez. And this, if you can, it's probably hard for you to read, but what she did was, the words that she have inside the head are all things like suicide, guilt, abuse. It caught my attention right away. All the things that are happening in her depiction of a student in high school, or a student, period, regardless of whether they're in high school. And then there was another one that was done, and this is St. Croix Central High School, Reina Rodriguez. And then there was the other one. Can you show that, please? Look at this one. I actually love this one from the perspective of WAPA is at the faucet, and then their words, right? Sickening, gross. They're she's really describing what's going on with WAPA and water in the territory. The reason that I wanted these shown was for us to realize as adults. I attended a conference, and a gentleman was speaking to us, and he said, at the end of the day, the blame is on the adults. So adults shouldn't sit and not accept the blame and responsibility for what's going on in our community, but for also making a choice, once we accept it, to change things, because that's a choice. And so these two students, Elizabeth Fleming and Reina Rodriguez, I really want to applaud you for showing through your art what's happening in our community and really crying out to us for help. And I think the artwork is one way, and these students coming here today is another way, using their voice. They use their art, and I really was touched by those pieces when I visited the gallery in Christiansted, and I want to commend Shalana Brown for giving students a means to express themselves. So we're going to start with Assistant Commissioner Sum, and Assistant Commissioner Sum. Okay, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to a little crucial now, right? You don't necessarily have to read all those pages. I hope don't go through those charts.
No.
Because I want to hear the children's voices. So use your discretion, right?
I will try to be as succinct as possible.
You'll do that?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Because I want to hear what they have to say, and I think you want to hear what they have to say, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, okay. So let's start.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, Senator Maurice C. James, Vice Chairperson, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members, students, parents, Board of Education members and its chair, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am clearly not Dion Wells Hendrington, the Commissioner of Education. I am her Assistant Commissioner, Victor Sum III, substituting for her this afternoon. We remain committed to ensuring that every single child that walks through our doors can be educated, empowered, and enriched to be the best versions of themselves. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the status of school facilities, the status of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and school schedules. With me are members of the Virgin Islands Department of Education leadership team, Dr. Erisilda Atley-Herman, the St. Croix District Superintendent, Dr. Stefan V. Jurgen, the St. Thomas St. John District Insular Superintendent, Mr. Alan Fleming, the Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Davison Charlemagne, the Territorial Director of Facilities and Maintenance, Mr. Yancy Milligan, the Director of Maintenance for the St. Croix District, and Mr. Gene Weeks, the Director of Maintenance for the St. Thomas St. John District. Today, I would like to begin by commending the hard-working employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education for their commitment, dedication, and passion for our children as we embark in yet another year of enriching, inspiring, and educating the young minds of this territory. At the department, we share in the common vision that we are transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. With our rebranding, communication is key, and we will continue our efforts to keep the internal and external stakeholders informed. We are open to having those difficult conversations, finding solutions to our myriad of problems, and working closely with all stakeholders to make our schools exceptional learning communities. The department accepts our part in being accountable for the level of service provided to our faculty, staff, and students. We do not take the position lightly, and we commend our faculty, staff, and students for holding the department accountable for the conditions of our schools. It is our hope today, as we get to the core of where we are with our facilities, that we bring clarity to the concerns of all. Maintenance will always be a challenge for the current state of our facilities because they have aged out. And our deferred maintenance, as reported in the 2015 by the Army Corps of Engineers, was $22 million. And we're now in 2023. Therefore, we expect our issues to continue as we work with our federal partners to acquire funding to modernize or rebuild our schools. Currently in the territory, we have 4 facilities under 40 years old, which is historically the life cycle of a school based on our research. And you can see table 1 for those ages. The status of school facilities, the plan and the timeline. The department's facilities are experiencing an annual increase in maintenance work orders. The current listing of concerns has been received from the maintenance staff, principals, unions, and students. The compilation of these complaints received has been prioritized and is being addressed based on the approved funding that we have in place. Let me repeat that. The compilation of these complaints has been prioritized and will be addressed based on the approved funding that we have in place. The progress of our operations unit will be shared monthly so that all stakeholders are aware of the department's progress. The increase in maintenance concerns can be traced to the age of facilities and the increased requirements for air conditioning and electrical connections for modern electrical hardware. Plans for maintaining VIDE facilities for fiscal year 23-24 will include critical infrastructure, maintenance projects utilizing contracted consultants, and district maintenance staff. 2 contracts are in place, one for comprehensive electrical assessments and a task order for construction and maintenance services. The testimony then lists the various maintenance and contractual services that the department is currently embarking on. Disaster recovery projects and new schools. The Virgin Islands Department of Education continues working with FEMA to attain the needed funding for new and modernized schools. Optimistically, $4 billion. Local funds are being leveraged to undertake early start projects that support building the new Arthur Richards pre-K-8, a new Shaltamali High School, a new Ivana Yodoraken High School, a new and long-awaited Alexander Henderson School, a new Claudio Marco School, a new Jane E. Tuitt School, a new Benjamin Oliver School, and that's just to name a few. Every school in this territory will be rebuilt or modernized based on the facilities master's plan. We were able to leverage asset recovery funding for our early projects, which included the Shaltamali High School 9th grade center at Whitley, the Arthur A. Richards demolition, the Evelyn Williams demolition, and the Gladys Abraham Center for CTEC and Adult Education, and the Shaltamali High School demolition. The department is working with program management firms to develop implementation timelines. Approximately $6 million in permanent projects have been completed, and more than $186 million are under construction. Design teams for the new Central High School, the new Shatamali High School, and the Bosholta Pre-K-8 modernization have been selected, and the Department of Property and Procurement is preparing the contracts. Design is in progress for the Henderson, Marco, and Lockhart campuses, which will be prepared for solicitation in the first quarter of 2024. The status of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. On October 13, 2023, the department posted the position of Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. The department and representatives from the Office of the Governor will be scheduling interviews for early December. For applicants. We were able to secure 7 to 9 applications, and we are looking forward to a successful selection process. Once that individual comes on board, they will begin to organize the Bureau by selecting additional employees to fill the various positions outlined in the law's language. Budgets have already been made available to the Bureau. Table 2 shows the budget allocation in the various categories for local funding in the amount of $5 million for routine maintenance territory-wide. In addition to the increase in the annual maintenance deposit, the Bureau received another $7.5 million from the Education Initiative Fund for the organization of the Bureau and the reprogramming of $3,417,978.25 from PFA funding. This is distributed by districts $2,032,774.77 for the St. Croix district and $1,385,203.48 for the St. Thomas St. John district. When the executive director comes on board, he or she will be able to provide this honorable body with more details on how that funding will be utilized. The department is looking forward to the collaboration as we work to improve our infrastructure in the territory. School safety. In lieu of the recent school-related incidents, it is important that the department highlight things that have been done when referencing school safety and security. It is also important to discuss preparing and training those responsible for the safety of students, faculty, staff, and visitors on our campuses as well. These individuals, who are the first line of defense, are school monitors. In that regard, the department has taken substantive, proactive measures to ensure the safety and security of all students, faculty, staff, schools, and programs. The department has taken a specific focus on training and equipping school monitors as they serve, again, as the first line of defense. They play a crucial role in maintaining a safe environment for students, faculty, staff, and visitors, recognizing that effective teaching and learning happens in secure settings. The department has been proactive in its commitment to school safety, demonstrated by the first high-level meeting of the 23-24 school year with the Virgin Islands Police Department on September 1st, 2023. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the functions and limitations of the school resource officers and the Juvenile Investigation Bureau, police presence on school campuses and school events for situation crowd control, enforcement of banned parents and visitors to school campus, and general school resource officer interaction with students. The first professional development training for school monitors for the 2023-2024 school year was recently conducted October 13, 2023 in the St. Thomas St. John district and October 16, 2023 in the St. Croix district.
Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
This morning, I commended Gary Malloy, and I said, Commissioner of Labor, you were great. You said exactly what I wanted in the agenda. So we're gonna skip from page 10, 11, 12, because I don't want to know about it on a roll. Glad I know about it personally. Parental engagement, they're here sitting in front of us right now. Bush Cook, Sports achievements, civic matters, quiz bowl, junior high skills. Okay, let's get to page 13. And then I think we're going to skip page 16. And that's after page 13 and 14 and 15. No.
I got you.
You got me? 16, and then we gonna conclude. And then we're gonna go to page 19, conclusion.
Okay.
Got it?
The St. Croix Superintendent, Dr. Araceli Herman, will proceed with the balance of the testimony with regard to the St. Croix updates.
Yeah, and I want to give kudos for everything you said, but you understand what's happening today.
The need for brevity, I understand.
No, I get you.
You got me,
I got you.
yeah.
I got you. All right. Good afternoon. Araceli Atley Herman, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District. Overcoming challenges, adapting to heat waves, infrastructural issues, and innovating school schedules in the St. Croix District. In the month of September, our school community faced an unprecedented challenge as 5 of our campuses were adversely affected by the intense heat wave. In response, we undertook a thoughtful and collaborative effort to achieve a delicate balance between ensuring educational continuity and prioritizing the physical well-being of our students. The resulting adjusted schedules that took effect on Monday, September 25th, 2023, impacted the Juanita Gardine, Eulalie Rivera, John H. Woodson, St. Croix Central High School, St. Croix Educational Complex, and Career and Technical Education Center. The decision was made after thoughtful consideration and collaboration with key stakeholders. We recognize the profound impact of extreme heat and concentration and overwhelming learning outcomes. Acknowledging our responsibility as educational leaders extends beyond academics. As of Monday, October 2nd, 2023, Juanita Gardine successfully transitioned back to its normal schedule of 8:15 a.m. to 3:15 p.m. This change followed the completion of crucial electrical upgrades that now sustain the air conditioning units in each classroom. The lessons learned from the Juanita Gardine air conditioning project emphasized the significance of electrical work being done properly before the installation of AC units. Moving forward, our commitment to prioritizing safety remains unwavering. In our ongoing efforts to address the challenges posed by the extreme heat, we collaborated with the operations unit to implement various cooling measures at Eulalie Rivera, St. Croix Central High School, and St. Croix Educational Complex. These measures included the replacement of ceiling fans with high-grade industrial fans, lowering of ceiling fans, and replacement of inoperable window winders. The Eulalie Rivera Pre-K-8 school's adjusted schedule was from 7:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. to ensure that students were not in school during the hottest point of the day.
Superintendent, slow. Even though, no,
I got you.
Remember, we have a court reporter.
Oh, yes.
Have to capture all those words. Thank you.
Recognizing the need to ensure that students could meet or exceed the mandated instructional hours, Eulalie Rivera School will now maintain a 7:30 a.m. start time, concluding at 2 p.m. This adjustment allows the campus to operate during cooler hours while meeting the required 5.5 instructional hours. Regrettably, the John H. Woodson Junior High School campus is currently closed due to environmental concerns after a burst pipe in the wall of the B wing. After the leadership team expressed concerns about adverse reactions in various areas of the campus, a decision was made to transition students to virtual learning. However, the challenges associated with virtual instruction, including a decline in student attendance, drop in student engagement, declining academic performance, and logistical concerns, prompted a reassessment of our approach. An in-depth analysis of the St. Croix District led us to the decision for John H. Woodson and Central High School to share the Central High School campus in a double session format. This decision was not taken lightly and was made after careful consideration of various factors, including the ability to accommodate students, furniture logistics, and the impact on the most vulnerable population of students in pre-K to third. Both principals met to devise a schedule that works and allows for the sharing of the facilities. To date, the issues have been rectified to include space for physical education, counselors, and monitors. Embracing an open system approach, the initial schedule was developed collaboratively with the school leadership team. The schedule was presented to educators, parents, and stakeholders, and adjustments were made to ensure the minimum instructional hours were met while allowing for in-person time. One major concern addressed was ensuring students' safe return home in the early evening hours as darkness sets in sooner now. To tackle this, we introduced a hybrid schedule providing 2 hours of virtual instruction in the morning, with each class lasting 40 minutes from 8 to 10:10. In the afternoon, students enjoy approximately 3.5 hours of in-person instruction, with each class period extended to 1 hour from 12:40 to 4 p.m. This rotation provides students with longer in-person class time, balanced safety, and educational quality. And the charts show the hybrid schedule and the rotation. To accommodate the double session and align with the Career and Technical Education Center for certification opportunities, additional adjustments were made to the St. Croix Central High School schedule. The lunch period on the adjusted schedule was shifted to the end of the day, while the consideration of reverting the St. Croix Educational Complex and Career and Technical Education Center back to a full day was considered, it would have impacted a certification opportunity of approximately 100 St. Croix Central High School students. The current Central High School schedule aligns with the adjusted CTEC schedule, except for the 5th period, where 7 students are transported by VIDE to CTEC, ending their day in their respective CTEC classes. And you'll see the adjusted schedule showing the shift. To ensure high school students receive necessary academic interventions and support while meeting the mandated minimum 5.5 instructional hours by law, both Central High School and the Educational Complex have implemented a virtual flex intervention block. This block accommodates the missing instructional time, with students following a schedule developed by school leadership teams to receive extra support and supplemental instruction. Looking forward, once the John H. Woodson Junior High School campus has been remediated and brought back online by the VIDE Operations Division, normal operational hours will resume. The St. Croix Central High School, Educational Complex, and Career and Technical Education Center will resume its normal operational hours of 7:40 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And the John H. Woodson Junior High School will return on its campus to 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Our commitment to providing students with high-quality instruction and creating a conducive learning environment remains steadfast. We acknowledge the challenges posed by our aged buildings, extreme learning loss among students, and the diverse passions of educators. Our students deserve the best possible education, and we are determined to provide it in the least restrictive environment possible.
At this time, Senator, I would ask Superintendent Jorgen to...
No. At this time, we're going to go to the conclusion on page 19.
That's what I was asking.
Oh, you want him to just read that paragraph, and I know Jorgen so well? You see what I given to you?
Because it speaks to the St. Thomas and John
Okay,
District.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
So I'm just reading the conclusion.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Okay. Having the opportunity to have multiple streams of revenues that can be used for infrastructure is great for the territory. You have the commitment of the team to utilize these funding opportunities responsibly and prudently to leverage our funding. Thank you for the opportunity to present today to this body. The VIDE is always open to any recommendations from this body as we work together to improve public education in the territory. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. We will now have Ms. Noor Hassan. Am I saying it right? Hassan? Noor Hassan. And you want pictures shown, correct?
Yes, Senator James, please.
Okay. Yes, they will be shown while you're reading.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Maurice James, Chairperson James, and members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. My name is Maquita Noor Hassan, an extremely proud parent of a 7th grader, Michaela Griffith, who currently attends the John H. Woodson Junior High School. The reason why I'm submitting this testimony before you is concerning the health, wellness, and safety of my daughter, fellow students, and the staff at John H. Woodson Junior High School, who is temporarily placed at the St. Croix Central High School as of Wednesday, November 8, 2023. Based on my observation on said date, November 8, 2023, I noticed and observed some things that include the following. Due to no prior orientation for parents and students, it was unclear what to do and where to go. Where was a temporary office for the principal, the administrative staff, or the counselors? At the designated area at the main gate entrance at CHS, where the John H. Woodson Junior High students were supposed to wait to be called to go to class, at that time it had a septic smell scent. After meeting with the assistant principal, she directed me to the 400 wing, where my daughter will be having classes. I noticed several things on site that need to be brought to the Department of Education's attention, along with the principal of John H. Woodson. They had wood and debris near the courtyard near the 400 wing, steel exposed in the courtyard near a cement covering. There is an opening in the ground near the 400 wing, directly across from the courtyard, about 2 to 3 inches deep, very unsafe. The girls' bathroom near the 400 wing and the 200 wing, there was no soap at the time, no wall or switch plates on the light switch. To me, that's a safety hazard. The AC unit near the stage at the CHS cafeteria needs to be cleaned. You can visually see that. How healthy is that? The ceiling tiles in the CHS cafeteria are missing, wet, or have dust particles on them. How safe and healthy is that? The CHS cafeteria leaks with excessive rain through the window boarded up near the stage to the right. The CHS cafeteria has a square opening that gives you access to both bathrooms for boys and girls. No privacy, and that's very unsafe. And as you can see in some of the pictures, I took pictures of that as well. In the classroom 901 at Central High School, there are about 5 or more extension cords running in the classroom to accommodate the fans to produce air, and numerous power strips as well. In my opinion, this is not only unsafe, but a fire hazard. Also, with all due respect, I have much more concerns about the health and safety and the well-being at the temporary learning location at the St. Croix Central High School for my daughter, the John H. Woodson Junior High School staff and the students. As follows: temporary entrance and exit plan for the drop-off or pickup for the John H. Woodson students. If inclement weather is expected on the island, what is a temporary plan for where students are supposed to gather for drop-off or pickup stations? Since the immediate release from the Department of Education issued on November 3rd, 2023, parents have not been notified of a proper orientation, at least to tour the temporary school setting for students. As a result, parents are unaware of where the office for the principal, staff, and counselors are. Also had questions, why are the gym classes for the John H. Woodson students expected to be held in a cafeteria at CHS and not in a gymnasium? If CHS was already dismissed, why cannot the John H. Woodson PE teachers and students utilize the gym? In my opinion, it is a safe and health hazard. When and if classes are held in a courtyard, it is swampy and filled with mosquitoes. Termites or red ants are reportedly, for the John H. Woodson students, coming from parents as well, dropping on students in the courtyard and a temporary waiting area near the main gate by the John H. Woodson students and parents. Can that be looked into? Can some type of gravel or mulch be placed in the areas that are muddy and cause difficulty in walking to class? With the current advisory with the lead and copper situation found in the potable water, and the public is advised not only to ingest or cook with, does the school have enough water to supply the John H. Woodson School daily at the temporary setting at the CHS campus for cooking and consumption? Where is the lunch being prepared for the John H. Woodson Junior High School students? The hybrid schedule for A or B days indicates that the students break off from lunch from 12:20 to 12:40 p.m. And then the students are expected to attend fourth period at exactly 12:40 p.m. to 1:40 p.m. How are the students taking the school lunch to be given and then to eat lunch? Is it like a grab and go? The infrastructure of the music building is rotten and rusty. It looks as though any minute the stairs can collapse. Please look into this matter. The CHS cafeteria entrance near the stage has a board up on the window. It leaked at the time when I visited the campus. It leaked and it had excess water on the floor. At the time, the AC wasn't working on Wednesday, November 8, 2023. In case of an emergency, how does a parent or guardian contact the John H. Woodson Junior High School staff? Do they have full or temporary access to the CHS main office? Also, I noticed that monitors or the staff don't have a personal break room or even have access to microwave or a bathroom. Counselors, social emotional counselors, from what I understand, are sharing one room. Where is the privacy for them or the students? Emails are currently sent out for the 21st century after school program, I think grade 7 or GR7, that it was supposed to take place effective from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. for the John H. Woodson Junior High School students. How will that plan be executed? Although it will be online, until an in-person site can be conducted for parents to pick up students or students that will have to take the bus, is this going to be possible? What is the mandatory learning hours per week or per month for the students of the Virgin Islands according to the law for in-person learning only versus virtual learning? What is a tentative plan for the John H. Woodson Junior High School? How long is the expectancy of this temporary hybrid schedule? Since a 30-day plan to complete certain goals for our schools on St. Croix, including CHS and John H. Woodson, is now subject to change due to delays, quote, due to delays in the St. Croix school repairs after ambitious 30-day completion plans meet roadblocks, end quote, effective November 9th, 2023, according to the Department of Education. In my opinion, the schools are currently unsafe and isn't fit for proper in-person learning. What is the estimated timeline to do most repairs for schools currently as of today, November 16, 2023? Are projects going to just get extended with no type of solution or deadlines and considerations for the physical, mental, and emotional state of the staff and the students? At this time, this summarizes most of my concerns for not only my daughter attending the John H. Woodson Junior High School, but for the priority of the health, well-being, and safety of the administration staff and other students. With most of these concerns, it is, in my opinion, that the Department of Education reconsider this hybrid plan and have the John H. Woodson staff and students remain instructional learning only with virtual until these problems are addressed and solved. To the Department of Education, this temporary placement at CHS, in my opinion, is an education and environmental neglect. Please reconsider a better plan to accommodate parents, guardians, students, and the staff at John H. Woodson Junior High School. Who feels it, knows it. This is a bittersweet moment for me because I never missed my daughter's principal honor roll ceremonies. But today, as I'm literally missing out, I feel that I must do my duty as a mother to speak up and do so responsibly and respectively. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I am now available for any questions.
Thank you. I guess, all the questions were asked, right? So I hope I hope a lot of those were addressed. But I am now going to go to Ms. Wallace for her testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Navelia Wallace. I am here as a parent of a student at John H. Woodson. That is my daughter, Neela Wallace. My primary goal as a parent is the academic, health, and emotional well-being of my children. I have a 13-year-old daughter in 8th grade. I also have a son who is 7 years old, and in 2nd grade, meaning he will be at Woodson in 5 years. My daughter misses being in school at John H. Woodson. She is a proud warrior. My concerns: she needs a direct interaction and support from her teachers and staff in her home school, not central. She needs the support of in-person interaction with her friends, again, at her home school, not central. The switch to virtual and now hybrid schedule is problematic and can been avoided. The problems at John H. Woodson have been ongoing for years. Please bear with me as I state some of the biggest issues that contributed to going virtual and now hybrid. Physical problems. The school building is not up to par. 4 out of 6 of my daughter's classes had no air conditioning. Poor lighting in the hallways create an unsafe and intimidating area that may lead to mischief. Bathrooms are in disrepair. Walkways are uneven and unsafe. Numerous areas have environmental concerns in terms of allergic reaction to airborne pathogens, aka mold. Solution: this past summer, the John H. Woodson received a beautiful paint job and pressure washing. However, bathrooms, lighting in the hallways, leaking areas, air conditionings, mold remediation, uneven walkways were not addressed. Please be proactive instead of reactive. During the summer, personnel from labor was hired. These individuals can be trained and utilized to repair and maintain our schools. I am not referring to the mold remediation, but other skills and basic repairs ought to be taught and used to care for our schools. These skills are skills all children can use as we prepare each and every one of them to be homeowners and productive members of society. I earnestly request great change, urgency, and dedication in the maintenance of our schools. We need to genuinely focus and commit to nurturing our children, our future, our legacy. I humbly state I do not want my son telling me in 5 years, "Mommy, my class is hot and the bathrooms are broken." Please make the repairs to allow our children to go back to Woodson on a normal schedule. Due to these changes in the schedule, I personally have incurred additional aftercare expenses for my son, and I'm not the only individual that's happened. Please repair Woodson so we can go back to a normal schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I am now going to start with the young ladies. And let me see if I remember your names. Alina. Hua. Okay, go right ahead.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start since my earliest days in kindergarten, I've navigated the public school system. Despite my dedication and hard work, I've seen the challenges within our school firsthand. While I've been fortunate to consistently make the principal honor roll since 1st grade, I'm also a witness to the shortcomings of our educational system. What I've become because of the public school system highlights the potential of students like me, but it also sheds light on urgent needs for improvements within our schools. I have been through so much during my time in the public school system, starting from elementary school with the hurricanes and COVID. In 7th grade, I had to witness a school shooting that was pushed under the rug. Sadly, so many people have forgotten about it. Even though it was not an automatic gun, a BB gun is still a gun, and some of my classmates were physically injured. Others, like myself, were traumatized by this incident. This incident needs to be brought back to everyone's attention because we need to prosecute the individuals responsible for this violent act on our campus. Now that I'm in 8th grade, I'm being faced with a new problem. Presently, I'm being forced to have 3 classes virtually in the morning, and then turn around to have 3 additional classes in person at Central High School campus in the evening. All of this because the John H. Woodson School has been poorly maintained by VIDE. Unfortunately, students like myself are struggling to learn in these harsh environments, and with this exhausting new schedule, students like me have had to endure hot and moldy classrooms at our old schools. The situation at Central High School is no improvement over what we've experienced at Woodson. At Woodson, numerous issues plague our learning environments. Roofs that leak in hallways and classrooms, insufficient seating in my own math class due to how many students are in it. But this problem could have easily been fixed by assessing ahead what the needs of the school was. There was a lack of air conditioning in 3 out of 6 of my classes, amplifying my discomfort in school. Darkness in hallways due to no lights, and the presence of mold everywhere you look. I even started to feel sick, and my skin started to itch a few weeks before our school officially closed. Moreover, WAPA outages disrupt valuable teaching time, subjecting us to hot classrooms and darkness, hindering our education. Installing a generator could have prevented all those lost instructional hours and early dismissals. In terms of hygiene, dysfunctional toilets in all women's restrooms and limited cleaning because there is about only 3 cleaning people for the whole school, which makes it hard to maintain a clean environment, rendering these facilities unusable for students just like me. I personally have refused to ever use those bathrooms due to how dirty they are. Transitioning to online learning was meant for us to get away from a school that was infested with mold, but all VID has done was put us in a different school with the same problems. The split session schedule has become more stressful for students, parents, and teachers. And me, still being online, contradicts the intended purpose of split session, adding unnecessary stress to our already demanding days. Central, the school we were sent to, isn't free from problems, of course. It doesn't have enough seating for our large classes, and up until yesterday, when I had math, it still didn't have enough seats, forcing around 4 people to stand for a whole hour. Mold and termites infestation disrupt classes, lack of rain cover, and where my core classes are upstairs in the music building, the bathroom doesn't work. The overall disorganization due to a lack of orientation and teacher resource accessibility further hinders our learning experience. Today, I stand before the committee during a time where I should be finishing school, a time where I should be at my principal honor roll ceremony and getting ready for my after-school music lesson so that I can testify about the issue that students like me shouldn't have to face daily. We can't keep on waiting for contractors when you can hire electricians, plumbers, people who have worked in construction to help keep the schools in good condition. But right now it's too late. Problems one person could have fixed is now affecting every student that has stepped in this building. Having mold in classes is unacceptable, and students and teachers becoming sick due to these environmental issues is no joking matter. I should not be risking my well-being to be learning in an unsafe building. We deserve better, and individuals must be held accountable for ensuring everyone has a safe and comfortable learning environment. Thank you for allowing me to share my experiences as a student at John H. Woodson Junior High.
Thank you, Alina Poa. That was well said. Michaela Walcott, I want you to speak into the mic. Okay?
Good day again. I come before you today to speak about an abundance of issues that are impacting our learning experience at John H. Woodson. Since returning to school in August, the excessive heat is a prominent issue that we can't seem to escape. The USVI has been under what seems like a constant and excessive heat wave, and the AC not working makes temperatures feel unbearable. Students come to learn, prepare, and better themselves for the future. We shouldn't have students overheating and excessively sweating during class time. This doesn't make for a productive setting, and it's not healthy for students. While at the Woodson campus, 4 out of 6 of my classes did not possess functional ACs. Students resorted to bringing handheld fans, neck fans, etc. Another unfortunate set of circumstances is the condition of the bathrooms in both Woodson and Central. While at Woodson, students constantly avoided using the bathroom. There was never enough paper towel or soap in the dispenser. The writings on the bathroom stalls are disgusting and repulsive. The state of some of the bathrooms themselves are concerning. Personally, I didn't even feel comfortable enough to go to the bathrooms regularly, and I can attest to many of my friends feeling the same exact way. I cannot tell you the current state of Central's bathrooms. I have not stepped foot into one. However, every single student I have spoken to says the same thing. The bathrooms are in terrible condition and just downright disgusting. Furthermore, my area in the music wing at Central has no functional bathroom, so students must walk down the stairs and guess their way around the campus to find a good bathroom. As you can guess, I don't plan to step into the bathroom anytime soon, and truthfully, would you? Currently, the split session schedule does not seem beneficial to most, if not all, teachers, parents, administrators, and most importantly, us, the students. Teachers and students have both shown active distaste in the current predicament. It is also not fair for our parents to leave work and drop us off and then immediately turn around to pick us up again. I can even say, in my opinion, Central has the same number, if not more, issues than Woodson. However, virtual learning wasn't any better. I am in all honors classes, and most, if not all, of my classmates joined onto the meetings. This wasn't the same across the board, though. In one of my elective classes, I hadn't seen half of the students since we left the campus. Even when students did join, there were so many connection issues and technological problems. Students didn't have cameras, couldn't share their screens, and sometimes couldn't access online resources. Some couldn't even unmute. Overall, no one was prepared to go back to virtual. Students are not being challenged this way, and this isn't effective. Woodson students want to be back on their own campus, and we want basic changes made to that campus to get us back there. I am not aware of the current state of Woodson since I haven't been back in the school. It is concerning, though, as to why teachers are not able to go back in the building to retrieve resources such as textbooks and copybooks, or why teachers aren't actively being given access to these valuable resources. How are we supposed to learn with next to nothing? I've had to replace 2 copybooks because my former ones are still stuck in my respective classrooms. This may not seem like much cost-wise. However, I lost valuable notes that I must find a way to replace. And I am not the only one among the many students in Woodson. Our teachers are creative and make do with what they're given, but the reality is they shouldn't have to be. They shouldn't have to be scrounging for copies of informational texts and handouts. They should have physical books and ones that are in good condition at that. Honestly, if double sessions are the best alternative and most planned out options, respectfully, what were the others? In Woodson, we had chairs for all our students, and at least 2 to 3 students minimum stand in my main classes at Central. And when they do find chairs, there aren't enough desks. I even have a teacher giving up their own seat so we, the students, can feel comfortable. It shouldn't have to come to that. As a child, I don't mind doubling and tripling up to a desk with my friends. Truthfully, though, 2 students squeezing into 1 chair or 4 to a desk does not seem acceptable or appropriate in a school setting/environment. You can have some of the most dedicated students, but given the opportunity, they can be distracted and talk. It takes at least 10 minutes every class period to get everyone settled in seats. From settling into the few chairs we do have, counting who has to stand, and teachers trying to identify what other teacher may have extra, etc. Central clearly has smaller classroom sizes than Woodson, so why was this issue not thought of and dealt with before we stepped foot onto the campus? Even if it couldn't be handled before the first day, why are we still having this issue? It seems like we're regressing. First, the abbreviated schedule, then online schooling, and now this. We're at a point where it cannot possibly get worse. Lastly, another big issue with the Central campus is mold. I have asthma, so this is a big issue for me. My health and the health of my peers should be top priority. 2, not 1, but 2 of my classes had to be held outside due to a terrible smell coming from the rooms. You can barely breathe inside of them. Students reported feeling sick and their throats hurting mere minutes from being held in those classes. This is not regular. Students should not be in these types of environments, especially for extended amounts of time. Finally, bugs. I don't know whether they're termites or any other species, but they need to be exterminated. It is sad that students are being bitten inside and outside of their classes, and even more sad that these termites are falling on students. And it is heartbreaking that students have marks on them and are breaking out due to these bites. While we want to be back at Woodson, our safety and health is of the utmost importance. All we want is a positive learning experience and environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say to the St. Croix Central High School students, it seems as if the John H. Woodson student just captured your complaints because, right? And so, 3 of you are St. Croix Central High School? No, you're complex, so I'm gonna let you start. And then we'll go to the St. Croix Central. And you are Ace, Poa. Right.
Good afternoon, senators, invited guests, and members of the community. My name is Ace Poya, and I'm a sophomore at the St. Croix Educational Complex. I've attended public school since the 1st grade, and during my time, I've consistently been placed on the principal honor roll each marking period. On 2 occasions, I've even been given the Rising Stars Award from the VID. I'm presently enrolled in the aviation program and a career and technical school where I plan to obtain my private pilot's license. I stay involved at school by being an active member of the chess club and close-up clubs that I'm in. Recently, I had the pleasure of meeting a few of you at UVI for the close-up summit. Lastly, I'm on my school's varsity tennis team. I share all these things about myself because I want you to know I take my education seriously. I'm not here to complain, but to go on record and simply state the facts about the current conditions that I am forced to learn in every day. Currently, I'm supposed to be at my school training with my tennis team for our upcoming games. In fact, some of my teammates in the junior varsity game are competing in a match as we speak. However, I felt me being here before you was more important because although I love playing tennis, I feel a sense of pride representing my fellow classmates here today. As you are aware, in September, my classmates organized a peaceful demonstration about the heat we face in our schools. Based on research analyzed by CNN, this summer was the hottest in the last 125,000 years. It was so bad, in fact, my last period teacher nearly passed out mid-lesson. It has been so hot as of late that many students are bringing portable hurricane fans to school. It has been so hot that some students' undershirts are even becoming translucent. I think we can agree that this is not any type of learning environment, yet nothing has been done. Recently, one of my tennis coaches had to relocate his classroom to the auditorium because the roof in his classroom collapsed. It took 2 weeks for the issue to be solved. Inside of my marine biology class, water has been falling from the ceiling that has a mind of its own. In my aviation class, the tiles often go up and down due to cracks in the ceiling allowing the wind to pass through. I hope this isn't you guys' way of teaching us about turbulence. Since Complex is a hurricane shelter, I wonder what will happen when the public needs a place to gather for the next storm that approaches. I wonder how they will use the bathrooms when half the urinals are dysfunctional, light bulbs need changing, and door locks are broken. The constant lack of soap, toilet paper, and paper towels adds to how unsanitary the restrooms are. I often hold my urine until I get home because I try to avoid these restrooms as much as humanly possible. Another place I often avoid is the school cafeteria. Everything looks and tastes like it came out straight from a box or can. At the beginning of the school year, I heard about the fresh new salad bar station, so I had to check it out. It was a success, yet the salad bar only lasted 2 weeks. However, VID made sure to publish wonderful pictures to the public when it opened up, showcasing how lucky we were. But I bet very few people in the public knows about how short it lived. The negligence by VIDE has made simple maintenance repairs into a larger problem. Why does the department not hire certified tradesmen and women like electricians, plumbers, AC repair specialists to have full-time maintenance as workers? This could prevent many issues from escalating into larger capital projects, which then require outside contractors. I wonder when these problems will be solved. My classmates and I deserve a safe, clean, and cool learning environment this school year. However, at this current speed, I'm afraid all this talk will turn into another school year with the same issues. Does VIDE plan to start the projects when my children are attending the school? I'm a second-generation Barracuda, but honestly, when I'm done with high school, I don't have any plans on returning home. That is because we drag our feet too slow, and it makes it frustrating for everyone. I am thankful for all my teachers who continue to show up despite the countless issues that weren't discussed, such as the lack of current textbooks, laptops, reliable Wi-Fi connections, and moldy classrooms. Yet they make it work to the best of their abilities. I come before you today to ask that you hold the individuals in charge of education accountable of all these issues our schools are facing. It's unacceptable that millions of dollars are allocated each year to education and students, yet teachers and faculty must endure these environmental issues, many of which are causing health issues, such as mold. Senators and committee members, I hope today is not another day of just more talk. I trust that action will be taken by this body to ensure taxpayers' funds are spent to repair our dilapidated schools and create a safe, comfortable learning environment for my classmates and I. I thank you for your time and giving me this opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you. We will now hear from Jada Brown.
Good afternoon again. My name is Jada Brown. I am here representing the St. Croix Central High School as Student Council President as well as Senior Class President. I would like to thank you all for giving us this opportunity to express our concerns. I want to address the pressing issues we're facing in our school bathrooms, including clogged sinks, the absence of toilet paper, paper towels, and soap, as well as inadequate locks and water supply. The leaking walkways during rain makes it challenging for us to attend classes without getting soaked, resulting in late arrivals to our already shortened classes due to the double session schedule. As the class president, I am deeply concerned about senior activities. How can we raise funds weekly, and how do we make the most of our last year in high school when we're not even given a full day of school? It's crucial to address these issues to ensure a positive and memorable high school experience for all students. Even students that we have to share our school with. When will we be able to just be students and enjoy our last years of childhood? Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Mr. Fabian.
Good morning. I would like to reintroduce myself. My name is James Fabian. I am the St. Croix Central High School Class of 2024 Senior Student Council Vice President, along with the Vice President for the Student Government Association in Central High School. First of all, I'd like to thank you for being afforded the opportunity to be here today, as it is an honor to be able to speak not just for myself, but my class and the whole school. The issues that I would like to address are malodor sewage problems, inadequate Wi-Fi collection, poor bathroom maintenance. I would be speaking a little bit about my personal experience in high school since we began in person. And I would also like to address an issue that not many people do address, that being that since we're currently facing all of these issues, we're now faced with an even bigger problem, which is socializing. Education is, yes, about learning, but another part of learning is how we socialize as students. I'm someone who's very, very involved in the school community, that being that I hold many different leadership positions for many different clubs. For these clubs, I need to host meetings. And since we're not in school the whole day and we're missing intervention and lunchtime, I'm not able to hold these meetings. So a lot of the clubs, we aren't fundraising. We can't do trips that we've been planning. And it's just really causing a delay in everything. As a concerned member of the school community, I wish to address the pressing issues affecting our environment and the well-being of students and staff. The presence of mold in classroom possesses a serious health risk, triggering allergies, respiratory problems among occupants. This issue demands immediate attention to ensure a safe and conducive learning space. I personally am someone who experiences issues, as yesterday was when my temperature finally went back to normal and I'm able to breathe properly again. I spent 6 days sick because I spent 1 day in a classroom that had mold and the AC was running. Furthermore, the inadequate Wi-Fi connection severely hampers educational activities, hindering research, online resources, and communication essential for modern-day learning. This connectivity gap directly impacts academic performance and limits access to vital educational tools. Moreover, the deplorable state of bathroom maintenance raises alarming health concerns. The soap dispensers aren't working. There's no paper towel. The sinks, the water, everything in the bathroom are destroyed. We were made aware that the 30-day action plan was set in place to fix these issues, and we're now in November. Nothing has been done. Furthermore, then addressing these issues is a crucial, not just for the comfort, but the safety and health for everyone within the school premises. Urgent action and investment in remedial efforts are imperative to create a safe, healthy, and conducive learning environment for all. Once again, returning to the maintenance issues with the bathroom, poorly maintained bathrooms not only compromises hygiene, but also create an unsanitary environment conducive to the spread of illnesses among students and staff. I do not use the bathrooms in school. I've known to go to school at 7 in the morning before my classes begin and leave school around 6 p.m. if I have something to do for the clubs, and I still have not used the bathroom for the day. I'm looking at a paper here that sits in front of me, and St. Croix Central High School was built in 1967. The person that I call my mother, my guardian, went to school here in went to Central High School, and she is a proud Karen. She didn't face these issues. It was not as hot. Her bathrooms were working. Everything was fine. And I personally don't feel as though it's fair that now I have to go through this. We went through 6 months of traumatizing experiences with the hurricanes, then the pandemic. This is something that really, really needs to be urgently addressed because we can no longer stand for this. I have one question, and I don't know how it's going to be answered, but I'm going to ask it regardless. Why is it that the students needed to go as far as to causing, what would the correct term be, right? Protests for us to be heard? Why did it have to come to that? I don't think that was necessary. I think our concerns should have been voiced a long time ago. Again, I would like to thank everyone for having me here. It is a pleasure and an honor to be sitting before all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really sad that every single one of you said you do not go to the bathroom. That is, you are damaging your bodies. We are damaging your bodies. Let's take the blame, right? The adults in the room, we are damaging your bodies. That's not good. I have the chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and Dr. Calwood, it's up to you how you want to read your testimony, or if you want to speak from the heart or whatever. I wanted you to be the last one. I see you had gone through quite a bit of what the students were saying here, but you may want to, it's your discretion, because you are the chairman of the Board of Education, so go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Honorable Marie C. James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members and other members of the 45th Legislature present, and a listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the 21st Virgin Islands Board of Education, and I want to thank you for the invitation to provide comments regarding the recent teacher and student protests, as well as other matters the Virgin Islands Board of Education would like to address. Senator sitting here, I am it's very disheartening of the things that the students are going through on the in the St. Croix district. I know many of these schools are very, very old. Some are 65 years old. Even on St. Thomas, some of the schools are 141 years old. So you do understand the severity of how these schools are. My concern is, and has always been the board's concern, is when we do the school management accountability report, we share it with the department, we share it with the different agencies within this Virgin Islands government, and no one really responds timely. I would say this is the first time under Dr. Wells Hendrington for the findings of the Board of Education actually go into the schools and see this is how the department came up with a 30, 60, and 90-day plan. So I'm happy for that collaborative effort. Of course, the students, I've always been a proponent about students standing up and sharing exactly what is going on within these schools, because they are the ones that are affected. And you know, the adults that has the opportunity to lead, sometimes they face challenges as well in ensuring that every single person getting a check every 2 weeks should ensure to do whatever is necessary to assist the students here within this community. The board always stands, the board fights, the board sends out a lot of communication. I really have to express thanks to the School Plans and Facilities Committee led by Winona A. Hendricks for their efforts in going out to the schools day in and day out. Special thanks to the Department of Education Operations Division, because we can't do these school visits without them. Mr. Weeks, Mr. Milligan, and other Mr. Fleming, and the superintendents in terms of all the responses the board needs in terms of information. The department always shares that information. I know sometimes the department has to do a better job in terms of tooting their horn of things that they are doing good, because within the Virgin Islands public school system, we have more good than bad. A lot of the bad has to do with years of maintenance. Of course, I know you have examples, even in the St. Thomas district, you know, at Joseph Gomez School, we were just having a discussion in terms of they tried to put ACs in a whole Joseph Gomez schools, they plug them in and they blow the transformer, because these schools they weren't built to have ACs given this concern. Of course, that is not an excuse. That is just one part of the problem. We do need new schools. Of course, when we get these new schools, everyone in the community has to be responsible and accountable in terms of the safe maintenance and upkeep of the schools to ensure that they can continue to be conducive for learning for our students. So I am frustrated. I'm very upset. You know, thank you to the students that have shared. I can't say I want to blame the Department of Education, because some things is really bigger than them in terms of a lot of the red tapes and the bottleneck throughout the processes, and sort of pushing some of these things forward to ensure that they could meet the challenges of schools in the territory. Our schools here in the territory is not single-handedly against any challenges in the mainland, as we are part of the National School Boards Association, districts and stuff having concerns and challenges in schools in terms of the maintenance monies that they need to fix these schools and really keep up with the schools is just not enough to be able to fix it. So students, please know that the Board of Education is fighting. You know, sometimes we may not send out press releases to just have your name in there to attack people, but we work behind the scenes to ensure that the departments remain accountable, do what is necessary. We have been attending at least every PTA meeting that has come out. Members of the Board of Education actually attend to start to share with students and parents of all the things that the Board of Education responsible. Because sometimes when the department doesn't get to do something, then they say, oh, it's the Board of Education responsibility. The Board of Education doesn't have a budget for maintenance of public schools in the community. The Department of Education is responsible for those things. The board is now the third party outside in terms of the accountability piece, and we do share, and I'm asking every member of the community to really look at a school management accountability report, because it talks about all the successes that the department has done in terms of maintenance, all the pending things that they're working on. Some of these things have to do with either funding, general funding that they don't have, or waiting for FEMA, or if they paint this area, then FEMA says, I'm going to deduct $2 million because you're paying this because it's a permanent fix. So there's a lot of challenges that is facing why some of these things cannot be addressed. But of course, we all have to come together, unions, the department, the Board of Education, every single person that cares about public education in this territory have to come together and meet amongst ourselves to come up with a plan and a way forward of how we're going to address. That takes individuals writing to the delegate to Congress, writing to the President of the United States, you know, doing whatever they can to get the funding that we need within this territory that we could actually utilize. Because yes, people would say, oh, they have a lot of funding, but you can't just use the funding for any and anything, because it has to, we have to answer to somebody, and we don't want to lose our federal funding opportunities. So the board stands ready, and we will continue to help the department in terms of the accountability piece. We always, anything challenges, I know I'm one person that anything that the schools are going through, once a parent or something call me, I call the superintendents directly to get exactly what is happening to fight for our students here in the community. So special thanks to everyone that play a part in education. This month is Education Week, and of course I want to, before I leave today, to tell the viewing and listening audience that this year, November 13th through the 17th, we're celebrating American Education Week, and the theme this year is Together for Safe, Just, and Equitable Schools. And of course, in further in keeping with this theme, the board has adopted U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona to raise the bar, to promote academic excellence, improve learning conditions, and prepare for our students for a world where global engagement is critical to our nation's standing. And of course, this year, the Virgin Islands Board of Education has joined the territory in honoring and energizing and inspiring students, parents, teachers, substitutes, paraprofessionals, school nurses, monitors, cafeteria workers, crossing guards, bus drivers, maintenance staff, janitors, coaches, administrators, support staff, union representative, and other employees. We want to recognize you for your efforts, given the challenges that we all face in education. We want to really thank you for your efforts. And in closing, Senator James, I also want to thank two reputable banks within our community, and of course a credit union, Oriental Bank and also St. Thomas Federal Credit Union, for hosting the board's financial literacy presentation. We did one on St. Croix Educational Complex on Monday, and we also did one at Ivana Dorican High School on St. Thomas on Tuesday. And the goal here is to ensure that we can provide students with information regarding diversifying revenue sources, budgeting, debt management, credit building, and investing. And of course, the students within the business divisions within those particular schools did enjoy that opportunity of the presentation. We'll be working to set up the presentation for Charlotte Amalie High School, as well as St. Croix Central High School soon, and then we'll be moving from there into the elementary schools, because you could teach students in terms of, if you have $1, how many things you can go in the store to buy for the $1 based on the prices. So we want to be working with them. So special thanks to the Public-Private Liaison Committee chaired by Era C. Lockhart for coming up with a lot of these ideas, and of course the staff at the Board of Education, very small staff, but they do 3 and 4 jobs to ensure that we can meet the needs of the territory. So Senator James and all members present, thank you so much for listening to me, and I stand ready to respond to any questions the students may have or you may have as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carlwood. And the American Education Week, the theme for this year is Together for Safe, Just, and Equitable Schools. And that's what we're talking about today. Are our schools safe? Are they just? And are they equitable? And then, of course, raising the bar to promote academic excellence, improve learning conditions. And I think the students expressed, how can you learn in the environment that you're in? I just want to say to all of the students here today, if I was a teacher a long time ago, I would give you all a plus for your presentations. They were excellent, well delivered, well delivered. So I am very proud of all of you. We're going to start with Senator Carla Joseph. 5-minute round. Questions that you may have for the students, for the testifiers. Go right ahead. And we also have with us Dr. Winona Hendricks here too. So she's available to answer questions, because I believe you were the person who, you're the head of the committee that checks the schools out, right? Mike.
Let me say again, happy American Education Week, and let's try to see what we can do to raise the bar. It's a very meaningful meeting that you have here today. My name is Winona Hendricks. I am pleased to be here to discuss the matter with the honorable senators, all the testifiers, and certainly the students who represented their schools so very well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hendricks. And Senator Carla Joseph, your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone present. It's very disturbing for me. It brings back memories for me. Over 35 years ago, I was also a member of our student council at Ivana Udorakan High School in the eastern end of St. Thomas. Our classes and our school underwent a lot of challenges. And my class was very instrumental. We were protesting, having to endure staying and operating in one facility that housed our gym, housed our auditorium, and our cafeteria. So imagine you're sitting there, eating your lunch, and there's sweat all over the place as well. So we took to the streets. We took to the streets and marched. And today I can tell you that a gymnasium that has withstood 2 category hurricanes stands. And it is named in honor of my classmate, Digna Wheatley. So I don't want you to grow weary of fighting. That's what we do. And the shame of it is, you know, and I find it disturbing that it is us who is doing it to our younger people. All the time, it is us. You look like us, you know? And so that I find disturbing, because there doesn't seem to be, for me, any level of urgency. And I come from a background where I worked tirelessly with at-risk young people who had dropped out of high school and junior high. And I'll tell you, when our young people finish, they had a beautiful facility, and then Maria destroyed it. But they worked and they built it themselves, and they were able to earn their high school diplomas, industry recognized certification, and were placed in jobs. So I want you to remember that this race isn't for the swift, but for those who endure to the end. and you cannot give up and run away. Those issues that you're experiencing now, this is all a test to see how you can overcome. And we, just like Martin Luther King and them said, we shall overcome, and we have overcome, but we have to see what we can do to pull each other together, okay? It takes all of us. Now, I want to commend the young people especially. You did an awesome job with your presentation. I listened to you intently. I'll begin, first of all, by asking
2 minutes.
the Department of Education. I listened to Ms. Wallace and the other young people, and Ms. Wallace, Ms. Puya, Ms. Makita Walcott, Ms. Norhan, Mr. Ace Puya, Ms. Brown, Jaden Brown, and Mr. Jean Fabian. Now you are experiencing, if you're not going to the bathroom, and this level of environment that you have with molds and everything, those are social determinants of health. That's going to affect your health in the long run. And you know, we already have an issue with our healthcare system. So I'm going to ask Department of Education, Mr. Soam and Mr. Charlemagne and Ms. Utley Herman and Mr. Milligan, who are here. This is a St. Croix issue. What are we doing with the bathrooms? Because I noted that you have in your testimony that you have some of them bundling, and this one has been, bathroom issues have been contracted to Lightning Construction. When have they started? Have they started to work on the bathroom? Because it's critical that the young people be treated with dignity. And this is undignified treatment. So kindly indicate. You stated it on page 5, bathroom renovations. It said Lightning Construction to repair 14 restrooms at Central High. When is that starting?
Good afternoon, Senator. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. All I can say is wow. Presentation by students was extremely powerful. We own this. We're not going to walk away from this. We own this. These are our children.
That's correct.
And we will work night and day, heaven and hell, improve the situation for our children.
Time.
I've been to Central High School yesterday.
Excuse me one moment, please. Madam Chair and Mr. Soam, yeah, I know you want to appreciate our young people, and I appreciate that too, but I asked you a very pointed question. Kindly indicate for us when the construction and repair, because the young people here said they can't go to the bathrooms. Okay, that's a basic human thing. Okay, when is this Lightning Construction is to repair the 14? When is that going to be? When is that starting? And when is it going to be completed?
I was about to tell you that having visited Central yesterday and the day before, it has started. I met with the contractor, Mr. David Xavier. He's currently working on the bathrooms on the 900 wing. So that has started. I personally met with him.
Completed, kindly.
I would refer that to Mr. Charlemagne for completion dates.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Davidson Charlemagne, Territorial Facilities Manager. Yes, completion date will not be something that we could just say it's going to be overnight, because we're going to do all 14 of those restrooms.
Madam Chair, Mr. Charlemagne, I don't need a long talk. Okay, just say you have a contract. I know about contracts. You should have a completion date. You need to give it to the young people so that they could anticipate and they could check our eyes and ears on the ground. So what is the completion date?
I don't have the contract date with me, ma'am, but I could most likely get it to your office.
Can we get it before the end of this hearing, sir? Okay. Now, Madam Chair, I know you said 5 minutes, and I might just wrap up. I don't want to abuse you or abuse the time. Thank you kindly. I want to also find out when is this bundling at the bathrooms then for both the remaining schools in St. Croix and St. Thomas going to be done? When are you going to, when is the end date for the bids, because you have all of the scopes out, etc. You said here, and so when the bid packages are supposed to be submitted to you, the deadline.
Mr. Fleming, our Chief Operations Officer, will respond to that.
Good afternoon. Can you repeat the question, please, Senator?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
The question, Mr. Fleming, is when will all of the bathroom bids be submitted?
You have some that is remaining, I guess Woodson, all of those, and then St. Thomas as well. So each of those bid packages for the bundling.
Woodson.
Senator,
Go ahead, Mr. Fleming.
we're expecting to have all the bids in by the end of the month, Senator.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm hoping that we'll have another additional round because I have more questions. This has been really a disturbing
Thank you, Senator.
block. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Well, let me say to the students on St. Thomas, you're going to, some of the senators, excuse me? Okay. You're going to see Senator DeGraff, so he will be asking you questions. So Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, some of the most powerful thing I heard that the young man, Mr. Jean, the question that he asked was actually going to be my first question. And the question really was, do the students believe that the way they addressed the issue was the proper way to address it for them going forward? And I say that because he asked a very, very important question to me. And I would like to directly speak to the students, Miss Alina, Miss Michaela, Mr. Ace, Miss Jada, and Mr. Jean. You know, it's very easy to jump on this bandwagon and assault the education department and find the fault. What I'd like to ask Dr. Soames, Assistant Commissioner Soames, can those parents who are there testifying have a direct line to you where they could contact you with their concerns, because they were very important? And for you to have those checklists added to your other checklists to be addressing those directly. Can that be done?
Absolutely, sir. Ms. Wallace already has my contact information, and I'm very proud to say Mr. Hassan is a student of mine, or was a student of mine, so I'll give her my contact information as well.
Definitely. I think that's a plus as to where we start. And I'm saying that because to the young generation, you must understand that it's easy for us to jump up and carry on and be rude to people and be disrespectful to people and degrade people. But just think, and one day you're going to be in these positions. And I say that because now is a time where what you're doing, I'm so proud of, because you decide to come forward, you decide to speak, and you decide to wait to have answers and get things done. That's the way forward. That's the way of the world. Not getting mad and you jump off or you cuss out people because you think it's the right thing to do. But so what you are doing here is what I am proud of. And as a Virgin Islander, not just a senator, as a Virgin Islander, you make me very, very proud. There's future for the Virgin Islands and for the world. And I say that because you're going to find issues everywhere you go in the world. How you deal with them, how you deal with people is what's going to make the difference. Don't ever be rude to anybody. Even if the guy you on the shot end up you want to blow off and don't do it. Take the learning from your parents. Those parents that stood up here today, to those children who are their parents who are there, be proud of them. They're showing you the right way. That's how it's done. Department of Education, Assistant Commissioner, has acknowledged, we have acknowledged that he dropped the ball.
2 minutes.
But there's going to be and I have all confidence in Department of Education that it will be addressed. When it's going to be addressed, it's going to be another issue. So I'm not going to come here and grandstand to sound, you know, I just would like, I'm so proud of the young generation. And for the young man, to the question that you asked, I agree with you 100%. We should have had a sit down where they would listen to you. And they think now, hey, the whole world are listening to the young generation because of the 5 of you. They're listening to parents who took the time out to make a difference. So when all the other issues that are taking place in the territory are happening, you know, I think this is the best way for us to address it. And to the Department of Education, again, I'd like to find out, do we know how much hours or days in school time learning that the students have missed from the beginning of the school year to now because of some of these issues that have arisen, where with the heat or with maintenance issues or stuff like that? Do we have a estimated time of how much these students have missed?
Good afternoon, Senator. Dr. Herman Cinqueira, Superintendent. Yes, I have an Excel spreadsheet tracking each school, including how much time the students have missed. It's unfortunate, including rain days, job actions, the busted pipe. So it's very unfortunate, the impact that our infrastructural issues have on our students, and listening to our students is just, it's gut-wrenching, but it forces us to do what we are passionate about, ensure a safe and conducive learning environment.
Okay, now would those hours that are missed, I'm sure they have to be made up, have the parents been notified in regards to that, hey, this is on our agenda that we have to make up this time for their students, especially the seniors who are going to be graduating, and that would be the end going forward. Are they in the makeup phase while school is going on, or do they have to wait until after to try to do it in the summer? Do you have any way going forward as to how that be addressed?
Time.
So, Senator, in regards to the makeup days, our calendar has 2 makeup days already built in. One of the things that we also looked at was our open house day, shortening that day and not making it a full non-instructional day, but a half day to make up some of the time and meet or exceed our minimum instructional hours. We met with the John H. Woodson PTA last night, and they proposed some, scenarios. We agreed to review those scenarios and look at the impact in terms of what it would do to the school calendar and present that to them. It's a temporary situation, but adjusting it may have an impact for this school year. So we agreed to review that and pose all of the scenarios to them, and so we're gonna circle back. But in terms of our seniors, they will meet their minimum instructional hours, currently based on what I'm tracking, by using our 2 days on the calendar in December, as well as adjusting the open house day on February 6th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in closing, I would like to ask the students, in terms of this process here that we are going through, this legislative process, they've been through the legislative process, they're going through now, they've been through the demonstration process, they have gone through the process of venting. What have they learned? I'd just like to ask them, have they learned anything different from this process versus maybe some of the other processes? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Do any of the high school students want to respond to that? Did any of you protest? That's the first question.
No, I actually did not protest. I was in DC. I attended the Black Congressional Caucus with the Commissioner of Education.
Okay, and did you protest?
So yes, I did protest.
Okay, after the protest, did you, and I actually have another question for you, so that's kind of interesting that you answered. So there's a difference between the protest and this process, right? The legislative process. For sure. So how do you feel that your protest was effective? I thought it was, just my opinion, but go ahead, let me hear what you said.
If the protest was effective, I feel like the protest was effective to some degree. It brought up a lot of issues that the community didn't know about, but also it did shed light on some of our faults that we could have
You mean the student protests?
Yeah.
You know, I'm glad you said that because that's true.
They didn't do it perfectly, but
that's okay.
We learned.
But you learned, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I was a little concerned that sometimes, you know, I wanted to make sure your voice was heard. That's why I invited you way back when, but it didn't happen until now. But you said something that was of concern to me. You said that you're not going to come back home after you graduate. Why is that? Is that because of the school experience or just what you want to do may not be a job that's here in the Virgin Islands? Because that happens. Is that the reason?
Yeah, it's going to be the second part that you said.
Your occupation?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but I just don't feel that the Virgin Islands and the territory has the opportunities that I'm looking for in the future.
Okay, what about, okay, thank you. The seniors, both of you are seniors. Do you intend to come back home?
I've actually thought about coming back. I want to become a physician assistant, and hopefully when the new hospital is rebuilt, I could come back and work there.
Okay, and my daughter is a physician assistant, so I'm going to hook you up with her so you can find out from her what she did, okay? Mr. Fabian.
I do have intentions of pursuing a career in the military, but I do plan to stay here on the island and attend UVI and become a commissioned officer through the RTC program here at UVI that they're offering. I also plan to invest into real estate and own a few businesses locally here on St. Croix with a business that is set to start up next year.
Oh, well, that's interesting. So you can talk to me. I was in the military, and I'm a real estate attorney. So you and I definitely have to hook up. For sure. I'm not joking.
Yes.
For sure, okay?
Yeah, I'll love to be in contact with you around that.
Okay.
So I do plan to stay here, but I feel as though that if the conditions here on St. Croix do not change, I will be leaving because I don't feel as though it's fair that if I decide to have my kids here, they have to go through the same struggle that I did. I don't want that to happen to my kids.
I understand. Senator Capehart, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so taken back hearing these testimonies today. But first, to the parents, I just want to say those who are here in the chambers, sitting here in the well, thank you for being your children's biggest advocate because they need you behind them 100%, whether they're doing good in school, whether they're doing bad. Being your child's advocate is very important. And to the students, I'm so proud of each and every one of you that came before us today to talk about your challenges. Students throughout the United States, they have challenges. And the children that are going to school here in the Virgin Islands, you're dealing with a different set of challenges. You deal with bullying. You deal with frequent fights disrupting your classes and long endurance of unsafe, unsanitary, uncomfortable, hot learning environments. It's not too much to ask of a good, safe, healthy, cool learning environment for these students. And some of the things that they talked about today, soap dispensers, basic supplies of toilet paper, paper towels, soap, these are low-hanging fruits. Oh my gosh, how are we doing this to our children? A parent called me on Sunday to say, my student who excels in school happened to be in a school fight. My child don't even want to go back to school because he wasn't instigator in the fight, but our child doesn't even want to go back to school because he's scared of those children that may bully him and target him again. Not only one,
3 of them. These are the things that our children are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And for them to go to school to have to deal with poor lighting, bathroom, mold. Guys, if it takes that we have to hire contractors to assist, we got to do something. So this is my question. Mr. Charlemagne, I know you're my friend. Mr. Milligan is my friend. Allah is my friend. Went to school with Mr. Som. I know that everybody here has a good heart and your intent as well. But one of my questions, Mr. Charlemagne, is how much maintenance staff do you have for each one of the schools? Mr. Milligan, that's you? 2 minutes. State your name.
So, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix. So currently I have 14 employees and a maintenance staff. Some of the schools don't even have a maintenance employee right now as we speak. But I have, go ahead.
So you don't have enough staff to actually assign all these maintenance individual to, say, like, you got 14 schools, 5 people for each school to hit these low-hanging fruits?
So, Senator, no, we don't have the bodies right now. Currently, though, we just did some interviews, so we're looking at 20 individuals to be coming on board shortly. That will give us the manpower we need to start executing these assignments.
So do you even have a high priority list as you sit here today and hear these students? Because they're talking not only for themselves, they're talking for them other students that are in the school. Oh my gosh, my heart is so heavy to hear. I mean, I went to the protest. I have a different view of what I saw at the protest. I thought these children were actually being used for political aspirants who run in. I was using these children. They didn't even give them a fair opportunity to give their own voices. So shame on you. You know who you is. But children, and don't let them use you either. But please, Ms. Assum, Dr. Herman, all of you guys, you are here on behalf of Department of Education. And whatever you need to come to this body, call us. And the parents, again, thank you for being your child's biggest advocate. Because I have 3 children that went through the public school, and trust that I was my children's biggest advocate too. And I'm telling you, it hurts me. And socialization, I never even thought about how that may impact you with all that you're going through. So thank you, Madam Chair, if I get emotional anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Javan James Sr., 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is the first time I ever came on the Senate floor, and one of the bullet points for the block of this agenda is status of schools facilities, specifically repairs to St. Croix schools. And this is a part of the legislative records, specifically St. Croix schools. But it is what it is. My question to Mr. Milligan, though, you mentioned vacancies within your maintenance staff. Can you be specific on some of those positions? Are those positions entry-level positions?
All of them, sir, is entry-level position.
Can you name the position?
Laborers.
Laborers? And what is starting off with?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that, sir.
Anybody at the table can respond to that?
I can. The laborers are a part of a contractual salary range, and I believe it starts off at $27,310.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And my question to you, as far as the qualifications, can you submit that to the chair of this committee so we can share with us?
Sure, the job description?
Yes.
Yes, that can be shared to the chair. I'll make note.
And are we drug testing these individuals, yes or no?
I am not sure of all of the HR procedures. I will not be able to put that. I'll find out and let you know.
Anyone can respond to that?
Drug testing is something that we can do. We haven't done it, but it is something we can do.
Now, mine and me saying to do it or not. The reason why I'm asking you, because if you really want to get laborers, not saying I'm condoning any form of drug use, but we saw here recently where we have individuals who want to work, they're very skilled, but I guess because they intake a little bit of cannabis, they automatically are disqualified. So we're looking for individuals with all these skills who can do these jobs, paying them $27,000. Where in the world are you going to get those? So my question to you, anybody want to say something?
I do. So, Senator, we recognize that the positions that we have in terms of the laborers, that is to help with the upkeep of the basic maintenance on the sites. We know that there's specialized individuals that we need, and we can't compete with what they're going to make privately. So we have worked with the Office of the Assistant Commissioner to build programs and even sending our laborers to C-Tech, working with the Department of Labor to building their skills so we can have that in-house. But I don't disagree with you that we do need specialized individuals for our schools.
My advice to you, and it's just advice, do not push for the drug testing. It might say, well, what he talking about? Well, we know what he talking about. We live in a community where people can take cannabis, but they're very skilled.
2 minutes.
Automatically, you just weed them out. Weed them out. Yeah. But my question though, the playground, kitchen and lunchroom for the Claudio Marco Elementary School. To the western part of the island, the Claudio Marco Elementary School is our only elementary school. And within that school, just like the Juanita Garden Elementary School, we have a diverse mixture and population of those students, and you know what I'm talking about. So as far as getting them their playground and kitchen, I know there have been some supplies and what have you sitting there for quite some time. What is the status of that?
So Claudio Marco is actually a rebuild. We read that in the testimony, so that's slated to be rebuilt. In terms of the kitchen, that contractor has actually started the work. I'll allow Mr. Charlemagne or Mr. Milligan to speak on that. The playground equipment, all playgrounds for St. Croix schools, we incorporated that in our ARP revision that we've just recently received back from the USCD as approved. And so those playgrounds will be procured and installed at our schools. That includes Claudio Marco. Knowing that we have to be mindful of where we place that playground because the design bill and everything is moving forward for the new campus. But in terms of the kitchen, I've walked the kitchen since it's been gutted. I haven't been there recently, but the contractor has started the work. So, Mr. Shalom, Mr.
Yes,
Charlemagne.
good afternoon, Senator.
All I want you to do is just submit to the chair of this committee some timelines. I don't want to waste all my time here. And when I say waste, you know what I mean. But as far as the high school students, I really appreciate you all being here and expressing your concerns. I'm not going to sit here and give you some long speech. All I can tell you is do better when you become older than us or just our same age, you know what I'm saying? So when you reach our age or when you finish school, make sure that you at least get your high school diploma, go to school and learn a trade, or go to college to one day replace us, because we can sit here and bicker all day, but we are talking about buildings that have been there for over 40 years. I'm not even 40, I'm 36. So we're having a serious conversation here, but the biggest problem we have in the Virgin Islands is our workforce. We continue to see initiatives by this, what you might call it, administration, but you do not become a skilled laborer overnight. And that's the harsh reality, unless you're going to bring in people from the Eastern Caribbean or other parts of the world, which is a whole other conversation. I don't want to abuse my time, Madam Chair, but I'm not going to give you no political long story today. We need workers, and we need them now. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Committee is in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess and back on the record. And we just had questioning from Senator Javan James Sr. And next in line is Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you all for your testimonies. I must say, though, I'm very proud of the 2 parents and 5 students that came to testify today. I'm very proud. And they spoke well, and they were on point. And I know, based on the Chair's breakdown in Block 2, which stated that we will receive testimony from the Department of Education and the Board of Education regarding the status of school facilities, specifically repairs to St. Croix schools, status of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, school schedules, abbreviated and hybrid, and any other matters that the Board of Education would like to address. And as we went through the testimonies I heard and saw from the Department of Education in terms of the status of Bureau of Education Construction and Maintenance, and they had the breakdown of the budget in terms of maintenance, and they have a $5 million budget here. And as I heard the testimonies from the parents and students from all 3 schools on Isle of St. Croix, Central, I think, Complex, and the other school. I heard repeatedly in terms of mold, heat because of AC issues, termites and other insects, supplies in terms of restroom supplies, a safe environment, hygiene, classroom sizes, and being able to sit in some of the classrooms. They also spoke to not wanting to use the restroom because of the conditions, a learning environment that's conducive to learning, health and safety issues, and routine maintenance issues. Now, I have several quick questions in respect to those who are in charge. I do not know, Madam Chair, the principals are there, but I know that the principal had a stipend of $50,000 for issues such as toilet paper and all those so-called low-hanging fruits throughout all the schools here in the territory. I really had concern and questions about that because I know they can remediate some situation immediately and instantaneously with those funds. That's what they were there for. Also, in respect to the students when it comes to not being able to use restrooms. And I saw the pictures that was placed on the screen, and
2 minutes.
Pictures of 1,000 words. And honestly, I can understand the frustration and why they feel the way they do. But it's not good that we are having these challenges with our students in terms of them being able to use a simple restroom, because it really affects their health in the long run. And we should do everything necessary to address these issues instantaneously and immediately. It's unacceptable in my opinion. I know I heard someone spoke to the ACs and them installing all new AC, I believe, at Gomez School and other schools that in blue, the transformer. But my question is, my more in-depth question I'm going to ask Mr. Milligan in respect to issues like, for instance, ACs or other kitchen equipment or heavy-duty equipment for any of the schools or the facilities. Is there an assessment done in terms of how much wattage these equipment total and what type of load that breaker can take at that time, and if there's anything that needs to be done with the transformer and other electrical equipment that might need to be changed? How does that work within the system? Can you speak to that for me, please, briefly?
Senator Blyden, I couldn't hear you or understand you clearly. I want to believe you're asking the procedures of installing electrical appliances in a existing area or unit.
I was speaking specifically to, yes, AC units, whether you order 15 AC at the same time, and or kitchen equipment that have a lot of high wattage. And of course, we know, as was stated, the schools are old and a system and a breaker box might not be able to carry that load. What's the procedure in terms of assuring that it does not blow out the transformer, what have you, in order to move forward in terms of alleviating those vexing issues for our students and staff?
Time.
So I'm not aware of the situation happened in St. Thomas at the school, but yes, you're correct, Senator Blyden. All electrical appliances should be, and I make an assessment, the wattage and the existing space to hold that appliances. That should be done, Senator Blyden. That's correct.
And in closing, Madam Chair, if I may ask, in respect to the $5 million budget, how much of that, I would like to ask, how much of that budget have been expended thus far, especially all the issues that we are seeing at this time? How much of those funds have been utilized in order to alleviate many of these challenges that we are facing? That's my next question, and thank you so much for the time.
Return.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Blyden. That $5 million, as my understanding is that is what is proposed for the Bureau. That's not something that is being utilized, or that funding isn't being utilized at this point. That is just what is proposed as the Bureau is stood up and begins to function.
Okay, let me ask then to follow up on the first paragraph of that page where it says status of school facilities. It says based on the approved funding that we have in place. So what's the approved funding? I think you and how much of that, if I'm following Senator Blyden, am I correct in what you're asking? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, yes, you are, because that's what it states here. And if not, where is the funding coming from and what's available and how much you have extended? That's more in-depth question. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
So, Senator, if you look on page 8 of our testimony, there's a breakdown of the $5 million budget for maintenance. Previously, there was $1 million that used to be allocated.
No, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. No, what he's asking is...
Right, he's asking if it's been used.
No, not for that. For the projects, if you look on Addendum A, Addendum A has project updates, and it's broken down into 30-day projects and 60-day projects. And at the very beginning, you said that these concerns and complaints will be addressed based on the approved funding that we have in place. And
yes,
you're saying that the $5 million isn't the approved funding in place.
No,
so what's the approved funding?
Our ARPA funds, our American Rescue Plan funds, as well as some PFA funding.
And then his question was, how much of that has been utilized so far, and how much is remaining? That's what he wanted to know.
All right, so we just got back our approval from USDE to allow us to reallocate the funding. Thus far, the Central High contract is allocated. That's approximately over $200,000. I would have to get a complete breakdown of how much, and I think that was, if it's not attached, we'll get it to you, of how much of the ARPA funds we specifically allocated. But in terms of maintenance and upkeep of our schools is approximately $20 million of our remaining ARPA funds that's being put towards these 30, 60, and 90-day projects across the district.
Right, and that's, I don't want people to be confused. Specifically, the project updates, 30-day projects, which were supposed to be from October 1st to the 31st, but that time has expired. And then from November 1st to December 31st, we're clearly in that period, right?
Right.
And those projects are the entire territory, St. Croix, Senama, St. John. We want to know if you can, you said these projects are funded by ARPA funds, correct? Well, we want to know, and I think Senator Blyden and I are on the same page, because I was going to ask that same thing. How much ARPA funds and how much is used for all those projects that are listed on those pages? That's what the Senate wants to know. I'm sure my colleagues agree with that. We want to know how much has been spent. And you can provide that to us, through me, the chair. Right. I'm the one asking.
So, Senator, through the chair, we can provide the ARPA roadmap that has been created in the St. Croix district, noting that 20% of ARPA must be allocated for learning loss. So outside of the 20% that's allocated for academics, the remainder was allocated for the creating and maintaining our schools. So we will definitely, through the chair, share that roadmap with you. Both districts have a roadmap that was submitted to the commissioner and that was used to guide our revisions that we submitted to the U.S. Department of Education. As Chief Operations Officer Fleming stated, a lot of these bids are still being submitted. So we are constantly updating as we submit justification letter packages. So even though we have estimations for some, we have final numbers for others that have already submitted, and we will be glad to update and continue to update this committee as we receive our final packages.
Okay, and I'm going to go to the question that that young man asked, and it actually is relevant to this right here. Why wasn't that done before? The revision, knowing that I know based on the Board of Education committee, what was the name of that committee? The construction, the renovation. Ms. Hendricks, what's the name of your committee? Sorry?
And facilities.
School plan and facilities, based on their report. These were things that I know I saw on their report. I saw those. So until the students protested, okay, clarify that, because that's the feeling, that's the perception.
And I want to be very clear on two things. The senator, I believe it was Senator Capehart, or no, talked about what we do in VIDE. And the one thing that we don't do well, and I believe it was Dr. Carwood who says, is toot our own horns. In actuality, we had already started procuring many of these services prior to the strikes happening. What we didn't do is communicate that all the way down to our students. And so we own that. But in terms of the AC units for John H. Woodson, that was procured through our expired CARES 2 funds prior to it being, September 30th. In terms of remediation and assessments, that was actually already going through the process of collecting contracts. And so I think that the difference of what occurred was the expression or communication of where we were in the process came out after the protest. But prior to it, a lot of these things, it takes a contract about 120 days to be executed to go through our process.
Here in a VA.
Right. There's processes within the GVI that take time. From the procurement, from sending out a bid to making sure that the vendor, and one of the things that we found, Chair, is that with our federal dollars, bonding is an issue. Any contractor that bids for us and wins, once we are using our federal dollars, they have to have 100% bonding of that project. So if a vendor wins a project and it's like $900,000, they have to have $900,000 sitting in the bank to be awarded that contract. And bonding has been an issue for our local contractors because that's a lot of funding to have ahead of time, but that's a federal guideline. So it's not like we weren't working on it, but there are stipulations that often halt us or slow our progress.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. On the subject of ARPA funding, and this is a question that was rolled over from the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Planning meeting that was held on last week. Can you indicate how much was the total amount of ARPA funding the department received? Can anyone at the table, Assistant Commissioner Victor Sohm,
Thank you,
My,
Senator.
my recollection was 138 million in ARPA funding received. That was my recollection from since in 2021, or 21, 22. How much total funding? And I'm not just going by districts, I'm going entire territory.
I would say it's an estimated 128. It wasn't over 130 million. We can get the exact number to you.
I'm interested in getting the exact number through the chair. You can send it through the chair. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Franklin Johnson, your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the students that are here. And I'm very proud of you all. Very proud of your position you took when you went out and do your demonstration. But today you really strike a chord. And it's thoughtful hearing what you guys have to endure. And I think a couple of my colleagues already said it, you know, holding your urine is a dangerous thing. And I understand how you feel about the restroom, but it's messing up your health. So I caution you on that. And then somebody tell me they don't drink water because they don't want to go to the bathroom. And that's bad too. So I cautioned you, and I'm so sorry that you guys have to go through this type of environment to learn. Nobody should never have to go through that. So all of us is at fault. Every single one of us are at fault. Normally we do a tour of the schools. I didn't get to do one this year, and last year when I tried to do it, I had to get our permission, and everybody tell me I should have just walked across. I ain't that radical really, you know. Try to follow procedures and everything like that. But I want to ask Mr. Charlemagne a question, because you spoke about the bathroom there. There's a couple questions. How many bathrooms on Central High, and how many of them you already start working on?
Yes, good afternoon again, Senator Davidson Charlemagne, Facilities Manager, Territorial. We have the 900 wing is what's being worked on right now. It's 14 bathrooms in total. The estimated completion date would be May 26, 2024. And it's actually going on as we speak, being repaired.
So you start all on one wing alone?
Yes, the 900 wing, because remember you have students still at the school, so you can't really go through all of them one time while students are still operating and using those facilities.
I mean, my thought would have been to at least take one on each of the wings, close it down and walk on one on each wing, so that children don't have to traverse so far to use a restroom, and they'll have, and I'm just talking from what you're saying. If all is on one wing that we're fixing now, if we had tried to pick one to the end of each wing, knock that out, at least those children in that wing will have a bathroom in a timely manner. And all of them need to be fixed at the end of the day.
Right.
But what these children are seeing here today, you know, you're talking about doing all by May in one section. And I think we need to strategize how we could get some bathroom up as fast as we can to make sure that these children have a place to use.
Each wing does have restrooms. You have the 800.
2 minutes.
The 7, the 6, the 5
good restroom that these children can use?
Working restrooms.
I heard a complete different testimony here from the children about the condition.
They're redoing them brand new now, but there's working restrooms as we speak.
Let me hear from one of the children in Central. Tell me about your bathroom that you guys use and what wing you on.
I want to ask, Woodson is occupying the 700 to 1,000 wing. So why would you start at the 900 wing when we're at it? If you want to start construction on a bathroom, wouldn't you start on the side that Woodson is not occupying after school?
So that question is to you. That's a good question.
So a couple things, Senator, and Ms. Puya. One thing that we looked at is when we assess, we prioritize the areas that we need to hit first, and we prioritize the 900 area. Also note that it's going to rotate wings, Senator. It'd be on the 900 side and then hit the other end, and then hit the other. So we're always rotating sides until we complete it. Also note that and saying that that's the phases. Also note that we have a set of holidays coming forward where school will be closed and the contractors will have access to the schools, just like they went in the evenings and they're working through the evening when no one is there, and on the weekends. So this work will be phased in. They do know the importance. We've expressed the importance from the commissioner to myself to the school leadership of the bathrooms, and we are expediting it. So it may not be ideal, but we also wanted to address it. And starting with the 900, even though Woodson is on that side, seemed okay as well because it would have more use. So fixing that side and allowing that bathroom to be fixed and then hit the other end of the campus.
Time.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I look at your list here and we see one school 179 years old. The next one is 141 years old. The next one is, 100? 106 years old. These are some real old school. And we really have abused our school and not really do a good job in building new schools. 100-year-old building right now, that's historic. And, you know, it's sad, and that's why I say all of us is to blame with this year. The youngest school you have here is 20 years old. That's the youngest school, 20 years old. That's very hard. And I mean, I just got here, but when I say we, I'm part of it now. So I can't just say because I come here today, me not fault. I've been right here in this community, seeing these things happening. So all of us, from my heart, I really apologize to the students in the territory, that, especially on the island of St. Croix, that has some of the real bad conditions that are just not conducive for learning, just not. And to if I may, Mr. Jean, what's your last name?
Fabian.
I appreciate what you say, but good things is on the horizon, and hopefully your children will have some new school. There's a lot of opportunities with some monies, and there should be some good school on the horizon. So hopefully none of you students, if do have children and that good life, children shouldn't have to go through this, because there's funding to build school throughout this territory, and I just hope that we capitalize on those fundings and make sure we build those schools as fast as we can, because nobody should ever have to endure this in a learning environment. So I thank you, I applaud you. And you got some connection now to have some conversation, Ms. Maquita?
Yes, I do.
And did you ever have that conversation with the principal from Woodson about these conditions?
Yes, I have.
And how did that go with it when you were speaking to him?
Well, Principal Gordon, Dr. Gordon, he was just thankful to hear my concerns over and over repeatedly. And he just said he will continue to work with the Department of Education and look into to see what is best, like the outcome, to see, I mean, it's not a reality like that everybody will get what they want, but he said he will work on it and, you know, be thankful for my opinions and my concerns.
All right, thank you. And I'll wrap up on this. You know, I heard the commissioner making a statement that no one will be entering Woodson until it's fully operable. And that means you guys are going to be by Central for a while, but I sure do hope that when that time comes, that it's full operation and they don't have to be back and forth. All the problems, the bathroom, the entire facility is reached to a proper working standard. That's my hope with this, that we don't just rush, go back in because you're out. You have a lot of issues from that water leak. So I sure do hope that everything is executed properly so that when these children go back in there, we don't have to take them out again. Thank you very much for your leniency, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Did I hear you say that the bathrooms will be finished May?
That's Central High, Senator.
No, that's the contract expire. I think Senator Joseph asked, when does the contract expire? And that's the contract expiration.
Okay,
date.
so the date is, when will the bathrooms be finished, is my question then.
Our goal is to have that finished within our 90 days.
The 90 days.
And that is our goal, and we've committed to updates if something occurs. We know the age of our facilities, and everyone in the territory knows how contracting and renovations happen. You open a wall and you find something you didn't expect to find. And so we are committed to providing updates, but it is our goal to have that push through in our 90 days.
Okay, the one thing I'm not going to buy into is the age of the buildings. I'm not going to. And you know why? I think the White House really old. I think Government House really old. I think that the problem is maintenance. That's all you have to say. I mean, don't tell me how old they are. And Senator Johnson was right to say, I wanted him to say, okay, so how many, in all those years you were saying, how often were you taking care of the buildings, right? And of course, it goes back to funding.
Correct.
Yeah, so when he was calling, like the 179-year-old building on St. Croix.
Correct.
On St. Croix, you know? Just like taking care of your body annual test. So I want to recognize Commissioner is back with us, and I appreciate her returning because I know she had an emergency and had a mandatory emergency, I should clarify and say, and she wasn't able to be with us earlier, but welcome, Commissioner Wells Hedrington. And so one of the young students have a statement to make? A question, Ms. Walcott.
So yes, just to clarify, you stated that all the wings have functional bathrooms because in our wing, but in the music section, we do not. In 600, I believe, our wing does not possess a functional bathroom, and students have to go down the stairs, figure out where the bathroom is, and it does take them a while, and they are missing instructional time.
Great question.
I will have to confer because I know upstairs has restrooms, so I will look into that and provide an update. No, I know, but I did not know it was not functional, so we'll definitely look into that and provide an update.
Okay. You have a question also? Okay.
You said that it takes, to clarify, 120 days to get a contract. How much days?
How many days?
About 120. 120.
Why, over the summer vacation, when I came back to Woodson, the schools were in worse condition than when I left it? It wasn't maintained over the summer, and I want to know why we didn't get contracts to have it upgraded over our summer break.
Before anyone answer, that's an excellent question, and I'm going to make it even narrower than hers. Were any schools not addressed during the summer break? That's the question. That's an excellent question. Thank you for that.
Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, could explain more on that question. So all the schools, all 15 schools had an extensive walkthrough. This is from March of 2022. We did, I think, at least 4 walkthroughs to get the school ready for September coming or August. So those consists of summer maintenance program. However, 5 schools maintenance priorities was very exceeding the amount. Maybe over half.
Before you go ahead, Ms. Wallace, you're leaving? Sure, but I just want to thank you and let you know that we appreciated your presence here today. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Senator, thanks. So, John Woodson, Central High, Juanita Garden, Claudio Marcus schools. Those schools was exceeding over $500,000 of repair in March of 2022. There's no way that the maintenance department could have bring those schools back. That was a modernization project, not a maintenance issue. The school was so far gone on the maintenance repair that we had to turn it over to operation because the magnitude of work was so great. So those schools never get any attention during the summer until the last days when we went in and actually power washed them or tried to get them just as much as we could to get them ready for the beginning of the school year. So
Woodson was one of those 2?
That's correct.
That's why you saw it the way you saw it. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Does anybody have a date as to when Woodson will actually be reopening?
The work at John H. Woodson has already started in terms of the remediation. Our goal is to have Woodson open for the second semester for January. The remediation contractor, I believe Mr. Charlemagne did a secondary just walkthrough with them as they started to work today to remediate. The contract for the lighting of the hallways is going through the final stages. The office HVAC system, that work has already started in terms of the replacement and fixing that in the ACs for the B wing that blew out with this last surge. They are on island and the installation will begin. So we have everything in place to meet our January date. Like I said, the remediation is already taking place.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that question. Senator Novell Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony thus far, and certainly for our students. Again, I appreciate all of the comments that have been put on the record here today, and I made some specific notes of questions I'd like to ask. But 50 years ago, in 1973, I entered Alfred Unger School. It was a brand new school. One of my teachers is here today. So, 50 years. So when we talk about the lack of maintenance, she there right in front. Don't look too far. She there right in front there. But 50 years later, we're still having this conversation about school. The last school to be built on St. Croix was 1995. So we got our work cut out for us. And I truly wanted to start off by apologizing as an elected leader of this Senate body to certainly the students, first of all, as well as the parents, for what you're experiencing. You should not. I repeat, you should not, as students, have to endure this type of situation because it's obviously impacting your learning ability and instructions. Holding in of urine, not being able to relieve yourself in a timely fashion. That creates some serious health issues. Mental health issues as well. So my first question is in regards to the bathroom. Is there an alternate means that's being put forth? Even if the bathroom is being repaired or worked on, is there an alternate means that we having porta potties put in place? Something that would allow for the children to at least be able to relieve themselves?
So, Senator, the bathrooms are functional. I think what I am hearing, and I'm going to work with the school leadership across the district, is the upkeep. I'm hearing in terms of the cleanliness and just the scheduling of cleaning, the restocking of supplies. These supplies are available through our warehouse. We have hand towel, we have hand washing, so we have soap to wash hands. So I'm really more concerned around the upkeep as we work through the upgrades. On the same conversation, once we upgrade all these bathrooms, I heard the one young lady speak about writing on the walls. We have to engage our students as well in saying, this is for you, and we need you to assist us in the upkeep of this. So there's going to be a series of not just conversations, but shifts that are going to occur, starting with figuring out what's going on with the custodial schedules. We have had some resignations as well as some applications, and we have some new custodians coming on board.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. I don't run out all my time because the students were very clear today. They're unable to utilize the bathroom. So something is happening in that space that we need to address. And that brings me to mind is one of the students indicated that why did they have to take a protest to be able to get the attention of the Department of Education and the administration and the Senate? What is the level of engagement that's occurring between the PTA as well as the student bodies?
2 minutes.
Senator, thank you for that question. The commissioner, along with the leadership, has met with the students at both St. Croix Educational Complex and Central High School. We've met with faculty and staff there as well, and the commissioner and her leadership team are committed to meet with students on a regular, ongoing basis.
This is before or after the protest?
Well, this was after the protest, but before, the St. Croix district did have what we called student focus groups that happened at the beginning of this administration. The superintendent at the time, along with the deputies, participated in student focus groups that included not only student leadership, but all types of students in both high schools.
Very well. Quickly, I wanted to, the air condition over at Complex, I heard, there's conversation that the money is no longer there for the installation of the Complex air condition. Is that true or not?
Okay, Senator, Davidson Charlemagne, Facilities Territorial Manager. Which part of the complex we're speaking about?
Whichever part.
Okay,
CTEC
so-
or the school, whichever part
so
that don't have.
I think you're talking about a music suite. And I know the music suite was engaged before to have the bigger project for the whole area.
Can someone look into the situation with the air conditioner at
It
Complex?
has a temporary unit we put in, though, brand new,
Okay.
right now.
The students spoke about mold in the school, and I know that some of you are also experiencing mold in your own offices. What's happening with the mold situation? What are we doing to remediate and correct that situation?
Mr. Charlemagne?
Again, Senator, I didn't hear you.
Mold in the school and even in some of the offices.
So
where
we're going on a
our
campaign as we
leadership-
speak throughout all the schools with the mold remediation. Right now we're at Woodson. Woodson is our biggest problem, but we also had quotes came in for all the schools throughout that was complaining about mold. We had the principals send in all the classrooms, all the areas that they stated that had those issues, and it came back, and we right now in the process, the jail was sent, and we're in the process of getting that back so we can attend to all the schools that have these situations at this point.
What are we doing about the bugs?
Time.
Well, I'm sure if I just wrap up, I have just one more.
Ms. Central?
Bugs.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Francis, and the bugs, we're actually right now waiting on 3 pest control company to actually complete a quote and send it back to us so we see which one we can afford.
Any timeline in which we'll be able to engage that? I mean, if we have bugs in school, mosquitoes, and everything else that's creating.
So timeline to be exact on the date, no, but I expect to have those quote in by Friday of next week, Senator.
Very well. I just want to conclude that something that we haven't discussed here today that's very, very weighing heavy on my heart is the level of violence that we're seeing in our school. Students, I know we talk about all the infrastructure issues and stuff like that, but what I see in these schools where you have 3, 4, 5 individuals that are beating up on one child, it's unfair. There's no fairness in that. I don't know what we're going to tell parents if something dangerous happened worse happened to our students. It's totally unfair, unacceptable, and you should also be concerned about those violence that's happening in your schools. They're being videotaped, they're being broadcast all over the place. It's totally unfair. I mean, some big man thump going on and little students. 5 sometimes and 1 student. Totally unfair. What are we doing about that?
So, Senator, the level of aggression that we're experiencing is different. We have engaged with our providers to help us with providing behavioral intervention services. So we have executed MOUs. We're also engaging with other entities in talking about alternatives to suspension. What we're seeing is that we need to send a student who is suspended to behavioral intervention or anger management courses. We have engaged in terms of counseling referrals with students. When the last set of fights at the complex happened, the following day we had mandatory parents meetings where I asked the parents and I engaged them and I said, we need your support in the fact that one of the things that we're seeing is the children who run to the fight. And to be quite honest, at the educational complex, the children were using that opportunity to serve as decoys. They were just running like something was happening. The crowd was running to see or to record, and then the students were taking advantage of the distraction of the adults who are now trying to see where the crowd is going to jump a student on the other end. So the strategic knowledge of our students, the use of the cell phones, being the first to put it on TikTok, Snapchat, this is a different generation that we're talking about digital citizenship. We're talking about what's the trauma that you've experienced that have caused you these anger issues. So it's deeper than just a fight. We are also trying to deal with the mental health of our students as well.
Very well, thank you, and also the safety. I mean, some of these monitors are also at risk, and some of these teachers that go to assist, they're also at high risk of being injured as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The Commissioner? Okay, I see you. Commissioner Wells Hedrington. Recognize the mic of Commissioner Wells Hedrington, please.
Good afternoon. Leon Wells Hedrington, Commissioner. Senator Francis and the rest of the body, your sentiments are exactly on point. We've been experiencing a rash of violence or aggression in our schools. And part of what the team has been doing is actually looking for additional wraparound service resources to provide to those students, because we recognize that when students display aggressive behavior, it's more than just what we see at the surface. And especially for those who may not be at the age of 18, we have to find additional remedies for them. And so we have several partnerships, such as the Department of Health, to come in to provide behavioral services. We are looking at our site-based management and encouraging our principals also to come up with strategies to use within the schools to deal with conflict resolution. We're going to begin to have the conversation around the usage of cell phones in our schools, while originally it was so that they could have a technological resource that they could use to enhance their instructional experience. It's becoming a hazard. And so these are all conversations in terms of policies and procedures that the department will have to engage in, because now it's becoming more than we can handle. We've looked at our personnel to see where we may be able to delete and create additional school monitors, especially for the educational complex. They're understaffed as we speak. We've engaged in several training opportunities for our monitors. Within the testimony that we didn't get to read into record today, you will see that there has been extensive training and the purchasing of equipment, because now the monitors are in a situation where they're actually using their bodies to break up fights, and we want to make sure that our monitors are also protected as well. So it's more than just the Department of Education, and I need to say this publicly. It's a community issue. It's a parent issue. It's a school issue. And so all of us need to come together and devise solutions that we can have to help our children with coping skills, conflict resolution, anger management, and all those things. We're going to do our part. But in a parent meeting the other day, parents refused to put their children on school buses because of the conduct on a school bus. So we're not on school buses, but our children are not maximizing and using the resources the way that they should. And so they are our children, and we believe that every child deserves to have a quality education, but the safety of all is a priority. So in some cases, there has been recommendations for alternate placement into night school depending on the student's age, and we will address it case by case. But I needed to say that it really takes all of us. We're going to continue to do our part, but a lot of this is outside of school that comes into school, and that's why I say it's more than just the school, it's a community issue.
Senator Capehart, point of information.
Well, it's more like point of personal privilege as I'm hearing the Department of Education, Dr. Wells Hedrington, that you and your staff are already being proactive. So I would see support when I bring this legislation, as we spoke about, when students are suspended, that they receive wraparound service, they receive academics, they receive counseling, and also with the legislation that I'm bringing, it also includes the parent or the guardian to
to counseling with that child, because this is important and we continue to have these fights and it's disrupting classrooms and some child is going to get hurt and we don't want to wait for that. So I'm glad to see the department is also being proactive on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
If I may, Senator James,
Go ahead.
we also had the opportunity to take 20 students through the CTE board, actually sponsoring a trip to Puerto Rico for some of our at-risk students to visit the, Job Corps Center. I almost had a moment there. The Job Corps Center, which is more than just Job Corps, but it's actually a CTE program embedded in it. And what we're doing is trying to see how best we could save our children. And we don't want to see children just expelled into the community without a plan. And so there may be opportunities to partner there as well, to provide alternatives to our at-risk students as we work to remediate the behaviors that we're seeing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Fabian had a question, and then I believe the other two.
I had a question.
Right, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fabian.
So as I'm hearing everybody speak about the concern with aggression between all of the students, I'm understanding the issue that you guys are currently facing, but a solution that I was just thinking about, I know we are currently having employment issues within the Department of Education, specifically monitors, due to what the public is seeing. But doesn't that mean that we just need more trained monitors on campus?
Train monitors.
For example, we can hire possibly retired veterans that are currently looking for jobs for that position, or retired police workers. I also had one concern that hasn't been addressed yet, which is the issue with students not having laptops, which I feel as though is one of the issues why we're currently having issues going into virtual learning with Central. Us not having enough laptops or MiFi, has that issue been addressed? And one last thing that I wanted, if possible, for accountability purposes, I forgot, I'm sorry, your name? Yeah.
Charlemagne.
Mr. Charlemagne, you said that the contract expiration date is May 26th of 2024 for the reparation of the bathrooms.
Completion. Well, that's the expiration, but you still we're running on a 60-day program, so 90-day program, so within hopefully 90 days, we should have it completed.
And just for the record, for again accountability purposes, what month of the year 2024 would that be?
May.
Thank you. That's all.
Not in 90 days.
Oh,
that's why he asked that.
Yeah,
the contract expires in May next year,
but then in 90
we're hoping
days.
in 90 days, we don't have a specific, because they still have that grace period between. So
the 90 days hasn't started.
So like 90 days, it has started. It started October. So we're looking at anywhere like the end of December, December, January.
Okay, thank you.
Right, that's what he was asking.
Yeah.
I wanted to address your second question. I wanted to say, Mr. Jean, is around the students not having laptops.
Yes.
Couple things in that regard for the community to be aware of: the extensive amount of damaged devices that we have in the St. Croix district, in the territory for students. However, the St. Croix Central High School has started laptop distribution. It is available for students to come and pick up the laptops. If the students do not pick up the laptops, and they don't have the laptop. So that's something we can work on clarifying the communication, but distribution has started on that. And so I will reach out to the school leadership to determine what's the issue in terms of that, or how many students. There's about, matter of fact, I did. So it says about 20 students whose name is on the list that have not picked up their devices yet. And then we are power washing to give out the devices to the 9th graders who have signed up for laptops. So Power washing is where we clear the devices from anything that was for the previous person it was assigned to. And so I'm guessing they're now down to 9th grade. So distribution has started.
I brought up that concern because I have a friend. We work together very closely, and he informed me that he did receive a notification that his laptop was ready for pickup, but when he went to go pick it up, they said they lost it. I don't know.
So I'll look into that. Give me his information.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Brown?
I just wanted to comment on the music building bathrooms. I've actually been in the music building for the past 2 years, 11th grade and now 12th grade. I take AP English. And in the upstairs of the music building, it does have a bathroom, but it's only allowed for staff to use. And the downstairs bathroom, actually, the doors do not close and the bathrooms do not flush. The next thing about the music building is I take U.S. history downstairs, and the AC is always on and off. So the classroom usually has a smell and it's wet. So when we're writing, our papers are wet. And you could see the mold all over the classroom.
Thank you for that information, because which confirms what you said earlier. Mr. Poyer?
So, Mr. Clearman, is that how you pronounce it?
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne, my bad. So when Senator Francis asked about complex, you mentioned that there are portable ACs in the music building. Is that correct?
The common area for Mr. Cavery. Hendricks. Yeah, we just put in brand new ones temporarily right now.
But that's only one classroom.
That's a common area because the bigger project that he was speaking about, that's beyond me. I guess Mr. Fleming or any other engineers can answer that. You're speaking about the bigger project. But for now, for the students in the common area, we put in some temporary ACs that's there now to accommodate them.
So what will be done about all the other classrooms in complex?
I'll let Mr. Fleming or
So
someone else.
if I may, Dr. Wells Hedrington. So complex is currently being assessed by the architectural firm that will be designing the modernization of that campus. The units that Mr. Charlemagne is referencing were put into the common area to allow that area to be used for students at this current time. Once those assessments are done, we will begin to address complex issues in phases, and all of the air conditioning needs and all of the upgrades and different things that need to be happen will be scoped through Springline Architects, which is the architectural firm that is currently doing those drawings. So as that information comes forth, again, we will produce it. Most of the air conditioning installations are a temporary fix. What they're doing is retrofitting the entire campus the way that it should be, which is a modernization project. So as we look at the repairs that we're doing in our facilities, we have to bear in mind that these are now online to either be replaced or repaired permanently, and so we will have to work in tandem with our architectural firms to make sure that the work that we're doing there currently is not permanent. I know this is a little bit above what you may understand, but as we go through, I don't know if there is a temporary fix to the classroom situations. That's something that I can discuss with operations, but nothing permanent will be done until that assessment is completed by Springline Architects, who are now on the job doing so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Gittins, good afternoon. Your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. After taking so much notes, wow. Let me first salute our students, our educators, parents, as we celebrate American Education Week. And I definitely want to give a double salute to our students on your protest, in this case, on your statement or action of expressing your dissatisfaction, your disapproval or your objection to what's taking place at schools with regards to your school environment. I double salute you. And speaking to the school environment, the Senate President struck a chord. And I said he must have been either looking at my notes or the two of us are policemen together and he just thought the same. But it really concerns me with the level of violence that we're seeing in our school system today. But I'm going to say to everybody in this community, the same way how we always say we need to take back the streets when it comes to crime, and just like how we're sitting here to say we need to take back our schools, I'm going to tell you all, parents, take back your homes first. Can't say it any other way. Take back your home first. Once you have control of your home, then I should not be seeing a school safety plan coming from the Department of Education telling me that we want to equip our monitors with body armor, bulletproof vests, tear-resistant arm protectors, body cams, and whatnot. What are we creating? And don't take my frustration that it is because you're coming up with this. But my frustration goes back to a time when I was in school and saw policemen now securing the schools. To me, it was giving a wrong statement. Why do we have policemen and women protecting our schools? I mean, in the schools, when we have school monitors already, that should also be helping our educators and all the adults on the campus to groom our children.
2 minutes.
This type of thing is just going to create a whole different school environment. Just think about it. When you see a bunch of policemen walking around with bulletproof vests and long rifle guns and whatnot, what do we say to our community? So what are we saying to our children? Martial law in schools? Listen, parents, take care of your children. Teach them. Lead them. You are the leaders in your homes. I told you all, you know, when we say let's take corporal punishment out of schools and whatnot, I think we were going the wrong way. Here it is now. Students don't even hold me back when they're going to fight. Really? That's for another time. I heard a response regarding the AC blowing out with some last surge. I'm asking you all, please, let's not continue to band-aid everything. I'm hopeful that we're looking at rewiring as well, rather than just replacing these units, because they're going to blow again. And I hope that we're really listening to the discussion here today. Because, again, something that sickens me with this government is that we prefer to take care of everybody else's building than to take care of what's ours. We heard about schools being 100 and something years old, 65 years old, and whatnot. Those that are 100 and something years old, my good senator from Frederick said, I don't agree with you. They ain't historic. They're prehistoric.
Time.
Because we don't even have records on these buildings at this time. We got to do better. We must do better. Madam Chair, I'm so sad. I ain't even asked one of my questions because I told you just write in the notes. I wanted to go back. But if you would permit me to at least ask 2 quick questions, if I may.
I'm going to let you ask those questions because Well, I'll let you know after. Go ahead and ask the questions.
Please tell me about your plans for the Department of Education, for your schools, the naming of our schools. We're closing all these schools. What's going to happen with the names that we're closing the schools? And to include the administrative building for the Department of Education if you all are moving it.
So, great question, Senator Giddens. We have been in conversation about finding ways to rename different areas of our open facilities. Just like you share the sentiment, so do I. We have shut out several schools and have not done anything with those names. And so we have not finalized anything as yet, but we will be renaming certain areas. I even had the opportunity to talk to MCN Build about the Arthur Richards pre-K to 8 new site. And I feel that both names should be somewhere on the front of that school, but we haven't figured it out yet, but it is on our list, and we will rectify that problem as we move forward.
All right, thank you. I just want you to know, though, that in Act 8557, the one to name the administrative building, it specifically says in Section 3 that if the Department of Education relocates its administrative office identified in this subsection A, the successor administrative office building must carry the name of the Gloria H. Canigata Waterman complex. So I just want you all to know that and think about it when we shutter these schools and whatnot. What are we going to do with the names of these individuals who are already honored? And the last question was to the my alma mater. I'm still tired of passing down there and looking at it as a lumber yard. We need to know the true plan for this area. When is it going to be cleaned up? And whether or not the Department of Education is charging for the storage of these materials, what's going on, because I know you all are still paying utility bills down there. I did ask through a previous committee to get the what you're paying for the utilities down there, and I don't recall getting that information. So please tell me about that, and just know that one of the safety and your safety issues, students, regarding no school nurses at the schools, we do have a bill coming forward that was just performed last week that will be in the in this committee, the Education Committee, to discuss having what you call a school health technician on every one of our school campuses. All right, thank you.
Senator. In regards to the agreement between the Department of Education and Housing, I believe it's the Housing Finance Authority, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to have to get back to you in terms of the wording in the agreement. But I know it's a memorandum of understanding, and I definitely will circle back with the utility bills, as I don't have that information in front of me at this point. However, the plans for the new Alexander Henderson are on the way, and I will let Ms. Chanel Carwood elaborate on that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, Senators. I'm pleased to let you know that the design for the, my name is Chanel Carwood, for the record, architect for VI Department of Education. We have started the design, and we have design concepts for the new Alexander Henderson School. It's going to be built on the outskirts of the school, and then once the buildings are constructed, we would demolish the existing building and build out playground areas and fields and parking areas for the new school. We'll soon be able to unveil those designs to the public, and we plan to put it out for bid for construction in the spring next year.
And that site will be a pre-K to 8.
Yes, correct. Pre-K to 8.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to say to my former police officer from the West, I have to find all these ways to describe that. I agreed with everything you said about the equipment on that page for security, because I felt the same way. The assistant commissioner did read the 2 paragraphs, and then I said, okay, let's skip that because it wasn't relevant, but I also was shocked that the focus is on arming and you know, all those things that you stated. And so I will defer to the wisdom of the former police officer because I agree with that. The young lady, Ms. Walcott, has a question.
So in a way, it was just answered. It was about the nurse. We do not have a nurse on campus full-time. At this point, I'm not even sure if we're sharing a nurse. Like I mentioned earlier, I have asthma. At John H. Woodson last year, I suffered 2 asthma attacks, and there was no nurse to help me. My mother had to leave work and take me to urgent care. At this point, we don't even have Band-Aids for students. If they were to get cut in any way or any injuries, fights, these dangerous situations, children cannot be helped on campus. They just have to stay there and wait for a parent, which who knows what could happen during that time. So my question is, when will the school health technician be on campus? When will we be getting them?
Let me this is a good opportunity to say that. Do you remember when you were in the hallway and Ms. Jamila Russell was explaining to you what the legislature can and can't do and what the executive branch? What my colleague from the West just said to you was the one thing that the legislature can do. And so he's saying that he has a bill where he will have health technicians, school health technicians. That's what the legislature can do. So it's a perfect example of what we can do. Now, when he does that and we pass that bill, the executive branch, who are the people in front of you, the commissioner, they would then have to implement it. So that's the process that takes place. But right now, until that bill is passed, you have the right to a nurse, correct?
Correct.
And so I'll let the superintendent answer that question.
So our nurses, we currently have 5 school nurse vacancies in the St. Croix district. Our nurses sit on the same pay scale as teachers in the AFT bargaining unit. I think it has come before this body prior to have the nurses removed, but there was a certain amount of voting or something that had to happen within AFT for the nurses to be pulled off of that pay scale. VIDE with our current scale cannot compete with the current salaries that a nurse would get working for Wang Louis or as a travel nurse. They make upwards of $90,000 to $100,000. Our nurses start with a teacher's pay scale of $46,000 or $44,000, and then based on their experience, they move forward as professionals. So our nurses are itinerant in the St. Croix district. Central High School and John H. Woodson share a nurse. Nursing supplies are procured at the school level. We have procured with our federal funds nurses supplies. So I'm very shocked to hear that the school did not have a Band-Aid. Again, I'm actually making a list. There's a level of school-based management and things that can occur at the school level that does not have to come up to the superintendent or to the level of the commissioner. And so it may be a lack of communication, like not being clear as to the process with the student body. And so that's something that we'll talk about. But I do want to say that for the most part, our principals are active in getting the supplies that they need. I'm shocked at some of the things that I'm hearing, and I'm gonna work on that. But nurses, and we actually have nursing interviews scheduled in the St. Croix district for next week. We do have about 2 or 3 applicants. We often have applicants. It is when they are given the offer that it shifts. So, you know, we're hoping that when we talk about those types of things, we're actively recruiting nurses. But when they receive that offer and see what their salary is going to be in comparison to what they can get elsewhere, they do not accept. And so we are left with vacancies. We welcome the school technicians.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. Sometimes it's a good illustration of how sometimes labor contracts or contracts involving nurses in this instance, and I think CTEC earlier when they talked about the hiring the journeymen so that they can pay them higher, we need to figure that out in our community, in our society, about how one is affecting the other, and sometimes you think it's fair, but it's actually not fair. I have my 5 minutes, but because I'm going to give my 5 minutes to the students, and I say that because the students know, because they're living the experience. And I saw it when the young lady talked about the bathroom, and then the other young lady clarified it. When you speak to us as senators, and that's another thing I need for the students or anyone out there in the public to understand, when officials come in front of us and they tell us this is the way it is, we sometimes don't know because we're not living it, okay? And to hear from you is important because that's where the credibility lies, with you, who have lived an everyday living the experience. I think Ms. Noor Hassan said, who knows it, who feels it knows it. So Mr. Fabian, they're pointing to the screen. Senator Carrion is here, so I'm going to give him, you have to wait for my 5 minutes. I'm recognizing Senator Carrion and giving him his 5 minutes. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, to my colleagues, and to the testifiers and the people that are viewing and listening this afternoon, almost evening now. I also want to thank the students for being present, coming out, and voicing their opinion. Just like you said, Madam Chair, they are the ones that are in the middle of it, so they understand and they feel the breadth of what's going on. I also want to thank the Department of Education for responding and being present and listening to parents, to teachers, and the students, their concerns and needs. And we know that some of the issues that have been plaguing our Department of Education didn't just happen yesterday, right? They've been going on for years, and we also understand that it will take some time. But, Commissioner, it fell on your lap, it's on your plate, and you and your team have to now take the responsibility to correct the wrongdoing that has been going on for years. And I think we don't really have to be pointing fingers because we're all responsible. The executive branch is responsible. This branch is also responsible because I feel that we have not done a good job in appropriating the necessary funding for maintenance of our schools. Nevertheless, we have a problem in our hand and we have to provide some immediate attention to the issues. I know that some of the buildings are scheduled for a permanent replacement, and some of the things that we want to do, we are battling between should we repair or should we wait. The issue is that when it's a matter of health concern and safety of teachers and students, we cannot wait. And we must act, and we must act now. So we have to do whatever is necessary within your power to make the changes that are necessary, whether it's repair, purchasing, whatever you need to purchase. So some things can't wait. So I urge you, and hearing your testimony, and I know you're passionate about what you do and about children and education, so I don't expect any less that you would attend to the matters that have been coming before you and those that have been presented by our students, not only today, but they've been talking about it for a while now, and the teachers have been sharing that. Now, I do have a concern. You've been talking about, labor and repair, but with the salary that you currently have to find qualified individuals with the skills necessary to do the job and to do it right. Because sometimes you get the job done, but it's not done right. And I think that's part of the problem that we have, that we put bandages on things that should be stripped and repair So, Commissioner, what is your plan? Because I know that's a challenge, and the chair has been talking about maybe coordinating and working collaboration with apprenticeship programs and finding some kind of way. But there's some things that require a certain skill set to be able to do it right. If not, we come back within a year, within a few months,
2
to then
minutes.
have to repair the same things over again. What's your plan, Commissioner?
So with the increase in funding through the Bureau, we have moved from having $2 million to now 5. And so Assistant Commissioner Sum and Director of Maintenance, I believe in both districts, have been looking at opportunities to train our men who are already on board. Those who are interested in being skilled in a particular area, partnering with the Career and Technical Education Center to do that. But one of the biggest problems that we have, Senator, is the salaries. And those are unionized salaries. So when you're in a collective bargaining agreement, it really ties the hands of the department to provide the necessary increases. What we've done is we've created some exempt positions to give people incentives, but when you start to do too much of that, that's called union busting. And so it really is not the ideal situation, but we're trying our best to work within our constraints, but to give our employees the opportunity to progress. And so there are some who have stepped forward and are interested in receiving the certification, of course, with the understanding that you're going to give the department some years. If we're going to invest in you, you're not going to leave us once you become certified. But until we get that salary problem fixed, it's going to remain the same with very little interest in coming into the department when you could make so much money, more money outside.
Elsewhere, yes. Thank you, Commissioner. So it really is a problem. I really need to look into that because I think you mentioned it's 27,000, something around that, which you've been addressing. Now, I heard the conditions of the bathroom, and that's in some of the public schools are in deplorable condition. Have you explored the option of getting porta potties or something while they're being repaired, or because it's going to the bathroom is a necessity. Some kind of.
So while the restrooms may not, I think the worst restrooms that we have in the territory were those at Central High. We do have some isolated cases across the territory where fixtures need to be replaced. And in my conversations with the students, I talked about a broken toilet seat. It's not the adults breaking the toilet seat, it's the students. So once you repair these restrooms, how do we ensure that they're not going to be damaged again? So part of that includes educating our children. But what we will do is take another walkthrough with the maintenance staff to make sure that there is indeed usable facilities at every school, and I believe there are, with the exception of the way that the ones look at Central High. But we'll double back and make that determination.
And in regards to the shared campus arrangements, I am concerned in how the school is managing to ensure equitable access to the resources for these students. So, and attached to that, I think my time has been called, how is the district supporting students who are faced with academic challenges that we've seen that decline during this period because of all the issues that are going on? I know virtual learning was also challenged, so kindly share on the chair's time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
So I did have the opportunity to sit in on 2 meetings that Superintendent Herman had, one with the administrators from both campuses. Some concerns were brought forward to me as the commissioner, and I always try to go back to the school because I'm not there. I don't know what arrangements were made. We were able to talk through some of them to include spaces for the physical education program. We talked about having space for the counselors and some other issues that were came up to me. One of the things that I will always promote is site-based management, Senator. The superintendent shouldn't have to be solving that problem. You have administrative teams that are colleagues and should be able to work out a schedule to share spaces. So I really wasn't involved in it, and based on what I have garnered, it was resolved. When it came to us meeting with the PTSA of John Woodson School, they were very vocal about their displeasure with certain aspects which were brought forth by students and the parent today. But I am equally as concerned if students are not thriving in a virtual environment. I am not promoting that, and it appears based on the data provided by the superintendent that we had issues with virtual learning. And so we're in the middle of a rock and a hard place. How do we address both situations and ensure at the end of the day that our students are receiving a quality education? And so while I empathize with our parents because of the inconvenience, I believe that the superintendent will go back and look at the situation. So that was the biggest concern for me, the fact that students were missing that instructional component. So I don't feel like we work within a box, and we definitely are open to suggestions. But of course, instruction is of the most important factor, because if we don't get that under control, then we start to have more of an academic gap in our students' performance, and we really cannot afford that at this point, Senator.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and if I may, just one last thing.
One last.
Yeah.
That is.
Commissioner,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Are we identifying those students, and, you know, what support are we providing for them? Because we know that there's that gap and there's that decline. So, but what I want to hear, we can't let them fail. So what does the department has in place to really support those students and get them back to where they were? So that's what I want you to focus on. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
So if I may, I am going to allow Superintendent Herman to address that. But again, we are implementing our school improvement plans later, and that's part of the site-based management that I'm speaking about. Every school looks different, every need is different, even with the faculty and staff and the types of training they would need to receive. And so our principals have put together their school improvement plans to address those types of unique needs that are, germane to their environment. When we talk about academic recovery or rescuing, as we like to say, we have intervention support systems in place at every school to assist our students with bridging that gap. But there are more specific things that I believe that Superintendent Herman can speak to relative to what she's seeing in her district. Superintendent Herman?
Sure, Senator, we track our students who are frequently absent, so we know who they are. We see the decline in academic performance. We're offering, and we've offered to the entire district, after-school virtual tutorial assistance where students can log in. Our after-school programs are slated to begin, and there's interventions in place.
Thank you. I just want to say this too. One of the things, I recently did a tour of charter schools in Washington, D.C., and some other schools. And one of the advice that the founder of the public charter school said is that you laser focus on one thing. And when you do that, everything else falls into place. Okay? So I know that we may want to talk about other things, but there was a reason why I focused on repairs, and that's because the students and parents that you're seeing in here, that's their biggest concern. That's where the focus was for them. Think about this. If I'm being bitten by termites, if I believe that I cannot use the bathroom, if there are leaks coming in, if it's hot inside the classroom, then I do not have the right conditions for me to learn. That's why I had this hearing today. So that's why I wasn't going to go to academics, because if they don't have the right conditions to learn, it's not going to happen. And so we need to begin to focus on one thing and things begin to fall in place. That's why they're here. And I just want to express that, because when he said that to me, I realized, he said, when I began to focus on one thing, everything else began to fall in place. When a child isn't being bitten by termites, leaks, they're in an environment where they can be peaceful and not fight. Those are some of the things that I learned from someone who's running a successful Black public charter school for boys from 4th to 6th grade. And it will blow your mind. In a school that was built long before the schools here were built, but they were maintained. And that's why I said that. So I just want to express that this afternoon. I know Senator Javan James had a point of information, and then Senator Capehart, and then Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. I just want to quickly ask the Department of Education, because this week I went through the Daily News, and that was a Tuesday, November 14, 2023 Daily News, and the U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Personnel placed the ad for the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. So I just want to ask anybody from DOE, how many individuals thus far came forward for this position, and how is that conversation coming along to make sure that we move forward with that act that was passed by the legislature of the Virgin Islands to improve school construction and maintenance?
Thank you, Senator. So the position was posted both on Division of Personnel's website as well as Virgin Islands Department of Education. As of this morning, we have 8 applicants. That posting has closed, and we are about to interview, I believe, the second week in December. And then once that individual is selected, then they will begin to form the Bureau, which means looking at the personnel, making the requisite changes, hiring the needed personnel based on the law, and really forming up that plan of action that I believe should be a 20-year plan, and aligning it to what has been already put in place with the new schools construction. So we're looking forward to that. We have 8 prospects who seem to be very qualified, and so I will have the opportunity to sit on the panel with the other individuals that were chosen from Government House to conduct those interviews.
Thank you for that update. I just want to close by saying this, and I hope that the junior high school students and the high school students do not take it the wrong way. But from kindergarten to 3rd grade are some of the most crucial ages when it comes to educating our young children. So I hope and pray that we place a focus on the elementary schools first, while trying to multitask with those on the high school and junior high school level. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James. Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Testifiers, you know there's been discovery from EPA of lead and copper in the water, supplied water. On Tuesday, there was a report in the media of 2 reported cases of lead. Now today, I see 7 cases of potential lead exposure has been detected on St. Croix. In the testimony provided by Department of Education, where you have a plan and a timeline with a number of issues that you're addressing. One, number four talks about cisterns. What is Department of Education doing to provide clean water for these students? You mentioned that you are installing filters. Is that a high priority Or are you waiting until May 24th to put those in? 2024. I just want to know, as we are getting these reported cases, and we have children at these schools, they're going to drink water. What water are they drinking? Is Department of Education providing bottled water? Are you providing coolers with fresh water for these students? Please let us know that they are not using the WAPA supplied water.
So the schools that were identified, actually all schools in the St. Croix district receive pallets of drinking water for students.
Super.
We procured that. We got a donation, as well as we procured it with our CARES 2 funding before it expired. So we will continue to provide drinking water to the schools for students. In addition, our kitchens that were identified, we have been having private providers deliver multiple 5-gallon bottles for cooking. So I think on average every day, we have a delivery of about 10 to 15 5-gallon bottles of water for cooking and washing of dishes in the pots and pans. We are working through Joint Command to keep abreast. They keep education in the loop. And so I'll let AC talk some more about what that is outside of that.
Thank you, Superintendent Harmon. In addition to providing water, the department has been very proactive. We participate in the Unified Command meetings in the morning at 8 o'clock and in the afternoon at 4. We also, through the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources, will be exploring, with the assistance of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, an EPA grant that will allow us to conduct testing so that we don't have to rely on outside entities. That grant, if I'm not mistaken, is $175,000, and that was brought to our attention by the Chief of Staff, and we're working with DPNR, Harold Mark. I believe that Commissioner Oriel mentioned as our contact person there to help us try and procure this grant. So we are very proactive. We've partnered with the Department of Health. Health has done presentations to parents. They've sent out the link so parents can register their children for the lead testing. Before Thanksgiving, I am pleased to announce that all of our pre-K through 6 and pre-K through 6 and pre-K through 8 schools should have completed lead testing. We've gone even further, and as of Tuesday, we've met with all of the non-public schools that have pre-K through, that have students ages 0 to 6, and Health is also meeting with them. We have a schedule that we'd be more than willing to share with you of information that is provided to their PTA or directly to parents, and the test dates at those schools. So we've been extremely proactive in this regard.
Thank you, Ms. Sessom, that your department and your partnership with all of these different departments, and I'm glad to hear that you've been proactive. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your burning question.
Yes, my one burning question, Madam Chair, you know, I've been saying since last week in the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning that with the ARPA funds, I know that the Department of Education received from the U.S. Department of Education $138 million. And I see that the commissioner is shaking her head in the affirmative because I told her I would put a pin in it until today, and so I'm taking out my pin. And so I want to understand, my dear Commissioner, Dr. Dion Wells Hendrington, kindly indicate for us how much of that $138 million is remaining.
No, Senator, I did not walk with that total amount. I believe it's 120-something million. I would have to get you the exact
But you were
figures.
supposed to come prepared today because I told you I was going to put a pin in it. That is not a good excuse. Because, let me finish, if you would be so kind. This money is actually supposed to be used for the return of our young people to in-person learning. They are saying their classrooms are not conducive for learning. And when the classrooms, the chairwoman hit it on the head, when your classrooms are not conducive for learning, you know what you do? You act out. That's how you act out. You're seeing those type of behaviors, not because necessarily from home, but because they want to learn, and there are all of these type of distractions. So I want you to be prepared, just like we are preparing, and I'm sure your teachers and all the administrators are preparing our young person. Be prepared and ready. Because I did put you on notice. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Senator James, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
So based on your questions on that particular hearing, Senator, you asked about the funding for the Bureau, which we provided in the testimony, the breakdown of the $5 million. When it comes to the ARP funding, I know that this body is quite aware that we cannot touch any federal funding without having approval from U.S. Department of Education, which we just received. So now we can proceed with some of those long-standing issues that were on the table for quite some time and we didn't have the funding. And so we are going to see much more activity in the realm of maintenance, such as the roofing repairs at Central High School, the electrical upgrades at all of our facilities, because any facility built over 40 years ago, that the electrical upgrades and the code upgrades are essential. So while we want to be able to add air conditioning units to our existing infrastructure, that cannot happen until the electrical upgrades are fully completed. We were able to take some of our local funding to jumpstart some of those assessments and put out those scope of works for several of our schools. Currently, we just put out for the Eulalie Rivera campus, the Lumaco campus, and the Juanita Gardine second phase of electrical upgrades. So we have to perform those upgrades first before we can install any units past what we have existing in our facilities. So we're going to keep moving on this. Now that the funding is available, operations has no excuse, and they know that because we meet weekly about these projects to provide the necessary updates, so that as the commissioner, I am aware of where they are on these various projects, and I'm able to intervene if it is that something is locked or has stopped in the momentum, to ensure that we can get our contracts on time, that we can mobilize our vendors on time, and that we can pay them on time. One of the things that I want to add with the ARPA funding is, while we may have the ARPA funding in the territory, our contractors who are bidding on our projects must have 100% bonding in order to qualify to utilize that funding. And so even with the 14 restrooms at Central High, while the scopes and the justification letters and all of that was completed, we still had to wait for the contractor to secure the bonding. So for that contract to be executed, it took 31 days. And so those are things that we will continue to still work through. We are committed, but those are things that must be done in order to meet the requirements of the U.S. Department of Education. And of course, to ensure that if we mobilize a vendor, we don't want to hear later from the third party that those individuals cannot be paid. So we have to make sure that we dot our I's and we cross our T's. And I'll make sure to get that ARPA breakdown for you, Senator, on the list of all the things that deliverables that the department will have to bring forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, students, you have one burning question left, each of you, and then we're going to have the testifiers wrap up. So we're going to start with Mr. Fabian.
Okay, so the final issue that hasn't really been spoken much about, I feel as though it has been pushed under the rug just a little bit, is the issue with the cafeteria at Central High. Recently, I was in there because we needed plates for a fundraising event, and one of the workers mentioned that they have actually gone out of their pocket to purchase plates for the students, which I feel as though is just not right. So I don't know who at the table is responsible for that specific area, but I wanted to know what can be done with that, because it's just not right at all.
Good question. Thank you. Anyone?
Oh, and the cleanliness of
yes.
the area as well. Sorry.
And the cleanliness?
Yeah, of the whole building.
Well, the cleanliness of the cafeteria area and the kitchen area is the responsibility of the kitchen workers. Within our kitchens, we have the cooks, we have the kitchen managers, we have food service workers who are responsible for that job. So if there's an issue in that area, that's something that the building administrator will need to address. When it comes to commodities and various things that are needed for the kitchen, one of the issues that the St. Croix district had, because I was listening in between what I was in the meeting that I was in, and I heard a student mention the fact that St. Croix hasn't had a salad bar. So immediately that sparked something in me, and I started to inquire. And because the funding has, because our funding cycle is not open yet, orders have not been able to be filled in the St. Croix district. And so those should be coming online pretty soon. Students, please keep the superintendent abreast if those salad bars are not up and running. And that has impacted the plates and all the supplies that the St. Croix district currently needs. And how do we remedy that? Well, we have to do better planning. And so we know that the system closed down every year. And so our SFA director, as well as our chief operations officer, will need to ensure that within the budget that these things are put into purchase orders before the system closes, so that work and things can continue to come into our kitchens so that we don't have a lapse in service. So once you have brought it up, I definitely will pay attention to it, and I'm putting it on public record that Mr. Alan Fleming, I don't expect to be hearing this again next year with the St. Croix district. We did not have those same issues in the St. Thomas St. John district.
Ms. Brown, you have a question?
My only concern is about the classrooms. Just saying, like, if an intruder was to come on campus, our windows can be opened from the outside of our classroom with our hands, and we also, some of our teachers cannot lock their door without the actual, like, hooked locked, and that's really the only concern I have right now.
So that was brought to my attention. Thank you, Jada. Actually, I got a video from a teacher at Central High when Central High went on lockdown, and the teacher wasn't able to lock the door. And so I immediately called Mr. Milligan, who should be able to give an update, but gave the directive to check every lock. We got to replace those locks, and we got to make sure that these window operators are operable in these classrooms. So I know Mr. Milligan had done a walkthrough, so I would allow him to speak to that area.
Yes, so good afternoon again. It's getting kind of late. So yes, so I will have to go back to Central High tomorrow and make another assessment. So we did fix some window operator. I understand that all wasn't fixed. I missed some classes in the science wing. The door locks, we had a few of them change. But like I promised, I'll go back tomorrow not tomorrow, Monday. Do our next walkthrough and see, what's the extent of the door locks need to be changed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ace.
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. Well, it's getting to night, right? So my only concern is that, as the commissioner said, they've recently started distributing laptops, which how long it took to distribute the laptops is an issue on its own. But now that we do have the laptops, the issue that we're facing is Wi-Fi connectivity issues, in which a lot of times, even though we can open up the laptops now that we have them, we can't connect to the Wi-Fi, or the Wi-Fi isn't stable and it's kicking us out. It's just a whole ordeal with the Wi-Fi.
So we still have some major issues with the internet, I concur. I really thought that when we were able to change providers to VIA, that some of our issues would have been reduced. We still have landline issues as well as Wi-Fi issues. And so our IT team has been assessing the infrastructure and will repair accordingly. So I definitely will keep the student body as well as the administrators abreast of where we are with the IT repairs. When it comes to the laptop distribution, I know that the superintendent mentioned that we experienced a lot of lost and damaged equipment. And so at the beginning of the year, the administrators were a little bit leery of how to distribute these devices. What do we do with the students who did not return or return devices damaged and never paid for them? There were some concerns from the parents in that they were not interested in being responsible for the devices. But I have to say this, that we don't have a problem giving out any type of equipment that will enhance the instructional or educational experience of our students. But if the Department of Education is going to invest in the equipment, then I need a commitment from students and parents that you're going to take care of the devices. Right now, I am battling with the federal government over these damaged and lost devices in the amount of $2.7 million. And technically, I am supposed to replace that with local money. Well, we all know that we don't have local money to replace those devices. However, we were able, when I was Chief Operations Officer, to apply for an emergency connectivity grant. And we were granted that grant, which allows us to have those devices coming in as we speak. So we're able to distribute devices in all of our campuses. But parents, you're not going to get any more waivers and any more excuses. If devices are lost or damaged, you have to reimburse the Department of Education. During the COVID period, there were many flexes, many relaxed situations. We had students that were given 5 devices and never returned one. We didn't get back my files. We had to pay a $750,000 bill to VIA, just turn them off and pay for them because people did not return them. And so that's the part that parents, we need your support, because it is not our intention not to give our students devices, but we need to make sure that the assets that we have, especially those purchased with federal dollars, are being returned to the department. So there shouldn't be any more issues in terms of having devices and being able to distribute them. But I wanted to bring some context into the conversation just to show the place that the department is in and the different things that we've had to do within the last we've had to do within the last couple of months in conversation with our federal partners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Walcott.
Good evening. So this is similar to Jada's question. It is a safety concern. Most of the intercoms at Central do not work. There are also intercoms at Woodson that do not work, and this is a safety issue. I believe they gave out phones to teachers, but these phones need Wi-Fi to work, and oh, they don't? scratch that. But yeah, intercoms,
For you.
that definitely needs to be fixed.
Excellent question.
So, there's an existing contract in place for intercoms for Central High, Complex, CTEC, and Juanita Gardine in the St. Croix district. Now that we have the approval from the ARPA funding, Superintendent Herman, did we include the intercoms for the rest of the schools in that reprogramming?
Intercoms were included, Commissioner. I believe that is based on the RFP that was sent out. So I'm not sure if it's all the schools, but a majority of schools that were identified.
So we will definitely look at the grant and make sure that we can amend maybe to include, especially our high schools. In addition, when we talk about safety, we did put into our grant a system where our teachers will be able to alert if there are active shooters, fights in a particular area using a badge system. That emergency system has been approved in the ARPA funds, and we will continue to do our best to make sure that our environments are safe, and I will double back and let you know about that intercom part for Woodson.
I just want to expand on the black phones. When we did our walkthroughs for the 2022-2023 school year, one of the concerns that came up from the agencies was the fact that we had intercoms at most of our sites, but they were not two-way. And so what we did was we procured the black phones as an opportunity for, if something occurs in a class, for a teacher to communicate back to the main hub. For our larger campuses, for example, Central High School and Complex, we procured a second contract for outdoor speakers. So those wires have already been run. So, and it doesn't need Wi-Fi. They look like our regular Mitel phones, but they don't need that to operate. So the wires have already been run. Those loudspeakers will also be used. But the intent was to create a two-way system because a lot of our older intercoms only allowed announcements to be made, but not the office to be contacted.
Thank you. Ms. Poor?
I have a question about the schedule that we were put on for Woodson. So Woodson's schedule is very stressful for students, teachers, and faculty because of the turnaround time from getting up at 8 in the morning and then having to only have 3 hours to get ready, then to go to school for only 3 hours for your parents to drop you off at 12:40 and then pick you up 3 hours later, which is barely enough time to go anywhere or do anything. And a lot of people were saying how students weren't utilizing the school buses that are provided. But for someone like me, I have to walk about a half a mile to get to a bus stop that does not have any type of roof. So of course, I'm not gonna walk half a mile in the hot sun, rain, or any type of weather to go sit down an hour before because you don't know when the buses are gonna arrive for us to then get picked up, go to school, do the same thing, and have to walk another half a mile. It makes no sense for me. Also, the behavior on buses as well. Students don't really behave on the buses, and I haven't been on a bus in a very long time.
Thank you.
So I wanted to jump in with and this is going to take, I'm letting you know, Madam Chair, this is going to take some time because I want this on the record when I explain this. Initially, when the Janich Woodson was closed for environmental concerns, we sent the students virtual. We assessed to see what students would be impacted in terms of could not connect. Where were the connectivity issues? The school leadership team, because we had the bill and the issue with MiFi as a department, the school leadership team reached out and looked into what were the providers offering so that they could assist the parents. They found the affordability offers that, like, for example, VIA had, where there were certain low-income families could get MiFi for $2 a month, and they were ready to counsel with that. But one of the key things that we looked at was the attendance of our students, the engagement during class, and the academic performance. I assessed, and I shared this with the PTA last night. In the last 3 weeks, I wanted to give them a picture of what attendance looked like for John H. Woodson. Every one of the district goals is to increase our attendance to 95%. Every Friday, every principal receives an attendance report that tells them classes, especially where you have students who have 3 or more consecutive days, or if a class has hit a certain threshold, 40% or higher in terms of students being absent. John H. Woodson consecutively became a frequent flyer from on my attendance radar from the time they went virtual. When on the Friday of October 27th, there was 121 students out of the 450 students of John H. Woodson that were absent for 3 or more consecutive days. That was 55 7th graders and 66 8th graders. The Friday of November 3rd, there was 107 students who were consecutively absent for 3 or more days that week. There were 49 7th graders and 58 8th graders. The first week that we had in person with the hybrid schedule, the week of November 10th, 58 students were absent 3 or more consecutive days. If we look at the fact that when they were virtual, we were in the triple digits of students who were absent 3 or more consecutive days. This does not include the student that may have missed 1 day or 2 days that week. We would hit about 50% of the John H. Woodson population during virtual who were not attending classes. So innately, these children were increasing the learning loss gap because we also looked at our pass-fail rate in comparison. Q1, we had 82.72% of students at this point passing classes. Right now in Q2, we only have 54% of John H. Woodson students who are passing classes. This is not our diagnostic or iReady data in terms of where they're reading. This is their academic performance in classes, which means that students were not submitting assignments, they were not showing up for classes. We have an obligation. Yes, our infrastructure may not be the best, but we have an obligation to educate these children. And we are seeing the impact when we have students in 11th grade who diagnostically are showing up as reading in 5th and 6th grade. We are working to close the gap. And so ideally, the schedule may not be perfect, and that is why I committed with my leadership team to look at the scenarios posed by the parents in this temporary time. But just so the community is aware that even if, because we have parents who ask for 100% virtual, go back to virtual. If we are looking at simply 121 students of 3 or more days absent, if I was to present to this body how many students included 1 day, 2 day, in a week, we would be hitting 50% of students not showing up. So I do applaud our students. And the one thing I want to say is that in public education, we don't have the option of choosing who we serve. We serve all. And so I heard today, and I acknowledge our honor students who are sitting here today and speaking on this floor. But I have to think about the child who is academically challenged in a classroom as well, who is not attending class and not showing up. And that is often more the majority than the minority in our public school system that we serve today. So we will continue to put our children first and provide them with the best options to get a good public education.
Thank you. And that's the thing about it. The child who does well virtually is a child who has an engaged parent, right? Who is making sure that the child is turning on that device and doing what's necessary. And so I understand. I understand exactly what you're saying. Ms. Pua, you only had one burning question.
I have a comment.
You have oh, this is a comment. Okay, I'll let you make this comment, and then after this is what's going to happen after this. The Commissioner of Education is going to speak to close this out. Before she speaks, though, I'm going to let Ms. Noor Hassan, who's a parent, have her 30 seconds, and then we go to the commission, and then we end. And then we end, because you see the people that's in here, this is another block of people that we have to see. So the senators that's sitting in here, they're not finished working. When you go home to dinner, all of us here, you know, you'll see us on TV. So go ahead with your comment.
If so much students are missing their online classes, then why are we still doing it? There's no point in doing online classes if they're still gonna probably miss these 3 classes in the morning and only show up for their last 3 classes. We don't have enough books in person to be doing quizzes. All of my quizzes are online in my first 3 classes because we can't do it in person.
Those are some of the
And we
facts.
turn in most of our assignments online in our first 3 classes.
In your first 3.
So, Senator, I want to clarify, because that's not painting a clear picture of what the hybrid schedule looks like. When we presented the first schedules to the staff and the parents after we developed it, it was innately for all of the classes to be in person for 45 minutes. But it would have pushed the students being on campus till about 5:15, 5:30. The concerns that we heard from teachers was, one, many of them had young children or family members that they had to take care of. A lot of them had second jobs and obligations that they had to do around 5 p.m. The parents expressed the fact in a parent meeting, and you were virtual. I think you
I was part of it.
Yes,
I
you
did.
and
I
Senator Javon
participated.
James participated.
Right. That's right.
The concerns that the parents expressed with the schedule was about the lateness, how dark it would be, and the fact that we're getting to that time. The leadership team and I, for John H. Woodson, took the remarks and the concerns from the teachers and the concerns from the parents and came up with this opportunity in a way to meet our mandated minimum instructional hours, to reduce the impact to the school year. One of the things we looked at was the virtual was 40 minutes. In person is an hour long. So what that does is they have more time in person than they do virtual. What the team also did is their AB schedules are not new to education. And what they did is, because we knew and we saw the impact of virtual, we rotated the schedule. So when you had your in-person in the afternoon, that was your virtual in the morning, and then you had the opportunity to have in-person with your other classes. So for example, Monday, you had first, second, and third period virtual, fourth, fifth, and sixth in person. Tuesday, you had a fourth, fifth, and sixth virtual at a shorter time because virtual was not working, so we shortened that time span. And in person, you now had first, second, and third period for that longer time span to supplement what you may have had virtually. So I don't want it to seem like there wasn't something in place to make sure that if you were virtual, you didn't get the content that you may have missed. And so that was a middle ground compromise based on the comments that were received from the teachers, as well as the comments that came from that parent meeting, that over 170 something or 130 parents present that evening. So that's how that schedule was reworked, because we wanted to, one, meet the instructional hours mandated by law, but two, find a compromise that all stakeholders could benefit from. Like I stated at the PTA meeting last night, I said I will look at the scenarios that you guys have brought forward and present the impact. But this is a temporary problem that could cause, a temporary solution to a problem that we're fixing now that could cause a longer term impact in terms of the instructional school year and not meeting what we are mandated to do.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. It took us 4 hours for you to just give me that in a nutshell. She's a teacher, right? She's an educator. The goal, though, is to have these Woodson students back in their classrooms in January.
Ideally.
Okay, but you know, we can do it. We can do it, and I think that's why Ms. Noor Hassan came. She wants that to happen. So I'll give you your 30 seconds. You wrap up, and then we'll go to the Commissioner of Education.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple burning questions. I'm going to make it quick. Seeing the pictures that I was able to produce and provide in front of you guys, the cafeteria have missing ceiling tiles. They're wet, missing the AC. Look like it needs to clean. We have a classroom in particular, I think in room 901. It have like maybe 5 or 6 fans with extension cords all over the place and stuff like that. If the students are complaining of mold and things like that, if currently it's an unsafe environment, why continue to have them in person and they have so much issues going on? Bathrooms not working, mold in a classroom, mold sense in a music building. Like, why have the children there in person? If you're gonna fix something, fix it all the way instead of putting bandages over stuff. If you're gonna fix something, fix it. Who is going to be held accountable when this 90-day plan come and everything is not completed, as you say, the Department of Education? Who is going to be held accountable?
Well, I will respond and say that the one thing that I would like fixed, that I heard a young lady say, was that some students, and this is something you can't fix quickly because I thought that was ridiculous. The fact that some students are standing in the class. Remember she said that? I need that fixed. That's easy.
So I reached out
the
to
other
the
things that Ms. Norhassen is saying, I'm sure that you're working on and trying to get done, but that one was a little ridiculous. That's easy. Chairs and desks.
So reached out to the principal, and he clarified that, and he said that last night on the PTA meeting because it came up. What they did is they relocated classes based on student numbers. I reached out to them today, but today they had a high teacher absentee rate at John H. Woodson, and so he was unable to, because I wanted to know specifically, and I'll ask her before she leave what classes they're referring to. But he did guarantee to me, again, there are things that at the school level can be handled, and so he did inform the parents last night that that was addressed in terms of just switching classes based on where the more furniture is available.
Yeah, as a teacher myself, I don't think that I could have taught a class with 3 or 4 of my students standing throughout that class. And that's what hit me hard too. I couldn't figure that out. But Commissioner, we're wrapping it up with your 30 seconds. And I know you heard Ms. Norhassen and her concerns, and I know that you were listening, and I know it's difficult to, in a sense, do all that we would love to do in a short amount of time, but I give you 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
So thank you, Senator, for the opportunity for the VIDE team to be here. Thank you to my team for holding it down in my absence. We are committed, and I can't remember her name, but you have our commitment to keep you informed on the status of all of our projects. Unfortunately, it is difficult to make timestamp certain deadlines because many things can happen. But now that we are in a place where we have the approval to do a lot of these things that you're talking about, they will be done, and it's done in increments. Again, the federal funding needs that bonding, and so we'll continue to work with our contractors, but you have our commitment to keep the community informed step by step as we work to repair our facilities so that they are safe for all. So thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to working with this body moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I had one thing that I didn't do, and that was that I have Ms. Hendricks from the Board of Education here, so I have to give her 30 seconds, but Senator Capehart has a request, a quick request of the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request through the chair to the Department of Education. January, I'm asking if the committee members, if we can have a tour of the schools that have these serious issues. January, after the holidays, if we can, this committee be granted a tour to view these schools. Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. That's a reasonable request from the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. And now I'll have Ms. Winona Hendricks from the Board of Education give her final 30 seconds.
Thank you so much, Senator James. On behalf of our chairperson, Kaiser A. Callwood, and all the other members of the Board of Education, it was a pleasure to be a part of this discussion today, hearing our students indicate the issues that they're concerned about at their school. They really did a good job also with the questions. I would like to suggest that the Department of Education is going to be accountable for all the issues that the students mentioned. They talked about molds, bathrooms, supplies, the lead poisoning, etc. And the board is going to work in conjunction, in collaboration with them, as we have done in the past. We want to thank Ms. Noor Hassan and the other parent who stepped forward. You are the true advocates of your children, but we must look to the parents in this community to do more for our children. It just can't be the Department of Education and the Board of Education. That's two players on a big team. It's a big community, it's a territory, and we have to be responsible for raising the bar, raising the academic achievement of our students. And the only way that we're going to do that is that parents must attend their PTA meetings. I was pleased to hear the superintendent talk about a high number, but I attended one in St. Thomas recently, and there were almost 1,000 students, and the number of parents that attended was under 10. Okay? So parents, you have to come forward. You have to support your children. You also must speak to your children about discipline and how they should act in school. They are representing you. If you're a Johnson, you're representing the Johnson family. So parents, speak to your children about representing your family while they're there. Speak to them about human kindness and caring and sensitivity to others. Let them know that they should be respecting not only the teachers and school personnel, but also the monitors, the cafeteria workers, etc. They should also be respecting the school and the equipment. Yes, the department and the board is responsible for the quality of maintenance. But when they're repaired, replaced, we must ask our students not to destroy them. And I say this honestly because we visit the schools and we see bathrooms that, I won't say what's thrown into them. We look at the roof and we see certain things. We see the sanitizer container and we see certain things. So we must respect each other, respect the school personnel, and we must understand the value of education and how it's going to affect us in the future. Godspeed to all of you, and again, happy American Education Week on behalf of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Thank you.
Hey, I want to thank the testifiers, all of you. I want to thank the parents who brought them and sat through this 4.5 hours. You did well. You did well with these children. I want you to know that for sure. And you made us proud. You made your parents proud, and we listened to you. The people from education listened to you. So, testifiers, you are excused, and this committee is in recess as we prepare for the next block.
Wow.
This feels so
We're out of recess and back on the record. And Madam Clerk, do you have any correspondence to be read?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Correspondence dated November 15th, 2023. Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Regarding invitation to Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting on November 16th, 2023. Dear Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, I received your letter dated October 31st, 2023, inviting me to testify on the ongoing issues that USW is experiencing with the government of the Virgin Islands, specifically the Office of Collective Bargaining and the commissioners of the various government agencies. I contacted your office on the same day, requesting more details on the invitation. Based on the information that Ms. Payne and Krieger provided, the language in your letter is the same as the correspondence provided to you by the United Steelworkers, USW. Also, the USW represents employees in at least 15 agencies in the central government. If it has issues with commissioners, I will not know the operations, discussions, and other interactions between the commissioners intimately enough to testify on them. Your staff spoke with USW's Secretary, Ms. Malar Douglas, who mentioned that their issues include pending cases. The union has not provided the list to your office, and Mrs. Douglas told your staff that the union has a long list of issues. Unfortunately, neither your invitation nor your staff's further explanation provided sufficient information for me to provide testimony. Therefore, for the reasons below, I respectfully decline your invitation. The USW represents employees in the terms and conditions of employment. Our cases cover areas such as an employee's personnel, personal, medical, criminal, and disciplinary history. These cases are confidential. So are the personnel records of the employees. Therefore, even if the union provided further details on the basis for their issues, I, personally and professionally, risk various ethical and civil violations. The executive branch of government may be exposed to liability for my testimony since I am acting on behalf of this branch of government. The union may not have to comply with these standards. Nonetheless, I am very disappointed that they have not contacted me to have these discussions. Instead, they have opted to disregard the CBAs and risk divulging confidential information about their members in one of the most public forums. I imagine that the committee's goal is to have a productive conversation that informs you and the public of various issues and hopefully resolves said issues. Sadly, you will not get these intimate results from such a public discussion. I have maintained an open door policy with the union since 2011 when I joined OCB as an Assistant Attorney General Labor. I also made myself available for calls and meetings immediately after I became the chief negotiator in 2019. Met with USW multiple times within my first 90 days and several times since then. As a result, my team and I have advised and guided various agencies in resolving many differences between the parties. USW has 8 collective bargaining agreements, CBA, covering government employees. In each one, we agree to resolve our differences through the grievance and arbitration procedure and by other means allowed under Title 24 of the Virgin Islands Code. In addition, both the union and government negotiated terms in the various CBAs to alternatively hold Labor Management Committee, LMC, meetings. These meetings must give consideration to such matters as the interpretation and application of rules, regulations, and policies, the correction of conditions resulting in grievances and misunderstandings, the encouragement of good human relations and employee-supervisory relationships, the betterment of employee working conditions, the strengthening of employee morale, and the implementation of equal opportunity, equal employment opportunity, and related matters. Further, while serving as an AAG labor and chief and in effort to informally resolve as many differences as possible, I have encouraged each union to contact me before they file a formal complaint and allow me 24 to 72 hours to act on any alleged violations. Considering that the committee does not have full working and legal knowledge of labor relations in government, I am also extremely concerned that such a meeting will only create confusion, leave all issues unresolved, and our employees' sensitive information exposed. Even if, for argument's sake, the USW does not believe that meetings with me, the lead representative for labor relations and collective bargaining, will help them to resolve the issues that it has with OCB and the commissioners, as members of the governor's executive branch cabinet, we all report to Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Chief of Staff Carl Knight, and Deputy Chief of Staff Kevin Rodriguez. In past meetings with Governor Bryan, the governor informed each union present of their right to elevate their concerns through the chain of command. The governor reiterated this in a letter that he wrote to each union shortly after the meeting. I've attached one such letter. All of the governor's cabinet members were present at the meeting with the unions. On November 7, 2023, I spoke with USW Staff Representative Gerard Jackson to inquire about the basis for the committee meeting and offered to meet. He informed me that Daniel Flippo, District 9 representative, has previously met with senators and is meeting with the committee. In addition, I contacted some of my fellow cabinet members and their human resources representatives for insight on what may have prompted the union's request to the legislature. I also review our case log, receive updates on pending matters, and attend our office's legal team meetings to stay abreast of our caseload and other issues. I met with Mr. Flippo today, discussed various issues of concern, and await future meetings. For all the reasons stated above, I respectfully decline your invitation to testify on November 16, 2023. In February 2023, I previously offered to meet with you to provide an overview of OCB. However, we had various scheduling conflicts since then. I remain open to meet with you in the future. Sincerely, Joss S. Springett, Esquire.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to ask the testifiers to place their name and position on the record clearly, and then we will begin with your testimony.
My name is Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L, Flippo, F-L-I-P-P-O. I'm the District Director of District 9 of the Steelworkers and a member of our International Executive Board.
Mr. Jackson?
Gerard Jerry Jackson, Staff Representative in the territory of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Seemed as if you were in deep thought, Mr. Jackson.
Excuse me?
The letter had you in deep thought, I see. The letter that was just read?
Correct, yes.
Yeah,
I see that.
okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Flippo, Director, District 9, it's very difficult to have a meeting, as you know, when there's only one side. But since we read her correspondence, I wanted to give you the opportunity to read yours. I know you've been here all afternoon, and I appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and let you read it. And as has happened earlier today, you may want to respond to the letter, and that's fine with me.
Well,
but it's difficult when, there's only one side present.
I promise you I won't divulge any personal information.
Great.
Not that I know any personal information to divulge.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam
ahead.
Chairman, members of your committees, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak with you today concerning the issues that we believe are important to your constituents, which are our members, relating to their jobs with the great government of the Virgin Islands. I'd like to give a brief overview of the organization to which our members of the USW and the Virgin Islands belong. From an international perspective, the USW represents some 850,000 workers across the United States and Canada in 12 separate districts. Our members work in every facet of our lives, including steel, rubber, paper, aluminum, packaging, communication, healthcare, and the public sector, just to name a few. In District 9 specifically, our district covers the U.S. Virgin Islands, including St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, North Carolina, and South Carolina. We represent some 50,000 workers in District 9 who also work in various industries and public service. In the Virgin Islands, we are proud to represent government workers who support the public infrastructure of the islands, communications, heavy materials, and the hospitality industry. Our members are extremely proud and honored to do the work they do each day to better the lives of the citizens of the Virgin Islands. They have a long history of joining together in a labor union to gain the security, respect, and dignity that a collective bargaining agreement provides. Our members simply want the security that a collective bargaining agreement brings. They desire the ability to plan and to know that their contract is for 3 years. They will know what their wages and benefits will be for that time frame. They rightfully expect that when they negotiate with the government, reach a tentative agreement, and then ratify that agreement, the government will honor what they indicated would be done in the now ratified agreement. There are several examples in this regard. Our contract with the Virgin Island Emergency Management expired in September 2022. In that contract, a wage reopener discussion was supposed to be negotiated, although the USW, through its representative, Gerard Jackson, has requested to bargain both the wage reopener, which would now be retro, and the contract itself. The Office of Collective Bargaining has yet to accept or offer a date for these negotiations. Another delay is occurring with the supervisor's master agreement for workers throughout the Virgin Islands. This contract also expired in September 22. The union offered dates to negotiate. However, OCB has neither accepted nor proposed alternative dates to meet and bargain. We understand that the OCB has indicated that they are understaffed. And perhaps that's true. We know that there are times when schedules are challenging. However, we also know and understand that agreements are made with an expiration that requires diligence when it comes time to schedule and negotiate the successor agreement. Our members, the citizens of Virgin Islands, and the government deserve the attention to detail regarding timely negotiations and conclusion to the collective bargaining process. Regarding wages for our members, even when we negotiate and reach an agreement on wages and the wages are approved, our members must wait, not knowing when the wage increase will take effect or if retro wages will be paid. The October 2022 wage increase for the Departments of Tourism, Personnel, and Human Services has not been paid. When the union pushes these departments about the increases, we're told that the payments are being processed. Does it take over a year to process the wage increases for the workers? One would think not. Not only are the 2022 wage increases being delayed, but also the wage increases for 23 for all departments are delayed. Although the 2023 increases are only a month or so delayed when combined with the delay in 22, it honestly adds insult to injury. Our members should be assured that when negotiations occur, the OCB has assurances from the executive to offer and follow through with what it negotiated and agreed upon by the parties. The supervisor's agreement for Waste Management Authority throughout the Virgin Islands expired in 21. And after working through an extension, the parties reached an agreement on wages. After reaching this agreement at the bargaining table with the Virgin Islands, with the VI WMA, it reduced its proposal for 23, 24, and 25 from a 4% increase to 0 in 2022 and 23, 3% in 24 and 25. Our members expect its union representatives to negotiate in good faith and have the same expectation for the government. The union, on behalf of its members, nor the government, can hit a moving target, nor should either be expected to. As indicated earlier, the union and our members deserve to know that when negotiating with the government, the persons who represent the government have the authority to agree to certain items, and that what is agreed to be supported by their superiors, in this case, the governor. In the master contract for Local 8248 and 8249 for the time period of 22 through 25, the executive has refused to sign the agreement. However, at the bargaining table, there was an agreement of a 10% hazardous pay for nurses and $4,000 pay differential for crime scene technicians. We've attempted to illustrate the issue with bargaining with a brief explanation thus far, but the lack of respect for the process goes much deeper. We have settlement agreements concerning several employees that have not been submitted for review or execution. We have grievances taken to the arbitration step of the grievance procedure. The union and its members were upheld in those cases. The arbitrator directed the government to return the member to employment and pay lost wages. In some cases, the members have been returned to work but have not received their lost wages. And yet another, in March of this year, the arbitrator issued an award to return a member to work and pay the lost wages, and neither to this date has occurred. The integrity of the grievance and arbitration procedure of any CBA depends upon the prompt resolution following a settlement or arbitration award. There are also delays in having grievances heard in arbitration due to the alleged lack of staffing. We believe the integrity of our agreed upon procedure is being threatened by the lackadaisical manner in which the government is addressing our grievances. Each of the issues illustrated here, we believe, goes to the lack of respect for the union, its members, and the collective bargaining process. We understand as a union, we will not win every disagreement or achieve everything we wish in bargaining. We understand there are restraints on funds available and what can or cannot be done. However, we do not believe it is too much to ask that our members and the CBAs be provided the respect of timeliness, dignity, and response that a mutually respectful relationship demands. I've got to pause here a minute and apologize for a spelling error. When this was typed, VIA was very much misspelled. It's V-I-Y-A and not what it has. Finally, although VIA is not a government entity, our union does have grave concerns related to their desire, which is VIA's desire, and plan to move work from the Virgin Islands and subcontract our work to Guyana. I only wish to state that we will do everything we can with our collective bargaining agreement with VIA to resist this and keep these important jobs in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you and attempt to address the concerns of our members. In response to Ms. Attorney Springett's letter, we did have a meeting yesterday. The meeting was honestly an opportunity to meet her. I had never met her. We had talked on the phone on a couple of occasions, but had never met her. I went through with her our concerns about specifically about how we negotiate, and she negotiates with Jerry. I'm sorry, I should say Gerard. Jerry Jackson. Reach a tentative agreement. We take that tentative agreement back to our members. Our members ratify it. They vote on it. They ask questions. They vote to accept it. And then, after all of that, she comes back and says, well, we can't do it. And I said, well, in most cases, that's bad faith bargaining. She said, well, the way our system works, and I give her this, and the contract is a bit specific to it. Once we have an agreement with a TA, with the governor, with her, on behalf of the governor, when we negotiate or we ratify that tentative agreement, our belief is it's done. That she had authority from the governor before she ever offered us what she offered us. She says that's not the case. That once we ratify, that contract is now sent to me and to our international officers to sign. We send that contract, signed contract back. That's when it goes to the governor for his signature. And that's when he either approves or disapproves it. And I said, well, that's ridiculous. It's backwards. We understand that everybody, including the labor union, has restraints sometimes, and we can't do it. We understand that. But we can't take a pig in a poke, for lack of a better term, from Alabama. We have pigs in a poke. We can't take a pig in a poke to our members and ask them to ratify something, and then they ratify it and then come back and say, no, I'm sorry, we were kidding. That's not the way we do it. And I tried to explain that to her, and she talked about the OMB and how she doesn't control all of that. We talked about the grievance procedure. I did commit to her, and I will admit to this committee, I don't fully know the answer. I honestly don't. What I do know is our members do deserve what we've negotiated. They do deserve a grievance procedure that has integrity. There's going to be arguments. I can say this because I don't think this is being broadcast in Alabama. I don't agree with my wife all the time. Certainly didn't agree with my first one all the time. But each time we disagreed, I didn't pack all my stuff and move. In this agreement, we will not always agree with the governor and the government. There's a procedure for that. It's called the grievance procedure. And when we get to the point that we simply can't agree, we go to arbitration. We have cases we have won. Some of them, they put them back, they pay them. Don't pay them. We got one they hadn't even put back. And I told her, we have never challenged this government. And I give you my word, we probably won't. If we go to arbitration and lose, we'll accept that loss and move on, because the contract says the decision of the arbitrator is finally binding. We're going to keep our word, and what we told you, I spring it, and what I would like to be in the testimony now. All we're asking is the same respect back to our members. They deserve it. So thank you for allowing me to read my statement into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Flippo. I was going to ask you about since she did mention, Attorney Springett did mention that she met with you yesterday. I was going to ask you, but you went ahead and you answered. The first thing that I'm going to say to you is that I know that there are people in Guyana already working for VIA, because I am a VIA customer, and I called, and the person who answered the phone, who assisted me, didn't know something about St. Croix, and I said, well, where are you from? Thinking that the person was on St. Croix, but maybe recently moved, and the representative responded, I'm in Guyana. So I do know that was my personal experience and sort of my personal knowledge. With respect to everything that you said, I am surprised because I am a mediator. I'm an attorney and I'm a mediator. And one of the first things when you begin to mediate is you ask whether the person has the authority to negotiate. That's the first thing you do. And really, if you don't have the authority to negotiate, why are you negotiating?
Why are you here?
Right? So I'm surprised, but I don't know if my colleagues, you have any quick questions that you want to ask? Because you've waited all day, but I appreciated the fact that you recognize clearly that you couldn't divulge any personal information about employees or personnel matters. This is really about the non-responsiveness, or based on what you have said to me, the undermining really of the trust that your union members would have in you if you came to me and asked me to ratify something, and then you came back to me and said later on, well, sorry, you know, it didn't mean anything. It undermines your ability as representatives when you negotiate. So I'm going to let my, you have
I'd
something?
just like to respond to your comment because I actually asked Ms. Spring at this. I said, so what is our recourse?
Yes, that's a good question.
And she just kind of looked and she said, well, I can't give you legal advice. I said, I'm not asking for legal advice because I know the answer. My recourse is a work action. So what you're asking, what you're telling me as it relates to these contracts is that I should give every one of you a 72-hour notice and our members all go out together. Is that what you're saying I should do? And she said, well, no. I said, well, we got to have respect one way or another. And I will never, and this union will never, and you noticed in my comment, even the people that I mentioned in the grievance and the termination, I didn't put their names in here.
Right.
I would not ever do that.
Right, exactly.
It's totally inappropriate. So what we're looking for, our members have worked extremely hard through COVID and everything else. They're looking for the respect of that contract. And I've got an obligation to give it. I've got an obligation to get it.
Right.
And if it means taking the other actions, we will do that. But my thought process, quite honestly, was to expend every other option first.
Right.
So that's why I asked for this meeting. I wasn't trying to undercut Gus Springett. I didn't even know her, quite frankly, until yesterday.
Yeah.
All I was trying to do is to get my members' concerns into this forum.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you need to find avenues to resolve any issues, and I appreciate the fact that you reached out. I didn't know what you were going to speak about, but I didn't think that you were going to divulge any personal information at all. So, Senator Carla Joseph? Oh, she yielded to you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Yes, and Senator Capehart. Yes, she told me. Go ahead, Senator Capehart.
Thank you. I want to say good evening, colleagues, and good evening, testifiers who sat patiently waiting to talk about your challenges that you're facing. So, Mr. Daniel Flippo, USW Director of District 9, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jerry Jackson, your strong advocacy for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. In the testimony, I was really taken back to see how many people across the United States and Canada, 850,000 individuals. And the Virgin Islands fall under District 9, 50,000 people. How many Virgin Islands in that 50,000 do you represent?
Good question. 1,500 from government, and then another 550 in heavy materials and the other industries. We had a long history in St. Croix with the oil refinery and really hate everything that come down with it. But total between the 3 islands, about 2,000 total.
About 2,000? Okay, thank you for that. And I'm very curious to find out, so you cover all these individuals in the US, Canada. Is the Virgin Islands in a unique position where you experience problems with untimely payments, untimely negotiations? Is the Virgin Islands the only one that's giving you a hard time?
I wish that were true. In the public sector?
Yeah.
Yes. In the public sector. And we represent public workers in Alabama, believe it or not. There's not even a PERB in Alabama. And we represent government workers, public employees in Alabama, Gadsden and northern Alabama. There are some private companies that every time we win an arbitration, must have been a crazy arbitrator, and they take us to federal court. If they win the arbitration, that was a smart guy. It doesn't happen as much as it used to because I quit settling the cases. What a lot of the private industry was doing was taking you to court, trying to settle for 75% of the award. If they got around 65, 75%, they were happy. So we quit settling, and now they've quit doing it. So I haven't had the issue, especially on the arbitrations, anywhere else now besides here. And then any of the saying we will do X and then doing Y in our negotiations, just don't see that.
Wow.
Not in, mainly, if you want my very humble opinion quickly,
Please.
Mainly because of what you saw today, and I do appreciate the time having to wait. I was impressed with your going through this. But social media and all of the avenues of communication now, I don't think companies do the things they used to do because it's out more now, whether it's through text, whether it's through Twitter, whether it's through Facebook and all the other different things.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. In the letter, in the well, it's not a sample. It's a copy of a letter that the governor signed to Local 9488. I just want to read that paragraph again where he says, as parties to each collective bargaining agreement, we must honor the terms of each agreement and jointly work towards a harmonious relationship. Therefore, I have directed each cabinet member to take specific actions to work towards this goal. As a reminder, we agreed that the unions would supply a listing of all judgments or back pay that remain outstanding in an effort to resolve these issues. This seems a different tone than what you're saying you're experiencing. So there seems to be some disconnect there also.
I agree.
Yeah, so Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good evening, Mr. Flippo and Mr. Jackson. It's been a very long day for us, but I'm going to tell you, what I'm hearing to me doesn't speak well of our governance and leadership. Because if you have someone who is in a position that you entrusted to be a collective bargainer on behalf of the government, and they are unable, and you are the leader, and you're unable to trust this person to negotiate, it raises a number of questions for me. And I know our government workers are very hardworking. We are counting on them to be part of our recovery. They go in and day out to do the work on behalf of the people, the hardworking taxpayers. So I'm a bit disturbed. I'm using this word in 2 blocks today, disturbing, regarding that. What really jumps out to me with your testimony is on page 3, where you noted that, this 3rd paragraph, you noted for the supervisor's agreement for the Waste Management Authority that you had reached an agreement on wages. And after this agreement at the bargaining table with the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, they reduced it, they proposed 4% increase for 2023, 2024, and 2025, which was a 4% increase, to 0 for 2022 and 2023, and 3% for 2024 and 2025. Now, tell me, is OCB the entity you negotiate with for Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority? Because that's a semi-autonomous body.
Good evening, Senator Jerry Jackson. And let me give you the history. That who negotiated the contract for waste management is the Office of Collective Bargaining. And let me state that that contract expired in 22. What came about in that particular negotiation, it was a 3-year agreement starting from 22. The Office of Collective Bargaining wanted the union basically to waive the very first year. We objected to it because we said, because of your negligence, that is why, and which we continue to have, is that every time you string along the negotiations, they always want us to waive the previous year to start anew. So that happened around, I think it was November, yeah, I think around November of 2023. No, 22. And their last and final offer, as she stated at that point, was to waive the very first year and a 4% in the next 2 years, 4%, 4%. We got a letter from Josh Springett in January asking us basically to reconsider our position and accept that offer. We requested to meet or to ask for dates, which it took them until May of 2023 to respond back to us. When we got back to the table, the union was ready to accept their offer. Before we could say anything, she said, right now, we cannot do that anymore. At this present moment, it's no longer now your last and final offer. She came back now and she said, we will have, they bring it down to 3%. So I asked us to waive now 22, 23, going, and which I consider to be a 4-year agreement, and then 24 and 25, a 3%.
And let me ask you, what's the number of employees affected by this agreement?
When we started negotiation, it was 12, now it's only 9.
So it's only 9
employees presently.
Okay.
And just to add to that, we just went into, based on the agreement that we had, if we can't agree, we can move either into mediation or arbitration. We chose mediation. We just got out of mediation a week ago, and they're still standing firm to their position at this point.
Okay. I really just have some concerns because, these are the men and women who we depend on to do a lot of the services to our community. And we pay tax dollars. We collect tax dollars so that they can be amply compensated. And so we all look and we all are affected by the quality of life we have, and the work they perform helps build into our quality of life here in the Virgin Islands. And we want to assure that we are respectfully giving value value to what they provide, the services that they provide. So I'm really disheartened to hear this. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Won't take up any more time. Thank you kindly for your responses.
Madam Chair, could I just add one more
Thank
thing?
you. Sure.
Senator, the other thing that came out in mediation, and I'm going to be very frank with you, Waste Management wanted to keep the proposal that we had. It's the Office of Collective Bargaining who insisted that they don't have the Waste Management don't have the authority to make that decision.
Okay, thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff and St. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers, all of you listening present. You know, for 7 years as a senator, every budget cycle, I ask every department, have they honored the wage agreements? Have everybody been paid retro? And I've always gotten the answer basically, yes. So to hear now, okay, so what I'm trying to get is the facts. What are we not being done? We are not getting a date for negotiation, or we are not getting the monies that were negotiated on a contract? Or is it both?
Both.
Okay, so for those that you have not gotten dates for a contract, how many people are affected by that?
Right now, Waste Management is 9. The Supervisors Union is close to 300. You have the 911 operator, the 911 operators is around 30-something individuals that we have yet to get a contract for. And basically, December 2nd of 2022, we met with Ms. Springett when she notified the steelworkers. Basically, she have no intention of meeting or negotiating any contracts with us until after September of 2023. And we just received a letter from Ms. Springett notifying us now that she needs at least 90 days more to reconsider either meeting with us on these contracts. And for the record, we have close to 5 more contracts with the government that expired next year, 2024.
It's just amazing because, like I said, every year I ask every department, you know, and then to hear now you have over 300. Wow, you know, that's a lot of people. I mean, like you said, 1,500 we represent, or 1,500 government employees, or just
around 1,500 government employees, sir.
Time.
And finally, how many of them are actually waiting now to be paid for negotiated contracts and retro? How many individuals are we talking about?
Okay, let me take it piece by piece. We're looking at approximately, we did part of the masters, and we're looking at approximately close to 100 and something, because Department of Human Service has yet to honor, I think, the fiscal year 23. And we have the Department of Tourism, which only have 1 employee, and she has yet to be paid. And then I think we have another one basically that has yet to be paid. Now we're going back into the fiscal year. And to expunge more to you, when they come here to the table and tell you that they're not owing people, we just won a case. We're now finalizing the consent decree on that. Basically, under the Young administration, what transpired when he reneged on the agreement, Governor Mapp actually brought everybody up to 2012, but without the retro. So we just right now getting through negotiations with that, and it's going to run the government close to $19.1 million in retroactivity, which have yet to come before the body.
We can, if you allow me, Senator, and with Madam Chairman's approval, we can get you the exact numbers of employees to exactly ask you questions, because the way I understood your question is where I referenced the wage increases that have been negotiated and not paid, up to and including the retro. I apologize. When I put this together, I should have had those numbers for you. But I will get those numbers to you, Madam Chairman, as it's written in the statement.
Yeah, I'm sure Senator DeGraff was going to ask for that.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be fine, Madam Chair. I do appreciate it through the chair. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Javan James Sr.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. The chambers got empty. Look like we should have kept the students longer. But in all seriousness, I just want to say to both of you, thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience.
Welcome.
I am not apologizing for anybody. Everybody has work to do. And we have 3 branches of government. So here we are with a dilemma where the executive branch promised several things, and they are not meeting their end of the bargain. I'm not going to apologize for them. But what I would apologize for is those hardworking men and women who promised several things. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jackson, when were these promises made? During the election?
What promises?
They just sit down and the conversations you had and the various things that we have here in the testimony we have here before us today.
Well, when you say promise, are you talking about the negotiated items?
Yes, and during the election?
Just before the election, because the membership ratified the contract, the master agreement, the latter part of October. So before November 4th, we notified the OCB that the contract was ratified. After we did that, we actually sent it off. We did review the draft. After reviewing the draft, we sent it up to the international for signatures. Those signatures came back in January of 2023, and we sent it off to OCB the latter part of January. Then we got a letter in April of 2023 notifying us that the governor refused to sign the contract, basically because of not giving the forensic team the $4,000 and the nurses that work in the elderly home their 10% hazardous pay.
Time.
And that's the reason why he's refusing to sign the contract.
Wow.
And just to add to that, it was not our proposals, it was the proposals of the government.
Yeah, I was going to say, the government actually, and to Josh Springett, when I brought this up to her, and I'm not testifying for her naturally, she said she had thought she could get that approved and just could not. That was the explanation she gave us yesterday, I guess it was, when we met with her. I said, why would you say you would do this for the nurses in the aged homes? It was the nurses in the aged homes and the crime scene people. She said, well, I thought we could do that. I thought I could get it passed, and I didn't. That's what.
Well, I can sit here and try to make up 1,001 questions, but the real questions need to be directed to, of course, the entity who is not here today. It's so unfortunate, but I really hope and pray at a later time, whether it's this committee or other members of this committee can have an off-site or off-the-record conversation with the Office of Collective Bargaining, since they say that it will cause confusion if they are here and place certain things on the record. Hopefully with that conversation, we can be able to hear both sides, to be able to hold the executive branch, specifically the governor, accountable. In closing, I just want to say happy birthday to my son, Javan Jr. I'm about to head over right now, so I'm going to leave you guys. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you for sticking around with us, Senator James Sr. That's important. So happy birthday. He's November like me, so that means he's a great guy. Tell him happy birthday.
Thank you.
And next we'll have Senator Franklin Johnson, for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening to all. Good evening to the testifiers. I need to ask both of you a simple question. Mr. Filippo, how long have you been involved in unions and negotiating?
With a gray beard, that's a tough question. 27 years permanent and 4 years when I was in the plant, so 31 years total.
And Mr. Jackson, how long have you been doing this?
49 years.
And again, now I'm going to ask both of you, have this ever happened whereby the chief negotiator made a negotiation with you, you guys, the team, from any place you have done this, got it ratified and then come back and say, they can't do this?
No.
No, with me. With the first one.
I expect the answer to be no. I was the shop steward when I worked at the Bureau of Correction, and anytime the chief negotiator came to the table, the chief negotiator was already in conversation with the chief executive. They know what they could have offered and what they couldn't have offered. Either 2%, 3%, whatever it was. They had some plain numbers. They might have said, well, look, the max we could get them is 4. And they might come and offer a 2.5, 3%, and now we got to fight to get to 4, not knowing that they had 4 on the table. So for me, this is a slap in the face for the working class man. Lo and behold, the governor take, and he gave all his commissioners and directors, some of them in tune of $20,000 raise. And here it is, the low class man that's making $27,000 can't even make it to 30. So it's a slap in the face to the working man, but I think it was the biggest campaign plight because it had all of this discussion before the election, and everybody felt good. Everybody was smiling. But then the smile gets slapped off your face with an insulting thing like you can't or you couldn't negotiate. I've never heard that. And that's, and you 40, how much years you said, Mr. Jackson, 49 years?
49.
And you're 27 and never heard that before.
Time.
I mean, it's just a shame what we do to our people. And then we walk around and say we're in support of our people. I don't understand this, and I don't accept this. It's unacceptable, unacceptable that you would do this to the working class people. And I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think you guys know what you need to do. When I worked at the Bureau of Correction, and they did not come to the table, we shut the government down. We shut this whole place down. And I can remember being in Lagoon, and as a correction officer, we couldn't strike. So they had the marshals them get the subpoena, and we heard about it, and we disappeared from the spot that we was. And every morning I got out my house and I take off early. They could come, not a problem. I took off early, and what the marshal was very clever. They got all the marshals who know certain correction officer and came to our house. So I got up early in the morning. I said, let me get out. And the marshal was parked up behind my truck. So I had to return to work. But you're going to have to do what you have to do. And it's going to be hard, but you're going to have, because this is embarrassment. This is a shame. This is a total shame. Never heard nothing like this before either. First time I'm hearing it, and you guys been wrong doing this business a little longer than me. I applaud you for your patience. I applaud you for all the avenues that you're trying to avoid what might be the ultimate choice. You know, and the man and woman got my support. Whenever they move, I'm standing next to them, because I come from the bottom. I will stand right with them every day and cheer them on. I won't be striking, but I'll be supporting them and supporting their cause. We cannot do this to our working class people. I sure hope the executive, the governor would step up to the plate, have his negotiator come to you guys, and come to some kind of understanding. But don't do this to the working class people. It's very difficult. The cost of living continues to just beaming up the sky. And these folks here are the lower and the totem pole. How do they survive?
Time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As we all said, without the next idea, how many questions can we ask?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Everything you said is I understand what you're saying, because it's unbelievable to me still sitting here that this is happening. So we definitely need we definitely need to hear the other side though. you know, to figure out why this is happening. Senator Novell Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Flippo. Jackson, not Jansen. You had your turn. So I want to thank you very much for your testimony and thank you very much for your patience. You know, a rising tide floats all boats. We heard of pay increases recently for exempt employees, but there's a level of reluctance to address the payment and pay increases for those individuals in the trenches. The boots on the ground. The one that's responsible for carrying the weight and responsibility on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands. That's an insult to the people that deserve to get their raises. A date is not unreasonable. You're simply asking for a date to be able to come to the table to have a discussion. What the hell is the problem to give you a date? If it's 2024, at least you know how to prepare yourself and get ready for it. I don't understand. I don't understand why we're so unreasonable to people, and then we expect them to function for you. 911 operators, nurses. I mean, what are we doing here and we're saying to all people? But, you know, a good thing, every time we schedule a hearing with some entity, then they're quick to meet with that entity beforehand so that they could have a preemptive strike. So this is not for naught. There was a benefit for us to schedule this hearing because, of course, at least you had the opportunity to see who the chief negotiator is. Right?
Yes.
It didn't happen before.
No.
You've been making many requests. It didn't happen before, but it happened yesterday.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Good job.
So, you know, I have a proposal in place and going through the process right now where I want to see an automatic pay increase for individuals on the anniversary. Whether it's 1%, 2%, the step increase, whatever it is, automatically on your anniversary, at least you know and you can look forward to some pay increase. The negotiating and all those type of things will come down the road, and we can wait for that. But automatically, on your anniversary date, you should be able to at least see some level of pay increase. Cost of living continue to raise in this community. Bottle of water is going up. Gas is going up. Milk is going up. You know what I mean? So there must be some, at least, benefit for the work that these individuals are required to contribute to this community. So I am with you in respect to at least trying to get you to the table and whatever we could do from this end to get you to the table, then that's what we want to do. But you're the only one waiting. There's so many more like you, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we just have so much issues in this community, and I believe that we just need to start checking off the boxes because there are simple things that, low-hanging fruits, that we could address. A date? Thank you for the time. Good luck, sir. I don't know if this is going to force water uphill or not, but at least it got you on a face-to-face meeting, so there is hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for pointing that out, because when you said it, I said, that's exactly right. It got the meeting, you know, it got that. So it wasn't for nothing, like he said. You wanted to say something, Mr. Flip?
I just wanted to say, and I appreciate your comments so very much, and it's so very appropriate, because if you look at my district, what I call my district, I'm the only one elected in my district. I'm elected to a 4-year term, and I go around, I come from a local union, I feel an obligation for the members to see me. They don't get to see me as much as they would like, sometimes more than they'd like. But when you're here, and I thought about it in your comments, I go to Alabama, home, I get home at midnight tomorrow night. When I get home, I'll pass a gas station, $3.95 maybe. High place, maybe $4. When I gassed up my Jeep this morning on St. Thomas before I flew over here, over $5 an hour, $5 a gallon. I go to dinner at an Outback in Birmingham, which is a high cost area, maybe 25, 30 bucks. Yeah, I had dinner last night at the Greenhouse for all places, and it was $65. So I understand what you're saying is totally true, and it was during the 2-for-1. What you're saying is true, and there should be some automatic something. And the other thing, and the reason I appreciate the time with you, I'm not a legislator, and I don't know the restrictions, but there ought to be some accountability that this body can hold the executive to, that says, when you say you'll do something, you'll do it. And if you don't, here's what happens. I mean, our members honestly just want to try to make a decent living. They're not trying to kill the government. They're not trying to move to the top tier of the community. They want to make, and they work hard every day to make a decent living. So thank you for your comments.
I definitely agree with you. Most people just want to have a decent, livable wage, you know, and you know, when I mean the entire idea of going through a negotiation, reaching an agreement, knowing it would be ratified, and then saying, "Oops, sorry," is just. I just can't understand it, really. I'm absurd, you know. It's like, what? So I'm going to go to Senator Gittens for his minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And do I say good evening or good night to all? Wow. So just about everything was said, because all the election promises in election over, so nobody want to see you. That's the time when you get the vice grip. And you know, Mr. Jackson, I was very annoyed when you all backed off because you had the backs right up against the wall. Ain't nobody can tell me when my health or my safety is in jeopardy that I have to go into any building to work. And I told you to stand firm because I wanted to see what judge in this community going to tell your employees after seeing the evidence of what was happening in those trailers that they had to go back to work. They had the gall to go to the court to file a TRO. Whatever became of that? Did you all go to court?
No, we haven't. The TRO has been pulled, but the lawsuit hasn't. We're still having to fight the lawsuit.
Who filed a lawsuit on who? I don't remember now.
The government filed a suit saying we were in an illegal strike because we would not go into the workplace.
So stop there. So where's the counter suit that they have an obligation to have your employees in a conducive working environment?
I agree, and we filed an answer.
Y'all collecting people union dues. File the counter suit. What nonsense is that?
Time.
Could I tell you exactly on that day? Right now, right now the contract takes precedence over going to court. We file the grievances for each individual. Right now, we were in the third step. We're moving them to arbitration now. So we have to follow the protocol of the collective bargaining agreement, which actually stipulate that you cannot go into work in an unsafe condition. So we have to take it to arbitration first.
And that's on the pay.
So-
We have answered their lawsuit. Ryan Stutzman, who is on St. Croix actually, has filed that response, and we're going to fight that.
Listen, I'm going to say this and then I done. Because we all telling me I am not sitting comfortable with. This is people health and safety. You don't have to go through no steps to go do those collective bargaining agreement steps that you're talking about. They have you sued now in court. Counter-sue them and stand firm. This is where they know that they have you all weak at the knees, so they continue to do what it is they feel like doing. What's the benefits of a collective bargaining agreement? Who benefits from this?
No, the workers should. And Senator, you and I had a very frank conversation, I believe, about this same issue when it first happened.
But that's frank. I'm Kenny. And the thing is I want you all to understand what I'm saying. Stand firm and do what you have to do as a union, togetherness.
We will, and I told you on the phone, and I told you here, when I didn't have the whiskers and I was sweating a great deal, that we would rectify this. And I told you then I would be back in November, and just for the record, I kept my word to you. And I will keep it to you again, and I'll keep it to these members. We try to do the right way by having conversation, by having dialogue, and doing it the correct way, the civil way, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
When that doesn't work, we have the ability to do the next step. And we have 72-hour notices in the contract. We can certainly bring up the safety. Ryan, we follow the advice of our legal counsel. We're following Ryan's advice, and we're doing the things there that we should do on the BMV, and it was wrong. And we're going to make certain that is rectified. Our members deserve that. You're 100% right about that. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
I just want to put something on the record. I have two pieces of measures out there. One to raise the minimum wage, and one to carry government employees from 27 to 32.
Good.
And even the one to take the government employees from 27 to 32 is just about some $4 million. We're saying that we have a difficulty of finding these funds, but maybe I just need to bring my bill to the floor, and we got to find that money, because if the government going to be playing games like this, then I definitely need to make sure that the government employees them get to that 32 versus staying on this 27, because this is games. We cannot sit here and have these games played on the working class people. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Well, for my 2 minutes, what I will say is that I am shocked at the behavior. If what you're alleging in here is correct, and I don't think Jerry is going to come in the Senate and say other than what's true. I've known him for a long time. I also hope that they withdraw their suit at this point, because that too is a waste of time and money, you know? Yeah, exactly. So I'm hoping that this committee will in fact at some point have the OCB in front of us. Hopefully before we do that, you will have resolved all these issues that you have. And like the Senate President said, maybe this appearance will in fact result in something good happening for the members, because you work hard. You work hard for your members. That's clear to me. You came and you met with me before and nothing happened. So sometimes you start at the lowest level and you move up. And so at some point, Senator Gittins may be right. You may have to do something more drastic, and we hope not, because everything should be resolved at the lowest level. So I want to thank you, Mr. Flippo, and if you have last 30 seconds to say anything, let me.
No, I just want to thank you guys. You thanked us for waiting patiently. While we were waiting patiently, you were working.
Thank you for saying
So we
that.
thank you for staying late. You're not getting double time and a half for staying late. and we understand that, so thank you.
That's all right. And one of the things about being in this position, and I'll just throw it out, my colleagues probably get it all the time, but sometimes people, and I'm new to this, somebody said, oh, you need to fire the commission. I said, the legislature can't do that. You need to get the contractor to pave the road. I say, we can't do that. We do what we can. We do what we can. And, we hope that the executive branch will do the right thing by our people. So thank you very much. And I want to say, I want to thank my colleagues for sticking around with me. My honorary, I have 2 honorary members now, for sure. Thank you very much. I want to thank my staff, senatorial staff, stalwart committee member over here, and the 7-year-old. He can, but he was here before. The central staff, and of course, Jerry, did you want us to close and say anything? If you want to. Do you?
I hear what you say, but I have to commend you on one thing,
okay,
Senator, because you said it, basically getting a date. And I think what took me to that level is when we try to get to meet with the governor. And basically we wrote to him since March of 23, to have a sit down with him. He never responded to me. The director wrote him in May and told him outright, okay, he will come down the end of May and meet with him. And the disrespect that he did, and I can't get it off my chest yet, is when he told the director he don't have time to meet with him, right? And if he don't go to Alabama and meet with them people in Alabama over these same issues. I took that as an offense, okay? Because we were moving up the ladder, we moved up to the highest step to get a meeting. And that's why I said, based on this letter that he wrote, right? And this letter was written to Mr. Tina Williams-Smith. This is one of the local that we oversee. We oversee 8 locals in the territory. And it seems like he only met with one. I am the one that oversee all. So how come I was not invited to this meeting, right? That he called, because then I will oversee all of them. So he only met with one of the president overall in Steelworkers.
I understand what you're saying, and respect goes both ways, right? And so I'm sorry to hear that this is what's happening to our people. And but like I said, I'm hoping for the best.
Thank you.
And I want to thank Public Affairs they were with us all day making it happen, and thank, of course, the committee on Education and Workforce Development. And it's hereby adjourned, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.